That was the legendary underground artist Roland Jones with Easy Come, Easy Go, aka the cell phone song. We were listening to, or we were watching, a visualization by Board Meme, hosted by Davey. Good suggestion, Davey. Loved it. Good stuff. Number one in the chat, strategy member. Number two in the chat, it's your boy ROB in the place to be. True OG. Right off the bat, I want to get something off my chest. Before I banned them for other reasons, a person called me cringe, basically called me cringe, and also said I was an edgelord. Oh, well, you can play this while I'm ranting here. Basically called me an edgelord because when he said, you know, thank God for something or other, I said, God is dead. What do you think about that? I would like to confirm that that was indeed cringe. And that was the insult that I received, you know, ooh, you know, I'm going to be cut off that edge there, was appropriate. I just wanted to point that out, that I deserved the ridicule. The person that I banned them for other reasons. I banned them because they're a bad actor, right? But they were correct about that. When I did review the footage, looking back on it, I can confirm that incident was indeed cringe. True. It's true. Lock me up. Lock me up in jail, Zoomers. I know it's a criminal offense in Zoomerland. Lock me up. I did it. I did it. But no, welcome back, Davey. Thank you for that suggestion. Great suggestion. And big props once again to Roland Jones, underground artist supreme. We're going to listen to a little bit of this rare funk, Gopal funk mix. Hopefully I don't get DMCA'd. We'll see. Like it matters. Yeah, I don't know who that last fat guy, I think he kind of looked like a comedian. The Bert guy. I actually have a clip with Bert today. The drunken idiot. I don't have a lot of fucking time, and I'm already an hour and a half late. So let's jump right into it. We're starting off with U.S. news. We're going to be doing that. Then we're going to get into Gaza, then Ukraine. If I can keep my shit together, keep it tight. So let's get to it, folks. Wanted to start off with this really funny video. I just thought this was cute, and it was appropriate. Also, what he's eating looks really tasty. He is, of course, an asshole, but what he's eating looks yummy. Let's see what he has to say. This is a TikTok video.
If we need illegal aliens to do the jobs Americans won't do, who did all these jobs before we had illegal aliens?
Yeah, gee, I wonder. Who could it fucking be? Just the big, fattest fucking L's on planet Earth, man. The fattest fucking L's ever conceived. You know, you don't even need to say a goddamn thing. You don't need to say a fucking word. Oh, all these illegal immigrants doing all the jobs no one wants to do. Who used to do them? Then, yeah, I'm a genius. Doesn't even need a motherfucking word. Just get slam dunked with a glance. That's how bad your argument is. Silence and a glance. So tired of it. So tired. I'm just so exhausted. I'm so exhausted. These smarmy, up their own ass, completely wrong. And they're like, you know, we definitely need a little bit more fascism in our life. Of course, they don't say that. The most aggravating thing is that they claim to be patriots. They claim to be, you know, they claim to care about something. Donald Trump truly is there, like, it makes perfect sense. You know, because, like, these people have always been in our life. You know, the slime bags, skis wads, the motherfucking bad guy, right? The sociopaths. The chuckling evil, right? They've always been there, but they've never had somebody shameless enough to be like, yeah, I'm your guy. And now they have it. Anyway, that was my comments on that. Moving on. We got to keep it moving, dog. Here's something to be super pissed off about. Of course, I don't have time to read you the whole article here, but strap in. This is unbelievable, dude. You know, and look, I understand Merrick Garland can't turn on a dime and can't just like, you know, and I understand Joe Biden can't just like, you know, wave his magic dick and fix these kind of issues. But there's been no effort to fix any of this. Okay, here's the article in question. But there's been zero effort to actually fix any of this, and it's just rampant corporate exploitation and greed. Nothing fair about this, nothing capitalist about this. It's just gaming the system. So here's the headline. Uber's 81 million tax bill wiped as it doesn't pay drivers. Oh, didn't you know? They're a software company that just they don't even pay drivers, guys. So they've been able to jury rig their system, their setup, peer-to-peer, I guess. You know, they've set it up in such a way so that they get to avoid paying taxes because they're not paying drivers because their drivers are not employees. You know, basically the way that they think about it, they think about from their perspective, they're Microsoft Office and they provide software, right? And they don't, you know, what the person does with the software, if they make any money from the software, if they don't make any money from the software, it's none of their business, none of their beeswax. It's all good. It's distracting. Taking this off my wrist. I'm trying to wear a watch because I'm cool. I don't know. I'm just trying to change things out. I'm just trying to do something different. I don't know. But anyway, 81 million bucks. Gee, and where's that money going to go, huh? Do you think it's going to go to the motherfucking drivers? Do you think it's going to go, you know? No. You think it's going to go to the employees at Uber, the ones who make this software? Oh, heavens, no. It's going right in the pockets of the guys at the very top. Millions of dollars worth of payroll taxes leveled at Uber have been wiped out after a court found passengers and not the rideshare giant paid drivers for their services. This is cute. This is adorable. Thank you for the tip. The San Francisco-based company's local subsidiary, Uber Australia, appealed to overturn 6 payroll tax assessments made by the NSW Chief Commissioner of State Revenue for the years 2015 and 2020, totaling more than $81.5 million. So this is Australia. Don't think they're not trying this shit over here. They've lost a bunch of cases pertaining to, you know, employee. It just depends on where. I think it was in where was it? France? Was it France that they passed the law that said no, you got to treat them like employees because they obviously are. Uber argued its transport services were provided directly by drivers to riders and existed under contracts between those parties, which were agreed to when users signed up for its app. What? We just provide software, dog. We don't even know what's going on. But so that means, you know, just like Microsoft Office, right? You can just start typing away, right? With Uber, you just start driving away, right? You just install the app, and then 5 seconds later, you're picking up passengers. Isn't that how it works? Oh no, wait a minute. There's an application process. There's a vetting process. There's taxes that need to be paid. There's all kinds of liability. You're right. If you get into an accident and kill somebody. Wow. Sure does seem like I'm an employee. But in a decision with potential ramifications for taxis levied on other peer-to-peer services. That's what I thought. Peer-to-peer. Yeah. NSW Supreme Court Justice David Hammerschlag on Friday ruled that Uber did not pay drivers a wage and dismissed the assessments and interest sought by state officials. Uber acted as a payment collection agent, distributing money paid by riders to drivers that could not be considered a wage, he found. It is not Uber who pays the driver, Justice Hammerschlag said in this ruling. The rider does that. What Uber pays the driver is in relation to the payment Uber has received, not in relation to the work itself. So they're basically saying, the money that Uber makes off the service is just a service fee. And unlike Office, where it's like a yearly thing, or a permanent one-time license, it's every time you use the service. So wouldn't that be a kick in the pants? Every time you open up Microsoft Word, they charge you $1. Not in Pennsylvania. You also have to get your vehicle inspected. Yeah, no, this is... So in response, Uber argued that its system existed only as a marketplace through which drivers and riders could identify and contract with one another. Such horse shit. Such horse shit. And they need to win this. The whole business model depends on this. Justice Hammerschlag noted that there were difficulties applying the relevant laws as they were devised long before services like Uber existed. The parties can make applications for costs. So this is out in Australia. Okay. All right. Not U.S. news, but little sneaky Australia news. There we go. But they're, like I said, they're trying this all over. Everywhere they're challenging these laws. Everywhere. San Francisco, internationally, Europe, everywhere. Let me get this straight. They can't work the drivers their own prices. Yes. Yeah, exactly. No strategy. No, they have full control. They're just, yeah, you can set the prices. You could, the drivers have full control over all that stuff. No. Oh, wait, what? No. Such a joke. All right, I've been avoiding this for too long. We're going to watch the first 5 minutes of this video at least so I can get this off my fucking timeline. Okay? But this is a little peek at Steve Bannon's master plan, and it's not just Steve Bannon because, he devised this with these think tanks. See you later. Well, he devised this, with these think tanks, but he's just been a very loud proponent of it. And of course, he was a member of the Donald Trump administration until Donald Trump gave him the boot. I guess for being too Hitlerian, for being too authoritarian for Donald Trump's taste. I think that was the reason why. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I think I recall some statements at the time being like, it was too aggressive, it's like, you're too crazy. I don't want to do that shit. But now Donald Trump's all like, oh, they scored me. Fucking burn it all down. I need you back, Steve. It's like when the superheroes go get the villain out of the cage, right? Donald Trump's gonna go get the villain Steve Bannon out of jail, and I need your help, Steve. I need to become a dictator. But anyway, this, so Project 2025, is the culmination of all these think tanks, all these gadflies like Steve Bannon. This is the culmination of their work, and it's really quite effective, especially in Georgia. And Kamala Harris is smart to be going there often, really pressuring, making a lot of appearances in Georgia. So what this is really interesting. So someone was able to get into like a private YouTube or private video service. I think it was a private YouTube thing. And they had this playlist of training videos that they've been providing local government officials. Welcome back, Blue Brother. Anthony Scaramucci was Trump's best hire. Yeah. Well, that's how we got the unit of measurement called the Scaramucci, of course. You can, how many Scaramuccis did the person last, right? About 2 Scaramuccis, about 2.5 Scaramuccis, and she was out of there. But no, anyway, so these training videos, so what we're going to see this election is, them pulling every trigger, them using every weapon in the toolkit. And remember, if you were here last Saturday, I showed you a Rachel Maddow video where she went over the legal ramifications, the fact that the media and a lot of people are well aware that there are these individuals who have watched these videos and are like members of election boards, in local government, and they're basically the functionaries that would normally just be like, yep, checking, they just verify, whatever the authenticity of everything, and then they sign their name and it's on to the next step. So what they plan on doing is saying, no, I know Donald Trump won. Of course, if he loses, they're gonna do this. But they might do it anyway. It might be fascinating. Okay, strategy member. Put that in the Discord. I'll be sure to, we'll watch it at the end of the stream. But anyway, it's going to be quite fascinating at the end of the election. I don't mean to bloviate here, but it's going to be quite fascinating at the end of the election because there's going to be a bunch of useful idiots who think that they're part of some grand scheme and are going to end up really, really fucking themselves up because these are federal offenses. These, as Rachel Maddow explained, you literally can't just be some podunk nowhere election worker volunteer in some cases, and you can't just say, I'm not going to do my job, I stand on principle, I'm not going to do my job, I know Donald Trump won, all my friends love Donald. So that actually isn't going to work. I know, like, because they've been pushing this really hard, the right wing's been pushing hard. It might work if like thousands do it, I guess, like if the way that Steve Bannon envisions it. But there's, they never really get into this training materials and Steve Bannon and all these, these people convincing all these people to do this. They never get into, you could get in big fat trouble, dude. We're talking like federal crime, kind of like, when you try to do, I think it's kind of a crime on the level of like, it's mid-level, like you can go to jail for a couple years, right? If you don't do this, if you try to hold up the election, if you don't do your job, that is okay. They might be okay with that though, because they might say, well, a delay might help us, and this, create like a 2000 election 2000 Al Gore, George Bush situation, right, where no one knows for like over a week, no one knows the results of the election. Maybe that'll help. Donald Trump did try to delay. He wanted any kind of delay that he could get. Question the results, slow it down. He didn't want it to be set in stone. Anyway, I've talked too long. Let's dig in. Let's see. 5 minutes.
democracynow.org. It's War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman. We look now at the far-right policy plan to overhaul the federal government known as Project 2025. Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump's trying to downplay his connection to the plan, and last week Kevin Roberts, head of the influential right-wing Heritage Foundation, postponed the release of his Project 2025 book until after the November election.
Got a phone call from Donald.
Is written by Trump's vice presidential running mate, J.D. Vance. Trump's campaign insists it has no connection to the right-wing blueprint for immigration, almost 1,000 pages long.
You gotta shut
a blueprint for immigration, reproductive rights, climate policy, and more. But many of the key figures working for Project 2025 are former top Trump administration officials. Some of them featured in newly released videos that were created for Project 2025's Presidential Administration Academy. In a major new development, the independent news outlets ProPublica and Documented have now published dozens of these videos, some of which we'll feature today. In this clip, Trump's former deputy chief of staff at USAID, the U.S. Agency for International Development, Bethany Kozma, discusses climate change.
Climate change, allegedly, is everywhere. And if the American people elect a conservative president, his administration will have to eradicate climate change references from absolutely everywhere. And according to our intelligence community,
not climate change, references to climate change.
Number one threat facing our country today is, drumroll, climate change. Not Russia, not China, not AI, climate change. This shows how the federal government is all in on this issue. And climate change activists wield a lot of power. This is an issue to pay attention to as it has infiltrated every part of the federal government.
I wish.
Now, when I think of climate change,
have a lot of
I
power.
immediately think of population control, don't you? I think about
when I hear climate change, I immediately think population control, don't you? Yeah, I guess.
People who don't want you to have children because of the impact on the environment.
And it's so funny because like those eco freaks do exist, but they're such a minority of a minority of a minority. Grand majority of people just don't want to ingest plastics every single fucking day. Okay? We want to breathe clean air, drink clean water, maybe have some animals around for our children to see. have as many fucking kids as you want, you crazy fucking... Go nuts. I just want the microplastics and forever chemical situation addressed. And, and of course the fact that a bunch of island nations are going to be wiped out. That's pretty fucking bad. There's going to be a lot of climate refugees. And then, of course, there's the possibility of, major populated areas not having access to fresh water, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's not about how many fucking kids you have. I do not care.
Perhaps not everyone will make that connection, but after spending time in the international space trying to protect life, I can tell you that this is part of their ultimate goal, to control people.
That's conservative activist and former Trump official Bethany Kozma in a newly released Project 2025 training video. For more, we go to Washington, D.C., where we're joined by Andy Kroll, investigative reporter for ProPublica, whose new expose is headlined Inside Project 2025 Secret Training Videos. ProPublica has posted the full 23 videos, totaling more than 14 hours of content on its website. Andy, welcome back to Democracy Now! Right. Explain how you got the videos and their significance as we go through some of them.
Yeah, the videos come from the Presidential Administration Academy, which is one of the main pillars of Project 2025. We've heard a lot about, you've talked about on this show, the extreme policy proposals that Project 2025 put out in its 900-page Mandate for Leadership document. What's gotten less attention, but is no less important to Project 2025's long-term goal here, is to train thousands of future political appointees so that if a conservative president, which of course now means if Donald Trump, a conservative candidate, wins in November and we have a Republican president, that there will be a bench of thousands of vetted and trained appointees who can go in.
So a total purge, just a total purge, and replacing them all with partisans. Which, so you don't have to like do an executive order that says, we're shutting down this department, replacing it with this czar system. You can still have the appearance of the legitimacy of what it once was. You just gut it and fill it with partisans who rubber stamp anything you tell them.
Into the government and fill openings in that government, right? So that, as Project 2025 itself says on its website, that conservative administration can be ready from quote-unquote day one. Now, these videos were provided to us by a source who had access to them. I won't get into the sourcing on it, but with any kind of situation like this, the key things for us at ProPublica are these videos real? Are they authentic? And are they newsworthy? Obviously, the substance is newsworthy. In our reporting process, we talked to people who are in the videos. We verified them, authenticated them, and fact-checked them ourselves. And now we've published on them. And as you helpfully pointed out, also published all of these 23 videos totaling more than 14 hours on our website. Anyone watching today can go and watch them now.
Andy, if you can just give us some background again on Project.
It's actually really dense. It's really because you're already falling asleep, right? This is actually really, really hard to kind of talk about because it's really wonky shit. It has to do with like local, U.S. government, politics. But anyway, it's goddamn important. Okay, this is how they're gonna do it if they get in there. Don't believe the hype. Don't believe Donald Trump. Oh, I've never heard of it. It's a total lie. All right. So anyway, if you want to see the rest of this interview that I've been teasing for the last, month and a half, here you are. I'm surprised my YouTube live stream is actually still working. I got dinged pretty hard on YouTube yet again, man. I tell you, I can't win on there. I really thought YouTube was supposed to be the more open platform, but I got to say, it's really not. All right, so we got a little update to everyone's favorite segment. It's Boeing Watch. It's Boeing Watch, yo. Boeing Watch time. Boeing. So the last update that we had was that the goddamn thing was making a bunch of weird noises. And you know, they were trying to they wanted to disconnect it from the International Space Station as soon as humanly possible. So they did just that, and the shuttle came back down to Earth without the human beings, without the pilots, because it was too damn dangerous. And how this hasn't affected Boeing as a company, you know, it's pretty obvious. I mean, after this, I'm really going to tell my wife, you know, buy Boeing. You know, I'm sure the stock is lower than historically than what it would normally be. But buy Boeing. Like, it's literally a company that is protected by the United States. It can do no wrong. It can, you know, it can put people's lives in danger. It can make incredibly bad products that don't work, that get people killed and will get more people killed. It's an embarrassment of a company. It needs to be in any other company, in any other, you know, in any other field as important as aeronautics, would have folded up and been, you know, gobbled up by a bunch of competitors. So should I pay in Boeing? Well, it's I'm going to tell my wife. I'm just like, you know, there's Boeing could do no wrong. They're assassinating, fucking, you know, allegedly assassinating. Some really suspicious deaths, you know, with some whistleblowers. They just committed suicide. So get your Boeing while it's hot. Like, literally, it's, you know, it's going to be, you know, cockroaches, Twinkies, and Boeing stock as the last fucking 3 things on planet Earth after World War III. Because it just doesn't make a lick of sense to me why this company even exists anymore.
After months of questions about safety, Boeing's Starliner capsule has successfully returned to the Earth from the International Space Station without its crew on board.
We have no proof of
Mission
that,
Control
but pretty
clapped
fucking
and
suspicious.
cheered as the capsule landed at White Sands Space Harbor in New Mexico. NASA officials said it was a bullseye landing.
Yeah, bullseye.
It was a great day today to return.
Oh, shut the hell up. Shut the hell up, you fucking grinning idiots. We're not going to listen to your fucking PR statements. Okay? This is an abject failure.
But helium leaks and other.
Okay, anything, you know what they needed to do? Look at the fucking smiles and shit. You know what they need to do? They need to do it like Japanese style. You know what I mean? Just fucking bowing. I'm so fucking sorry. We're so bad at this. We put human lives at risk every single day. You know, it's a big race to the bottom, and we're leading that race. Bow, 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 bow. All right, let's see what they have to fucking say.
Landing.
It was a great day today to return Starliner. It was great to have a successful undock, deorbit, and landing of the vehicle. I am thrilled for our Boeing team and all of our colleagues that worked this mission across the country, on the NASA team and the Boeing.
I mean, this is the NASA guy. It's not the Boeing guy. So, okay, give the guy a break. Fine, I'll give him a break. Where the hell's Boeing on this? They don't have to say anything. We're untouchable. What can you do? Bye.
Now, the Starliner launched carrying 2 astronauts back in June, and it was supposed to return a week later. But helium leaks and other issues prompted NASA to delay their return. Astronauts.
We went over the suicide notes. You know, I'm no expert. It didn't seem legitimate to me, but I don't fucking know. It seemed pretty ridiculous, actually, but whatever.
Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore were supposed to return with the Starliner,
we have no proof.
But they will stay on the International Space Station until February of 2025. Here's CNN's Kristen Fisher with more.
Good morning, Victor and Amra. Boeing definitely breathing a sigh of relief this morning after Starliner successfully landed in White.
Thank you. So you get the point. That's your Boeing Watch update. The disaster continues. The disaster continues. Accountability, none. Accountability, what you talking about?
Fuck with you.
Accountability? What's that? You know,
a lot of people are
accountability for you. Accountability for you. You know, you're one of these TikTokers that followed these idiots' advice to, you know, just deposit a fake check and pull out $100 before the bank realizes it. Your ass going to jail. At the very least, you're getting fined $1,000 or something. Like, big trouble. You basically robbed a bank. Big trouble. You took $100 from a bank. Get the fuck out of here. put this person in the criminal justice system immediately. Ooh, I have a good one for this one. Hold on. Nope, wrong one. There it is. Criminal justice system would like to talk to Steve. He watched a TikTok video, deposited a fake check, and stole $100 from the bank. Guilty. Send this motherfucker to jail for life. I'm just kidding. Not for life, but, you know, ruin your life. Certainly make your mom unhappy. But, you know, what was I talking about? I was talking about thieves. All right, now we're moving on. God, I hate how I do that. Yeah, Boeing. I was talking about Boeing. But, you know, Boeing can fail and fail and fail and fail, waste unbelievable amounts of money, billions of dollars, stuffing that money in their pockets, totally get away with it. But, you know, if you're an idiot kid following a TikTok video, your ass going to jail. End of segment. Boom, got it. So good at this. So good. Shut up. Shut up. I'm good at this. Give me my applause. Yeah, that's right. I pushed the button. That's right. None of you are real. This is all just my delusions. Anyway, on to the next video. Alabama is generating billions by trapping people in prison. So, yeah, you know, right-wing Alabama basically reinstituting a kind of legal slavery. Yeah, and it's as bad as you think it is. I'm not going to watch the whole 15 minutes, but this is shocking, unbelievable, but also not that surprising knowing who runs the government of Alabama. It's not that fucking hard.
Well, a lot of people are calling it modern slavery. Does that feel right?
I was just about to say, that's slavery. That's slavery. You took away the whips, but you put the paperwork.
Yeah.
Took away the masters and you put them in uniform.
Oh!
Same difference. Same difference.
It kind of appears that there is a coordinated system in order to...
Kind of appears. Hey, you know, maybe the neoliberals need to kind of bump it up a little bit. They've only legalized fucking full-blown slavery. So if you're the gist is that their prisoners are being allowed to work fast food restaurants for pennies on the dollar, right? Work them like prisoners, but they're making your motherfucking Crunchwrap Supreme. Yeah, that's what's going on.
To protect the labor that's created by the prison system.
Wow.
Walk into a McDonald's in Alabama, and the worker flipping your McDouble could be an incarcerated person.
It's a sad
5 slave burgers, please.
They getting rich off us.
The Alabama Department of Corrections farms out incarcerated people to work at hundreds of private companies and government agencies across the state.
Normal shit.
McDonald's, Burger King, Golden Corral, Wendy's. They got a Wendy's contract right now. State Trooper's office.
They'll send everybody everywhere.
They'll send you everywhere. Yes, the parole office.
And even though ADOC trusts these incarcerated people to leave prison every day and work alongside the general public, many of them are still denied the chance at real freedom.
I work for y'all, but when I come up for parole, you deny me. Why would you deny me? Because you're getting free service.
This is a story about corporations and the state of Alabama exploiting prison labor and the coercive policies they use to keep its citizens trapped in servitude.
It doesn't work. It's a terrible system.
Works for them.
If you're wondering how any of this is even
it's working
legal,
great for them.
Well, it might not be.
I mean, that's
what we went to Alabama to figure out.
That's profit. One of the biggest sucks of money in any business is payroll. You cut that out of the equation, and it's rolling dough, man. Oh, slavery, not that bad. Come on. I mean, they are prisoners. What did they do? Drugs and stuff? Oh, I mean, come on. They deserve slavery. They did drugs. Don't you know that? You do drugs, and you deserve to go to jail for life.
Just describe how long you worked here.
Taco Bell for the rest of your life.
I was here 18 months. I ran their kitchen by myself from 8 to 5 every Tuesday through Thursday. Wow.
So 8 to 5. Oh, well, I'm sure you were just high the whole time and barely holding it down. I was like, sounds like she was the only one there.
That sounds like hard work.
It was.
Elizabeth Thomas was in the Alabama Work Release Program for 5 of her 15 years in prison.
So they had a combination of incarcerated people and free world people? Yes. Did you feel like there was a difference how they treated?
Free world.
Oh, most definitely. We work longer hours.
Make the work release work over, work extra days, don't want to give you off days. Like, no, I got to eat my health. I have to get rest. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a machine. But that's how they look at you, like.
This is Quincy Sanders. During his nearly 17 years in prison, he worked at several restaurants, a lumber yard, and McDonald's.
Like, working a real job and trying to be incarcerated is a very hard experience. You have to be mind strong, really.
Alabama has one of the most overcrowded and deadly prison systems in the United States. Even the Justice Department found conditions there to be unconstitutional.
It's not an accident.
In 2023, almost a person a day died in Alabama prisons, which is almost 5 times the national average.
They might get beat to death. People beating folks with sticks. They breaking broomsticks, making little billy clubs. People in there stabbing each other.
Nightmare.
People in there doing drugs. People
Rape.
in there almost about to die. They're not giving you no nursing assistance. The nurse probably get there, you probably be dead.
But ADOC offers people
like
in prison with
nonviolent
misdemeanor convictions a potentially life-saving deal. If they join the work release program, they get to live in special.
There's a movie called Shot Collar that's all about normal blue collar guy, white collar maybe, gets in a really nasty car accident, ends up killing, one of the people in there, goes to jail for involuntary manslaughter. I think that's what it was. But the whole story is about him having to join allegiance with the white supremacists in the jail he's put in to survive, to literally survive. And then by the time he's actually released, he's completely transformed, into a completely different person who can never go back to his old life. And his wife is shocked, and he actually, like, the ending, not to spoil you, but the ending of the movie is him, like, doing some shit for the white supremacist guys, and it's totally bananas, but it's really not that far from the truth. Like, if you want to survive, you gotta get your mind right. Nobody is the Punisher. Nobody is, Rorschach, and is able to handle their own in a prison environment. And a lot of the time, you gotta, it's just disgusting. The whole thing is disgusting, because you would like, oh, you're forced to go to school, right? You're forced to like read books, and no, the guards will watch, a bunch of fights go down, and it's unbelievable what's happening every single day in the United States prison industrial complex. It's absolutely insane, actually. Anti-human, and the more right wing the area, the more likely you are to have a corrections department that is engaging in full-blown barbarism.
Special facilities that are generally much less dangerous than regular prisons. They spend their days working in the free world without prison supervision, and they can.
Oh, these people must be super dangerous. They so deserve these incredibly long prison sentences. Oh, they're so dangerous. You can send them in the real world to fucking, run the grill at the Golden Corral 9 to 5 without even, you don't even got the guy with the aviators and the shotgun chewing on the fucking, and make sure this deadly criminal doesn't try to smoke crack on the job. Gonna make sure. So they don't even do that, huh? Fucking hilarious.
Earn 72-hour passes to visit their families at home.
If you go out here and you do the right thing, you get to elevate, you get to grow, you get out of this facility.
Hilarious.
But what you didn't tell me is that you finna get all my money. That's what they didn't tell you.
The state takes a 40% cut of every incarcerated worker's wages off the top, before taxes. Plus an additional $5 a day for van rides to and from work, $15 a month for laundry, and then any restitution and court fees.
If your check is $636,
private sector,
you might see
for the win.
Two something out of that, and that's every 2 weeks. and you done work 80 hours and only seen $200. Like it makes you lose motivation, because you know money motivates people, especially working. So it kind of makes you lose motivation.
One estimate calculated that the state of Alabama.
Just a quick recap: slave labor, state-sanctioned slave labor in the state of Alabama, using prisoners to flip burgers and make chalupas at Taco Bell. Yeah, yeah, and of course these people are of course mostly drug criminals, small-time stuff, theft. I seriously doubt they do this kind of stuff with murderers and rapists and whatnot, right? The kind of people they should actually be worried about. I'm not saying thieves and lower criminals should get off scot-free. They're mentally ill and the poor baby, and no, there needs to be a whole program there. But just throwing them in with the wolves, throwing them in the pit, and then this, from their perspective, it's humane. Well, you don't want to go to the rape dungeon, do you? Much better than the rape dungeon. Yeah, it's a lot better than the rape dungeon. Yep, you're right. Yep, I'll work for pennies on the dollar. Okay. Technically better. So yeah, rape dungeons, legal, state-sanctioned rape dungeons. Usual stuff.
Alabama enjoys a benefit of more than $450 million a year off of prison labor.
And it's slavery all the way around the board, just slavery.
And unlike...
maybe technically serfdom, right? Kind of this is more not neo-serfdom, but kind of old school serfdom.
Free world workers, incarcerated workers can't just get a shift covered or quit.
ADOC has a list of rules that all incarcerated people are expected to abide by. Rules like don't have contraband, be in your bunk at the required time, and rules like don't refuse to work. That's a rule on the books.
Encouraging others to stop working. Ooh, did you see that one?
Rules like don't refuse to work.
Encouraging or causing others to stop work. What did it say above Auschwitz? Something about working. If you work, you'll be free. Something like that. Can't do the Nazi stuff. Come on now. Come on. Let's not do Nazi stuff. All right, moving on to the next story. If you want to see the rest of this amazing breakdown, by the way, make sure you're liking and subscribing to More Perfect Union. Absolutely amazing. Every video, every documentary they do, absolutely on point. The real journalism, the kind of shit CNN runs away from, the kind of shit the CNN wishes they could do. Work make you free. Yeah, makes you free. That's what it was. Well, they should put this above the new prison facility, and it doesn't. A prison that doesn't have, you can just come and go. Because you get special passes, and like I said, from their perspective, this is them being merciful, right-wingers. This is what merciful looks like to right-wingers. Moving on. Make sure you're liking and subscribing to More Perfect Union, though, for real. Sorry, I numbed my mouth drinking a lot of this iced liquid, and now my mouth is really numb. My tongue is numb. I wanted to report on this, though. This is fucking crazy. We know so little about the planet that we're on, and it fascinates me to this. Every time I read something like this, it's like, wow, we really don't know anything, and we're strutting around. We're talking about the end of history. Fukuyama. Oh yeah, neoliberalism's the end of history. It's the best we can do. We don't even know what the fuck is going on. How about a little humility, Fukuyama? Oh, this is it. This is as good as it gets. Yeah, maybe for you and your buddies, it was like literally as good as it gets. Like, technically, the rich, some of these rich people are living better than any king has ever lived. More opulent, more luxury than any royalty has ever experienced ever anywhere at any time. Outside of the really decadent, illegal Caligula kind of shit, right? But even there's ways around that, but you still have to be careful. Back in the day, you didn't even have to be careful. They pine for those days, by the way. But no, this is amazing. Massive ocean discovered beneath the Earth's crust, containing more water than on the surface. Now, I've never heard of this website. I'm pretty sure I got this link off Twitter or Reddit. This could all be completely made up or some other kind of fabrication. There's something kind of funky and illegitimate about the whole situation here, but I'm going to report on it anyway because I'm wildly irresponsible. Feels like there have been staggering science stories emerging every other day recently, all of which have blown our tiny little minds. Was this written by AI? Shit's been written by AI. Harry Fletcher. Okay, Harry. First, there was discovery of a terrifying black hole pointed right at us. Then there was a huge hole found in the sun and a missing continent found after going missing for 375 years. I don't even know what the hell they're talking about there. Wow. Here's the link to the article if you want to see what the hell they're talking about. They really want Hitler to be reborn. I mean, yeah, they're desperate. They're desperate for an authoritarianism that they think is going to make their lives better. And that, goddamn, they have no idea how wrong they are. Now people are only just realizing that there's a massive ocean hidden under the Earth's crust. Turns out there's a huge supply of water 400 miles underground stored in rock known as ringwoodite. Ringwoodite. What? Scientists previously discovered that the water is stored inside mantle rock in a sponge-like state, which isn't a liquid, solid, or a gas, but instead a fourth state. What? This is bullshit. This can't be real. What? The scientific paper titled Dehydration Melting at the Top of the Lower Mantle was published in 2014 and laid out the findings. 2014, we're just finding out about the ocean, the secret ocean of water. The public is just finding. The scientists already knew about this. What other secrets did they know? The ringwoodite is like a sponge soaking up water. There is something very special about the crystal structure of ringwoodite that allows it to attract hydrogen and trap water, said geophysicist Steve Jacobson at the time. It's not a real person. It's not a real fucking person. Quote, this mineral can contain a lot of water under conditions of the deep mantle, added Jacobson, who was part of the team behind the discovery and is 100% a robot, confirmed android. He added, I like to drink oil on my spare time. No, I'm sorry. I think we are finally seeing evidence of a whole Earth water cycle, which may help explain the vast amount of liquid water on the surface of our habitable planet. Scientists have been looking for this missing deep water for decades. So yeah, I've actually heard of this before. Because we have these oceans, we're trying to track, it should be technically possible to track an object or, some way to track something flowing through the entire, do a full loop, do a full rotation. But that's kind of eluded scientists. So they've always suspected that deeper in, there's a bunch of water being trapped. So that's kind of interesting. I wonder if that, that being polluted, that having a bunch of nasty shit is bad, or maybe by the time it gets down there, it's totally filtered and pure water, and the heat, it's impossible for it to be impure. I don't know how that works. Maybe this is like, because the Earth is kind of like an organism in and of itself. Maybe this is part of its natural filtration process. I thought we already knew this because that's how Earth naturally purifies our water. Shut up, nematode. Not everyone's a goddamn nematode of knowledge like you are. I didn't know this. You're telling, you're walking around. I know what ringwoodite is. Bitch, if you told me this was a Pokemon, I'd believe you. Scientists made the findings at the time after studying earthquakes and discovering that seismometers for picking up shockwaves under the surface of the Earth. Meant in the article, but I get you. Yeah, right, nematode. Okay, thank you. Maybe the lizard people in the Hollow Earth cleaned it out for us. I want the Hollow Earth shit to be real. It's such a neat idea. It's so creative. It's so fun. I wish it was real. All right. Anyway, like I said, if you want to read the rest of it, it's right here. Interesting stuff. Hidden Ocean, Skibbity Toilet, Ohio. All the kids care about. Fucking Fortnite. Scarlett Johansson's in Fortnite. This is a great clip. Look, I don't know who has the stomach for Piers Morgan. Has anyone in the chat tried to watch this man's show? And I've done, the Coogan Swoot, right? I've done the bullshit roundup. We watch it sometimes on the stream, but it is unbearable. It's actually legitimately unbearable. Why is this up here? Oh my God. Why is this still here? Hold on. That doesn't need to be there. I was looking for my Coogan Swoot. Does anyone watch Piers Morgan's show? It's unbearable. Just the clips that I've seen. It's Piers Morgan over here. He gets defensive when called out for being a right winger, and it's unbelievable because the way he asks questions and the way that he sets up information, it's clearly from a right wing perspective. He was calling Kamala Harris a disaster on one of these streams, right? And it's Cenk Uygur keeps going on this show. I guess it's more important to go on there and challenge this guy. But he's kind of a fucking joke to me. Like there's just zero legitimacy to this guy. Like he's a total fucking clown. I totally understand why UK media, like he's and like he does the Tucker Carlson kind of thing, but kind of from the UK with like a UK flair. I think he actually does it a little bit more authentic than Tucker Carlson does. But he's constantly cloaking himself and, I'm just asking questions, and I'm a centrist, and I just want to get to the truth. But he's so blatantly right-wing at the same time that it's a total joke. He delegitimizes that, well-crafted image, that he's trying to create. He totally undermines it the next second with the fucking words coming out of his mouth. Anyway, this Tim Miller from The Bulwark, who is a neoliberal partisan, he's MSNBC, Hillary Clinton was actually a really good politician kind of guy. He's funny though. He's snappy. He's witty. I don't watch him regularly, but I've seen him around. He does the interview circuit, all that. Like I said, he'll be on MSNBC. They'll interview him if they want a funny guy, if they want a guy to be a little edgy. Ooh, he says bad words sometimes. Right. He's just dangerous enough for MSNBC to flirt with him. But anyway, he really put Piers Morgan in his place here. So slam dunk. Great job. Awesome. Got him. Where is it? There it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We got him.
Do you know why Trump and Kamala Harris have never met, Piers? Have you thought about it for a second? Do you know why they really haven't met?
Tell me.
Because he was a toddler. And he threw a temper tantrum after he lost a fair election. And for the first time in America since the Civil War, we did not have a peaceful transfer of power. We did not have a ceremonial transfer of power where the former president, like a man, goes and stands on the stage and greets the next incoming president, where he helps the incoming team with
No, he stayed in the White House and pouted. And it was funny at the time because Joe Biden was like, good, I don't want him here.
The transition where the vice president's team meets with that didn't happen last time because Donald Trump attempted a coup and he had a temper tantrum and he flew home to Mar-a-Lago just to go golfing and to hang out with the Cougars on the pool deck.
To be clear, all of which
That's what happened. That's why they haven't met, because he tried a coup.
Well, to be clear, at the time I heavily criticised him for all the things you've just said. But that doesn't explain why...
Okay, sure, but Corey Lewandowski comes on your show and he's like, oh, Donald Trump and Kamala haven't met.
Well, hang on.
Oh, my goodness. No, wow, that's so interesting. They haven't met. And then Corey's over there saying, it's because Kamala was ineffective as a senator.
It's because...
So it's so great. Piers Morgan over here getting called out, and the only defense they have is the rampant must talk over him. Can't allow him to say what he's saying uninterrupted. Try to confuse people. Hey, it's greetings from south of Boston. It's your boy Lenny. Thank you, Lenny, for being here. Appreciate it. I don't know what's wrong with my voice today, folks. I sound like total shit. Sorry. But no, thank you for being here, Lenny. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming back.
Hang on.
It's because Kamala was ineffective as a senator. It's because Donald Trump was supposed to be a deal maker, didn't meet with any of the Democratic senators. He said he was going to be the art of the deal man, but he didn't try to actually do any deals. All he did was insult people on Twitter, and then after he lost to Kamala Harris, fair and square, and Joe Biden, he didn't have the dignity to have a transfer of power for the first time in American history.
So yeah, lots of tough words when talking about Trump, does he have the same kind of fire when talking about the failures of the neoliberals? Never. And that's why he gets to go on TV and I don't. Even though I beg, I sent the videos. I was like, look, Mehdi Hassan, he said the wrong things. I'll say the right things. I'll say exactly what you want, Daddy. They never got back to me. This is hilarious. I don't think technically I can show this whole video. So I think technically I have to blur this, but I have to show it because it's Republicans. It's, it's, we'll just say rural Republicans. Okay. We'll say rural Republicans, really going at it. And one of them just smacks the other guy right in the face. And drops him to his knees, dude. He really drops this guy. He's like a monster. Okay, there we go. So I saw this. So this was Arkansas GOP meeting, and they're arguing over. So the technicality, the reason why they're arguing is that the right wing that runs everything is actually trying to cut them out completely, trying to be anti-democratic. Wow, go figure. So they're used to being able to have their say and have an input, but the current right-wing government is trying to cut them out of the process completely, using a bunch of really dirty tricks. So it's getting heated. This is what you want, guys. This is what fascism looks like, big boys. This is what dictatorships look like. You know what? Oh, you think you're going to install a dictatorship? A fascist dictatorship? You think you're going to install a fascist dictatorship and then what? Be able to vote? Have an opinion? You install a fascist dictatorship. It's like pushing a boulder down a hill. You don't get to stop the boulder. You don't get to push the boulder. The boulder goes where the boulder wants to go. And you just got to hope that the boulder hurts the people you want it to hurt. Anyway, leopard meat fucking face.
Do not threaten her.
All right, so who do you think is going to get knocked out? Okay, we got Mr. Pink and we got the overalls. Yeah, thank you, Lenny. I'm barely holding on here. Not my best stream so far. I gotta kick it up a notch. I'm gonna do a rail of cocaine and I'll be right as rain. Just kidding. But no. So ding ding ding. Who do you think's gonna win? Who do you think's gonna be laid out on the floor here? Mr. Overalls. He's got the sunglasses on his forehead. He means business. Right? Look, you put the sunglasses on your forehead so just in case things get really bright, and you just like whoop, you're like, it's like a superhero power. It's like whoop. Right? So here we go. Things are getting, I love the smile on this woman's face. Things are getting a little awkward. All right, place your bets. Is it overalls or is it Mr. Pink? Is it overalls or is it Mr. Pink? Mr. Green Jeans is my vote. Green? You talking about Mr. Overalls? Okay. All right. Well, let's see what happens. Oh, whoa! Did you see that one coming? Hold on. What happened? Oh, there it is. Overalls. So then apparently, so Overalls gets fucking rocked, dude. He fucking haymaker right to the biscuit, and drops on his knees, dude. Just like boom, and then apparently they tackle each other. He's not out for the count. He's not knocked out, but he was totally caught off guard. Those glasses flew, by the way, too. Drops to his knees, and then they're like scuffling on the floor, tackling each other, and it's really pathetic. And call the police! Thin blue line! Bring it up! Nothing I love more. Nothing I love more than to see these right wingers, getting it. This is when you embrace ignorance and violence, when you embrace authoritarianism, it's not pretty. It's ugly as hell. It is ugly as hell. And this is what it looks like on a small scale. Yeah. Well, they're going to get it. They're very, as the polls show, and I might get into the polls a little bit. Hint. Very briefly. But they're getting exactly what they want. Harris and Trump, it's 50-50, right? There's a good 50% chance that these guys are going to get exactly what they want. And they honestly have no idea what that entails. They think it's all in their head. It's it's like heaven. It's some total fantasy. It's all going to be good. It's all going to be great. All of our enemies get annihilated, and my jobs get more wages, and things get cheaper, and gas gets cheaper, and it just fill in the blank. And then if you confront them on that, and you go, okay, well, none of that shit's actually going to happen. They go, well, at the very least, the people I don't like are also going to suffer. The people that I disagree with are going to be really mad about this. And they don't, I think a lot of people, they don't really, it doesn't compute in their head like that, but it's like a gut feeling. It's like, if I'm suffering, others are suffering. And the people that also means that the people that I don't like are suffering. And it's like a mutual kind of suffering. And that kind of, if the suffering's never going to stop, if you've convinced yourself the suffering is never going to stop, that can kind of be, make it feel better a little bit, make you feel a little bit better about it, what you're experiencing, all the suffering you're experiencing, if everyone else is experiencing similar, especially those smug limousine liberals. Remember that? I love saying that. So this is, and this is, I wanted to show this because this fella here is a right-wing comedian, famous, his whole shtick is alcoholism and, misogyny, I want to be, make America great again kind of stuff, right? I want to go back to when men could be real men and we could say whatever we want, and just a lazy excuse to tell a bunch of racist, sexist, homophobic jokes that are stale, that are not funny, that are not clever. But like I said, his big thing is alcoholism, and there was some kind of movie or something about him. He takes his fucking shirt off, shows his disgusting body off. So anyway, he goes into a Rite Aid, head full of right-wing propaganda and whiskey. He's drunk 24/7, just like I'm high 24/7. It's true. But he goes into a goddamn Rite Aid, head full of right-wing propaganda, and this is what he thinks is going on. Listen to this.
This is Los Angeles. Everything is gone. Look at this. This is our deodorants, I think. This place is going, this looks like it's been looted, and I guess thieves just come in and take whatever's expensive and just fucking walk out with it.
Yeah, dog.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
This is unrecognizable.
Wow, the thieves take all that.
When I moved to Los Angeles,
wow.
You'd come into Rite Aid and you'd spend the fucking afternoon.
What? Yeah, one more time. Listen to that. What are you talking about? What?
When I moved to Los Angeles, you'd come into Rite Aid and you'd spend the fucking afternoon.
When I come to Los Angeles, what used to, back in the day when I used to come to Los Angeles, we would come to Rite Aid and spend the fucking afternoon. Welcome back, Ribbons.
When I moved to Los Angeles, you'd come into Rite Aid and you'd spend the fucking afternoon looking around. This is so fucking sad.
Wow. Wow. Shake your head, man. What has become of society? The thieves have stolen. Look at the thieves. They take all the expensive stuff. Look at that. Wow. Look at these shelves. Empty. Wow, look at that. Wow. He literally says it. Wow. Wow. They took all the deodorant. All the thieves, they took all the deodorant. So what's actually going on is that Rite Aid filed for fucking bankruptcy, and it's closing a bunch of stores. And of course, it's selling out all of its inventory. It's not restocking anything. Guy has no fucking idea what the hell's going on around him. All too happy to perpetuate, you know, I mean, because, like, you know, nothing, right-wingers love nothing more than to take a grain of truth and to spin it completely wildly out of control. And that's what we see here. Because the grain of truth is that the neoliberals that are running California are doing an atrocious job. These people, you know, they're implementing these progressive, you know, treating crime like a medical, you know, treating drug addiction like a medical issue, and they're half-assed. They're implementing them in a really half-assed way. And it's making the left wing, you know, concept of treating, you know, drug addicts and people that are down and out as human beings. It's that entire concept is now open for debate because they've failed so hard. You know, the people of California, the people of San Francisco, at the very least, the people of LA have put rather progressive district attorneys in charge, you know, that have tried to come in and made some reforms, but they did it in a neoliberal way, half-assed. And apparently, you know, if you go to San Francisco, there's like $40 billion a year. And somehow it's still not enough. It's just never enough. And look, I lived there, man. I was shocked to hear the amount of money that was spent on homelessness, because you would think that's like, you know, they've just given up. It's shocking. It's shocking to hear that there's tens of billions of dollars being spent, but you pass the same heroin addict every single fucking day on your way to work, literally. So it's a tough situation, and what we have is a complete failure to govern by the neoliberals that's leaving this wide open for disingenuous, moronic right-wingers, 3 sheets to the wind, walking through a fucking bankrupted company, wondering why the shelves are empty. Oh, it must be all the thieves, must be all the left-wing junk, must be all the left-wing drug takers, all the wokers, all those woke people came in and stole, man. They just steal. That's what we do. Right? These morons, because of the failures of the neoliberals, these morons are going to get in fucking charge. They're going to get. And then what's their solution? What's their solution? More jail time. Just incredible authoritarianism, right? Throw your ass in jail, throw away the key. Assholes like Bert are happy to, you know, advocate for stuff like that because they know that they're in a class above it, that they'll never see it. Right? Oh, you got a homeless problem? Put them all on a bus and ship them somewhere else. There we go. Problem solved. And let me tell you, the people of San Francisco and the people of LA have had just about enough, and they're about to vote in Bert's. They're about to vote in Bert. People like Bert. People who agree with Bert. Okay? Yeah, just put them all on a bus and get them the fuck out of here. I'd like to have one goddamn day out of the year where I can sit in the fucking park and eat an egg salad sandwich without being accosted for drugs. It's really bad. It's really bad. And it makes the left wing look bad. It makes the left wing, you know, look like we don't have the right policies here. We do, but they're not being implemented correctly. Or they're being implemented in a half-assed way, if at all. And you know, and then you know, the neoliberals strut around and say, I'm progressive, I'm so progressive, we're so progressive. You're half-assing actual progressive policies. Saw this, though, just to do now for something completely different, kind of pseudo-related. So I just got done shitting on the neoliberals, but let me give a little praise here. So this is the best they got. I think this is a right-wing account, or this is. I think they're trying to call Kamala Harris out on this, like this is supposed to be a bad thing. But listen to this. In the latest article about Kamala Harris, staff turnover on the Washington Post, former staffers complained that she expects her team to be just as prepared as she is and to be able to explain everything they put in her briefings and schedule. Oh, no. Welcome back, Woke Patriot, by the way. So listen to this. I love this. I think this is great. So this is from the article. Some of Harris's early staff was also discomfited by her prosecutorial leadership style, former staffers said, which included pointed questions from Harris about footnotes in their reports or the reasons behind why certain items had been added to her schedule. So she reads everything. She reads the notes. She reads the briefs. And then she's asking these people questions. Why is this here? Why is this here? Why, what about this? Quote from one of these staffers. It's stressful to brief her because she's read all the material, she's annotated it, and is prepared to talk through it, said one former aide. Quote, you can't come to the vice president and just ask her to do something, said another staffer. You need to have a why. That behavior manifests in other encounters, the staffer continued, such as when someone pays her compliments. Quote, she'll turn to them and say, why? And that throws them off, the staffer said. So people were, I don't know, pay her compliments and she'll say why. I don't know how to interpret that, whatever. But to me, this is great. This is great news. I'm hearing really positive things about Kamala Harris and her. There might be a chance that she might actually be a little bit more to the left economically than Biden or Trump, or Biden and Obama. Comma the Harris. Welcome back, Zio Duke. I'm still unsure that Trump can read. Yeah, let's see if he can say prosecutorial. They're going to beat Trump, though. I hope so. Right now, the polls are 50-50. But I like this. I think this is great. And if this is them trying to nail Kamala Harris, keep talking. Keep talking. Oh, she's really detail oriented and she's a professional and she reads all the documents and oh, what? You mean she didn't ask her staffers to dumb it down to fucking literally pictures and charts and graphs and put in a lot of compliments about herself so that she'll pay attention, a la Trump. Comrade Harris is the left all the way. Yeah, okay. Let's have only a little bit of hope that, because, she has the guts to talk about raising the capital gains tax and defending that position. I saw one of her surrogates on MSNBC or ABC or whatever, one of those, defending raising the capital gains tax. And I was like fucking rock hard hearing it. Why do I say those things? This is so disgusting. No one wants to hear that. I was very excited to hear that stuff. Anyway, this is great. I love this. Moving on to the next. Way ahead since the last start of August. Yeah, they ahead since the start of August. Well, depending on what poll you watch. So, okay, so I just got done praising Harris. Let's go back to where I'm shitting on the neoliberals again. So, I've said this before, I'll say it again. I don't think it's a good thing that a bunch of right-wingers are like, I'm going to vote for Harris. Some of the most evil and disgusting people on planet Earth. Oh, okay, they're on our side. Is this supposed to be a W? Is this supposed to be a win? This ghoulish war criminal is now on our side? Because, the win is him saying, I'm not voting. I hate Trump. I'm a never Trumper, but Kamala Harris scares me. And she's too left. She scares me. That's the win. It's actually a total L and indicative of just how bad neoliberal politics has gotten. That instead of sitting it out, this guy will just, okay, all right, okay. She's corporatist enough. She loves the military-industrial complex enough. She doesn't question the military-industrial complex. I'll vote Kamala, says Dick Cheney, one of the most evil motherfuckers on planet Earth. Literally. Our version of Darth fucking Vader. And we're supposed to celebrate this, guys. Cheney explained himself fairly well. He's mostly a never Trump guy, more than he agrees with Harris, though let's face it, they likely agree on way too much. They probably agree on 90%. Trump is the monster he created. He's Frankenstein, and Trump is the fucking monster. Oh, I didn't want it that way. I didn't want him to say grab him by the pussy. I want him to be a good little boy like George Bush. I'm talking that way because I keep looking at Dick Cheney, and it's like he looks like he has like a Beetlejuice thing happening. Don't say my name 3 times. I'll have to teleport over to you, and I'll be your demon, your ghost demon for a couple hours. I don't know how this works. I don't know how being a demon works. Just don't say my name 3 times. Dick Cheney becomes the new mirror demon. He replaces the Candyman as the new mirror demon. Say my name 3 times and I'll appear. I'll send you to war. All right, anyway, moving on.
According to...
have to talk about this. Judge Merchan delaying sentencing. We all saw it coming, right? The Duke boys do it again. Trump does it again. Avoids prosecution yet again. At the end of the day, the more Republicans abandon him in favor of Harris, the better. Yeah, I mean, maybe. The whole idea, though, Blue Brother, that they were supposed to be converting hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands of Republicans, centrist Republicans to the Democratic Party, to the neoliberal party. You know, it's like, what do we have to sacrifice to bring these people along? And how come we're not spending hundreds of millions of dollars on a get out the vote campaign for a bunch of non-voters? Instead, we're doing exactly what Hillary Clinton did and lost doing, seeking out right-wing people, centrist right-wingers, so-called independents, who, you know, they're independent because they have a gay brother. Yeah, I like economic fascism. I think a dictatorship would be great, except, not the gay stuff. Gay people should just, love is love. But I mean, I'm perfectly okay with, corporate exploitation to the point of complete dominance, where I'm basically a serf, barely surviving. That's just how things need to work. That's just human beings. That's natural progression of things. That's an independent. Support for Harris from Name Republicans of effective drawing uncommitted voters who lean right. Yeah, I guess so. I heard these arguments before. That was the whole thing during Hillary Clinton during 2016. Oh, we're converting them. We're attracting them. And what happened was, remember, there was the ghost vote phenomenon, or there was a bunch of people who were just stone cold ashamed of themselves for voting Trump, but voted Trump anyway. Can't remember the name. There was a name for this term, the shy voter or something like that. But no, the likelihood is that these never Trumpers, these people where Trump is too disgusting, they just don't vote. They just don't vote. They're not gonna show up for the polls. They got better shit to do. They scratch their balls and watch some show on Netflix. They don't give a shit. Right? They're not doing it. They're not going to be it's not a very dependable. It's like, it's like dumping all your money into just trying to go for the youth vote. It's like, yeah, it's sexy and attractive. We can get a lot of celebrities, but they actually don't vote. They don't show up unless you're Obama. And I guess, maybe Harris can capture that same kind of zha-zha-zhu, right? Once in a lifetime kind of situation with her being a, multiracial woman. I don't know, man. Kind of we're kind of 50-50 right now. The polls are showing us 50-50. And we're also now defending and repeating Hillary Clinton's mistakes. Not completely, though, right? Because Hillary Clinton's biggest mistake was just not even bothering to go into certain states, including in very important swing states, because they were too right-wing. She just assumed that they were a loss, which is ironic because she was supposedly, the strategy was supposed to try and get those kind of votes, but okay. And Kamala Harris is not repeating that error, you know, going hard in Georgia and also making appearances across all the swing states, I believe. I don't think she's ignoring anything. Please correct me if I'm wrong. So that's a massive mistake that she's not repeating. But this, like I said, this whole like running to the right, try to convert these people. I don't know, man. Kind of failed really bad last time. Remember Nate Silver? It was like Hillary Clinton slam dunk, Hillary Clinton slam dunk. And his goddamn formulations were wrong. No? Anyone remember that? No? Okay. Anyway, Duke Boy does it again. Donald Trump fucking avoids accountability.
To sources approved by sources to NBC News with direct knowledge, Judge Juan Merchan will sentence November 26, 2024, if necessary. So it is going to be adjourned until November 26.
So, Woke Patriot, you're correct. But you're correct only because that's the paradigm, and they don't want to change that paradigm, the neoliberals. Kamala Harris has raised over $600 million or something. She could spend tens of millions of dollars across the nation on a get out the vote campaign, knocking on doors, registering voters, having a phone, voter registration over the phone, over internet. And I'm sure there's some of that going on, but it doesn't feel aggressive. It doesn't feel everywhere. It doesn't feel overbearing, and that's what it needs to be. It needs to be overbearing and fucking everywhere, every mall across America. You know what I mean? Where is that? You have the money for it. Are you really just going to dump all that money into fucking TV commercials? I don't know. I don't personally see any indication of Harris running to the right more than expected. She's already very centrist. I will agree it's not as aggressive. The I'm with her, the doubling down on the feminism stuff, the super obnoxious Hillary Clinton interactions with celebrities. None of that is happening with Harris. There's definitely lessons have been learned. So I'm not going to disagree there.
2024. Obviously, that is a couple of weeks, several weeks after the election. Your reaction and how important that might be, Lisa?
I'm not entirely surprised that Judge Merchan did that, Chris, for a few reasons. First, Judge Merchan isn't scheduled to rule on Trump's motion to set aside that verdict for evidentiary errors stemming from the presidential immunity decision by the Supreme Court until September 16th. And his lawyers made the argument that if sentencing was only 2 days later, they didn't have enough time to secure relief from either.
Let's not add seats, Joe Biden, right? Let's not try to fix this problem. Let's just let the Supreme Court wreck everything, destroy justice right in front of you on your watch. And you're just snoozing, man. You're just snoozing. You don't even make statements about it because you're so embarrassed how badly you're handling it. You're like, well, if we just don't say anything, then the news will die down. Let's not Streisand affect this, right? Let's not even talk about it. It's too embarrassing. It's just unbelievable. He should have immediately added more seats to the Supreme Court. 3 more, obviously. Look, if you want to fucking pat yourself on the back, make one of them more centrist, right? Make one of them like a Joe Manchin or something if you want. Make yourself feel better. Oh, look, I still, tied one hand behind my back. Right? Go ahead and sabotage the whole thing if you want, but try, man. Do something, dude. Do something. It feels like he's already lost. It feels like he's just already gone. Joe Biden, like we're rudderless, like the captain, captain offed himself, dude. And we're just like, okay, well, hopefully we'll get to port. We're just kind of coasting along.
a state or federal appellate court between the 16th and the 18th that effectively only gave them a day.
Yeah,
other reason that I'm not surprised is that the Manhattan DA itself didn't oppose the request. They gave Judge Merchan essentially a list of pros and cons, but said at the end of the day, the decision was his, that they believed that former President Trump should be sentenced expeditiously in the interest of justice, but they understood that there were factors that might weigh against going immediately to his sentencing. So I'm not surprised that Judge Merchan has now delayed the sentencing until after the election. But note also that he has made the sentencing proceeding still scheduled for 2024. And
he can't keep getting away with this. And yet he does, man. Slipperiest motherfucker on planet Earth. Dude, slicker than snot on a doorknob. Donald Trump. You know, there's a lot of other powerful people and powerful elements that kind of depend on Donald Trump being innocent. You know, they kind of need it. They kind of need him to be innocent, right? God, it disgusts me. Moving on.
Former President Donald Trump is promising dirt.
Wanted to show this here. There's a lot of, you know, Donald Trump was, his economy was so great and COVID screwed it up and everybody was so fucking happy. So that's obviously a lie. But the big lie that we're seeing now it is ridiculous. It's just utterly fucking ridiculous. Donald Trump is walking around on the campaign trail doing speeches about how he wants to do tariffs, which are a tax that absolutely affects the consumer. It immediately, like day one, prices go right up. And he's like, oh, that'll fix it. That'll fix it. That'll punish him. That'll punish him. Then they'll come crawling back. Just like all my wives, they'll come crawling back. So here's an economist to talk about how terrible this idea is and to point out some of Harris's proposals, which are more progressive than I expected. Be quite frank. I'm not going to sit here and call Harris a progressive, not even close. But I will say that she does seem more willing to piss off rich people, and she, even with these policies, people like Mark Cuban are still. I'm voting Harris. I'm proud Harris supporter, and we got people like Bill Gates who just made a recent comment or statement, I think, about how I want to be taxed more. Who was it? Joseph Gordon-Levitt, the actor. Did a famous TikTok. He was like, yeah, I mean, my taxes, I'm going to get 70. You know, my accountant was telling me if Donald Trump gets in and he gets what he wants, I'm going to get a $70,000 tax break. And I don't need it. I'm a multi-million. I don't need it. I want to pay these taxes. I want this money to go in and fix these problems. I got 70,000. It's a drop in the bucket for me. I don't need it. And and Bill Gates kind of saying the similar thing. And Warren Buffett kind of, in his own kind of Joker kind of style. It's cute how the way he does it, which is kind of like, well, I should pay more. I would pay more if the system would force me to do it. You know, I don't know. He's cute. Warren Buffett's cute. Anyway, let's watch this.
Cheap gas prices, massive tax cuts, and the slashing of federal regulations if he is reelected. But it may not be so straightforward. Today, Trump unveiled his new economic plans. Let's get the latest from CNN's Kristen Holmes, who was there in New York as he was doing it. Kristen, walk us through what Trump said.
Yeah, Boris, this was really the most extensive kind of plan that he's laid out. Generally, he just talks about how his administration was better than Kamala Harris and Joe Biden's administration, but now he actually had some proposals. So some top lines from that here. I think we have it up on a screen, and I can go into a little bit.
By the way, I will be covering the presidential debate happening on Tuesday, 6 o'clock, looks like PST. So you can definitely expect the News Underground will be covering this debate live.
Some proposals. So some top lines from that here. I think we have it up on a screen, and I can go into a little bit of detail. One was, as you said, tackling government regulations. At one point, he said that he would get rid of 10 regulations for every new regulation. He also said that Elon Musk had already agreed to lead a government efficiency commission, something that there's already been an enormous amount of pushback on.
So that's actually hilarious. So we were just discussing that, the Project 2025 plan to purge the government, and Elon Musk would be in charge of that, right? So he was so gleeful. He was so happy to fire 80% of his staff at Twitter. And that's been such a massive success, right? So he can't wait to repeat that massive success for the federal government. And you know, it's all gonna be fun and games until they actually do it. And when they actually do it, there's gonna be riots in the streets. It's gonna be total lockdown chaos because nothing is going to work. You know, we're talking about nuts and bolts stuff like driver's licenses and, you know, DMV related, you know, that licensing kind of stuff. But we're talking about like post office. I mean, any number of things, customs, you know, border, you're crossing the border, travel. I mean, it's every aspect. Unless you live in a fucking cave and you drive to and from your, you know, very simple job. You're like, you work at a gas station or something, and that's your entire life. You know, your life will still change, but it won't, you know, it probably won't radically change. But for some people, it's going to completely, for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, millions of people, it will radically change their day-to-day lives, make it more expensive, more inconvenient. It's going to be like dropping a dookie bomb on the entire United States, dude. Like a personal, you know, a personal fucking personal stamp. It's got the Trump fucking, you know, stamp right on there. Bag of dog shit for every single American, right? Personally delivered by limo by Donald Trump. Here you go. Here's your personal bag of dog shit. I put the Trump logo on it. Embossed? Is that was the word I was looking for? Embossed? Maybe. Trump embossed. It's really stinky dog shit. It's the best kind of dog shit. I guarantee you're not gonna get finer dog shit than what's in this bag. Here you go. I'm giving one to every American. Enjoy. If you're not home, I just put the bag down on your porch and I just light the bag on fire. You know, make America great again. Gas station workers be like, why am I always catching strays? Look, man, they deserve a living wage, you know, but it's like the mailroom version of a job. It's an entry level kind of stuff. But if that's what you want to do for the rest of your life, you know, I don't think you should be earning enough money to afford a mansion, but I do think you should be earning enough money to pay rent, pay the bills, take a trip to Disneyland once a year, you know, the usual fucking shit. It shouldn't be that crazy.
This would be a commission that looked at fraud and waste within government spending. He said that they would withdraw unspent funds from the Biden administration, and he doubled down on this idea of sweeping tariffs on imports. He said, and this is something we've heard from economists, that it wouldn't hurt inflation. It would actually help with the inflation. Economists have disagreed with that. He also embraced cryptocurrency, something we've seen him do a lot of lately. At one point, he said he wanted to make America the world capital for crypto and for Bitcoin.
Go here.
He also doubled down on his tax cuts, saying he wanted to make them permanent. Of course, one of the things people are going to really hone in on.
Why? I mean, like a neoliberal Democrat will be happy to make these tax cuts permanent. Obama did for Bush. Why do we expect the Democrats to do any different for Trump?
One is something that you said, which was those dirt cheap gas prices. People are still paying quite a bit at the pump, and that's something that really matters to him.
Dirt cheap gas prices. Dirt cheap gas. It was like three something. Dirt cheap gas price. You know what we should be actually paying if the price at the pump reflected the price per barrel right now? We should all be paying about $1.50, maybe even less. All of that beyond is just gouging, and it just continues to go up. But if you were to actually base it off the actual price per gallon, because there's actually a lot of oil. We're not at peak oil. We're not anywhere close to peak oil. Plenty of oil. And oil is actually, you know, dependency is going down because of, you know, the adherence to EVs and other alternatives. You know, we're seeing EV semis, and that, you know, as those increase, plenty of oil. Could you imagine how, like, you'd be like, I'm driving to Abu Dhabi and back. It's $1.50 a gallon, dude. I'm driving into the ocean. I'm going to go meet the Ariel and her king father. What was his name? I'm going to go steal his trident that looks like a penis. He's actually endorsing crypto, but then again, well, I mean, look, he's desperate to make money, you know, pump and dump these idiots just to get to the finish line, and then he can just declare himself innocent.
Economists are weighing in on this plan. There is a lot of pushback, but also a lot of people saying that some of this is doable. So a little bit of both here, obviously, as we look at these two plans.
Kristen Holmes, thank you so much. Let's get some analysis now with CNN economics and political commentator Catherine Rampell. Catherine, thank you so much for being with us on set.
This is actually pretty good.
Lucky me.
Yeah. What are your takeaways from Trump's speech?
To the extent that he said things that were coherent. And some of it was just sort of words randomly chosen out of a dictionary, I think. To the extent that he said anything that was coherent, it was kind of what we would expect. It was a promise of more income tax cuts, higher tariffs, which, by the way, tariffs are taxes. And if you look at the distribution of what he has proposed, most people would see.
If Kamala Harris recommended any kind of tariffs, we would see the most hypocritical. It would take the cake, right? It would be night and day, right? The next day, right? Harris proposes any kind of tariff because it's really toxic. It's really bad economically. Larry Kudlow would immediately jump on it. Oh my God, Kamala Harris talked about a fucking tariff. Oh, we're gonna shit all over. We're gonna shit all over. It's terrible, terrible economics. You only do tariffs if you're in a Russia situation. Remember, hurting Russia economically hurt everybody economically, you know, because we're in a global economic system. You don't want to do it, especially if you're a capitalist, you know, especially if you're a fucking monopoly man. You don't want tariffs. You want that free flow of goods and services as hindrance-free as possible so that more commerce can happen and more money can be made. Okay, art of the deal. Here's your personal bag of shit. I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm a businessman who doesn't know how to do a business. I'm bankrupt so many times it make your head spin, but somehow I'm still legitimate as a businessman. What the fuck are you talking about?
More increase in taxes through tariffs than they would see tax cuts through income tax cuts.
It out.
So some of that, yeah, it does. It more than gets wiped out. So you heard tariffs, taxes. You heard this government efficiency commission, which I think at best will probably do nothing. We've had lots of blue ribbon panels before. At worst, might help Donald Trump identify more enemies whom he can weaponize state power against. And then kind of more of the same deregulation, which he tried to do in the first term.
I'm curious about the...
By the way, a lot of that deregulation, Joe Biden has not reversed. I guess that doesn't matter. That's not relevant. But, you know, there is a lefty assumption that Joe Biden came in and flipped the script and churned a lot of shit around. Not a lot. Not a lot. Really just the most egregious stuff. And even then, the wall wasn't taken down. I mean, it was only recently did we get any changes to Donald Trump's immigration policies that Joe Biden kept going. It's goes on and on and on. Anyway.
Distinctions between what he's laying out as an economic vision and that of Vice President Kamala Harris.
Too.
You had Goldman Sachs come out today, and in large part because of his promise to jack up tariffs, essentially say that her plan would be better for stimulating the economy, getting the economy going, helping folks that need help.
I mean, this is the same thing that happened with Kwasi Kwarteng in the UK, right? I said this last weekend, but they got everything they wanted with Kwasi Kwarteng and Liz Truss. They got everything they wanted, and the moment they got what they wanted, the economy started tanking because the economy knows that when rich people get everything that they want, the economy stops moving because normal people stop having money. The system understands that there's a certain amount of greed where, you know, the gears are no longer oiled. There's no longer fuel in the gas tank to push the engine. So it's hilarious. I keep talking about it, but I'll say it again. These people are mentally ill. Okay, they're willing to put not only themselves and their friends and their family, but the entire economy, the entire world into economic peril to make a buck, to get that number higher. You know how you play an MMO and you kill all the rabbits? I gotta kill all the rabbits and make the number higher, and it just starts to become a compulsion. You play Drakengard for 80 fucking hours. You're not even at ending B. You do all the expeditions for fucking hours. You're leveling up all these fucking weapons. You're doing all these expeditions. You're at 80 hours and you still are not even ending B. Becomes a compulsion, becomes an obsession. Well, idiots like me are wasting time on a PS2 game. That same mental illness, that same compulsion to make that number go up. Forbes magazine does a big spread about how much you're a genius. Well, this guy's more mentally ill than anyone we've ever seen. He's so cutthroat. He made so much money. It's ridiculous. Right? No one's putting me on the cover of a magazine because I've spent 80 hours of my life trying to get to ending E on Drakengard. God, that game fucking sucks.
And his.
Can't stop playing it.
So to be clear, there are a lot of unknowns about both of their economic plans and what would actually make it into law, depending on who's in Congress, who controls both chambers of Congress anyway. I would say that there are some things in Donald Trump's plan that are obviously bad for the economy, obviously bad for inflation and GDP growth. So one of them is tariffs. That's only one that would raise costs for consumers or raise taxes, depending on how you look at it.
He's literally running on making everything more expensive than it is even now. And he doesn't get shit for it. He gets rounded. Yeah, I want tariffs. Yeah, tariffs on my food and tariffs on my goods and services. Plus tariff on the oil. Yeah. Okay. All right, jackass. Apparently, we're all millionaires, and we just have so much money, it's ridiculous, and we don't even care. We're all super patriots, and we want to pay more money for everything because we just love it. We just, it's... I paid $30 a gallon for my gas. Pass the Grey Poupon. It's rather swanky.
Another thing would be deporting a large share of the workforce. That would likely also lead to higher prices, particularly for the industries that are most dependent on a foreign-born workforce like agriculture and food services. Politicizing the Fed, also likely to lead to higher inflation and other things that his advisors have talked about, like devaluing the dollar.
Not good.
All of those would be unequivocally bad. The things like...
you're just biased. You don't even know how a tariff works. Tariffs mean make America great again.
Regulation, it depends on what that actually means. And if you look at his record during his first term...
You're just a DEI high. You're kind of, you might be ethnic, maybe. I don't know. I don't know really how to tell. So you're like a DEI hire. That's why you're saying you're woke and you're, yeah.
He did some deregulation. He actually increased regulation on certain things, including legal immigration. So I don't know, that might be a wash.
She's a DEI hire, right? Clip it. Send it to Asmund Gold. Asmund Gold on the case. He's going to watch this and say, she's woke. Swat away a cockroach on his face. She's woke. Slightly ethnic, maybe. Probably a DEI hire, right, guys?
Kamala Harris's plan, again, a lot of question marks there, and some of the things I've been very critical of, like the price gouging stuff. In fairness, it probably won't become law, so maybe don't worry.
So, Blue Brother, it basically just adds, you got trade between two nations, right? It basically just adds an extra tax on top of that trade, right? So if it costs $1 to trade, the tariff adds $10 to that. It's just, and then that money goes right into, I think, back into the state, right? It's like, but it's just literally, you put a tariff in place if you want to discourage trade, right? So sometimes tariffs make a lot of sense. So Japan sometimes will have a tariff on their rice, right? Because they don't want export, because there's only a certain amount of rice that they want to export. They want a certain amount of rice to be within the country. So they put a tariff on it to dissuade people from trading. That's literally the reason why you do it. So if you're a capitalist, if you're like a free market guy, if you're like Mr. Moneybags, like Mr. Trump is, here's your personal anagram fucking bag of shit, right? It's really terrible. And like I said, if Kamala Harris had come out with plans for tariffs, we'd see characters like Larry Kudlow and every other bad actor, right winger, blowing a fucking gasket and being like, oh, this is the economic apocalypse 2.0. This is going to be so terrible for the... She's so dumb. She's so dumb. She doesn't know what she's doing. So it's utterly ridiculous that he's talking about it as if this is supposed to help people, you know? Maybe a specific tariff on, you know, something very specific that's affecting like Chinese, you know, that trade or something, maybe. But the vague sweeping notions that he kind of implies about what he wants to do with tariffs, it's like it's a terrible, absolutely atrocious idea, and they're not even really covering it up that well on right wing. They're either not talking about it or they're saying, yeah, you know, vaguely, not really the best idea, not exactly direction we want to go in.
About it so much. Her other tax-related proposals, I think they're probably unlikely to have a major effect on the economy in the sense that her increase in the capital gains rate, I know that people who would be paying that capital gains rate are unhappy about it, but it's probably not going to have a major consequence for the economy. Many of her proposals would help individual families, even if there isn't a big macro effect, like the baby bonus, her proposal to have a $6,000 tax credit for the parents of newborns. I don't think that's going to have a huge effect nationwide on the economy, but for some particular families, it would be very helpful.
The apocalypse. People will be eating their children.
Thanks so much.
If you bring back the tax credit, people will literally eat their children for sustenance. It will literally be World War III. It's literally the harbinger of a new second coming of the devil. What are you talking about? You're clearly a DEI hire. Clearly. So dumb. So dumb.
This week, CNN released a slew of battleground polling. There was so...
Okay, so this is the CNN clip. I don't know why the video did this, but this is the CNN clip that's basically says we're at 50-50 here. We're going to avoid the 1 minute gushing over. I think these two are having some kind of secret sexual relationship or something.
Historically close.
Historically close. You know,
there's some weird charisma happening, some weird tension happening here. You can kind of see it. It's kind of look on his face. They kind of go at it. I think they go at it pretty hardcore in the green room, but whatever. That's just my opinion. So anyway, we'll go ahead and skip the flirting and we'll get to the actual numbers.
I just want to sort of zone out a little bit, go to 35,000 feet and just point out how...
Yeah, honeymoon, we should cut the child tax credit. Look, it's not going to fix everything. It'll just help a little bit. And, you know, that's people don't really like that. People would prefer to have everything fixed or nothing at all. That's how people want it. And let's not forget the child tax credit will basically bring upon a new apocalypse where people will eat their children and drink their blood. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Look, I'm a smart person. I know how things work. I'm gonna start drinking blood from children. Reminds me of my days with Jeffrey. Good old Epstein. Sorry, what? I'm sorry. I'm just having fun. I wish I could have as much fun as like an Emma Vigeland can have without being disgusted with myself.
Close this race has been consistently close. All right, campaigns where any candidate led by at least 5 points.
So let's real quick, Kamala Harris, corporatist, neoliberal, better. Yeah, please. No, it's not that good. Not that impressive, but hey, she's better than your average Neil. I would say better than Gavin Newsom, quite frankly. And then you have a sexual assaulter, a liar, attempted coup, treasonous, pedophile. I mean, there's just, all these different things. And this neoliberal Democratic Party can't pull away from it. Of course they were floundering with Biden, right? And that was the big excuse. And they actually, they saw a big bump, basically, making up for the Biden failure because they were falling behind. So now they're up to 50-50. But this is the best they can do. 50-50. Your opponent is a rapist. Your opponent, there was 14 phone numbers in Jeffrey Epstein's black book associated with Trump. He rode on the Lolita Express 7 times. There's over 50 images of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein together. And by the way, Kamala Harris has not mentioned Jeffrey Epstein at all. And Dana Bash asking her, you want to respond to Trump, she's like, next question. I'm above it all. Next question. You're kind of 50-50. How about you try fighting? How about you point out some of the failures of your opponent? I don't need to say anything. I'm literally above it all. He's clearly a bad guy. I mean, look at him. Right? Enough said. We don't have to say anything. No, you actually have to say something. Can you please fight? Please? You're 50-50. He's a rapist.
In the polls. Look, most of the time, there's at least some stretch where one of the candidates is ahead by at least 5 points. At least 3 weeks in which one candidate led by at least 5 points. That happened in every single campaign from 1964 to 2020. How many days have we had this campaign where one candidate was ahead by at least 5 points nationally? Look at this. Zero days. 0 days. The fact is this race has been consistently tight in a way that we have never seen before.
And okay, we're going to pause it right here. This is a 9-minute video. Do you think in this 9 minutes, I watched the whole thing because I hate myself. Do you think in this 9 minutes, they spend 1 or 2 minutes talking about pointing out the obvious? Wow. This party that proclaims to know exactly what it's doing and proclaims to be so professional and so good at politics really seems to not even be able to, compete against a pedophilic sexual assaulter who's made sexual comments about his own daughter. Hey, thank you, Blue Brother, for coming in. I appreciate it. Thank you for your comments and questions. So it's back to what I was saying here. Do you think CNN talked about the failures of the neoliberals? No. It's 8 minutes of, wow, gee, this number is crazy. Wow, that's wild. Wow, that's crazy. Wow. 0 days. Wow, there's the Kamala Harris hasn't pulled away at all. That's really something. Wow. But no analysis of why that might be. Strategic failures, how they could improve moving forward, what they need to change, what they could try moving forward. Wow, it's so close. Wow, it's so crazy. Wow, it's so close. They just do that for 24 hours, dude. For 24 fucking hours, they just do that. They just no analysis of the neoliberals, right? And like, of course, if they lose, then the mea culpas, and then the analysis comes out. If Kamala Harris were to lose, well, this is clearly where they failed. We didn't talk about this at all before this, but clearly this is why she failed. And we actually got to see a little bit of that. We actually got to see a bit of that with Joe Biden, right? Until the Joe Biden switch over to Kamala Harris. It was all like, oh, it's not so bad, and oh, look at this poll, it's showing Joe Biden has strength in these places, and oh, Joe Biden's not so bad, and oh, all this discussion about age is kind of a misnomer. If they weren't focusing on it themselves, they were kind of downplaying, oh, it's not all about age. But then Harris replaces him, and it's like, oh man, Joe Biden was about to fucking super lose, dude. Joe Biden was about to get fucking. Can you believe how bad Joe Biden was as a candidate? It was a total 180 in terms of discussion and narrative and how they described it. It's not good. There's a lot of people who are too ashamed to tell anybody that they vote for Trump. But they vote for Trump because Trump is saying what they want to hear. Racist, hatred, fear-mongering, and there are millions of people in America who truly believe what America needs is an authoritarian dictator to fix the problems, right, that are intractable because of wokeism, etc., fill in the blank. DEI, right? Saw this article here and I wanted to talk about it. It's from WAPO, which is owned by Jeff Bezos, by the way. Quote, their ignorance is willful. WAPO analyst says enough with the MAGA voter pity. I agree with this wholeheartedly. You know, this is, you know, it's kind of the mantra of the stream. Bad actor, right-wingers get into the stream, start repeating a bunch of Make America Great Again bumper sticker slogans. They get the fucking boot real quick. They're time wasters. They have nothing interesting to say. They don't deserve our pity. They don't deserve an honest debate because they're not debating honestly. They're not interested in an honest debate. They get the door pretty fucking quick. So enough of the, you know, pussyfooting around. Yeah, Lenny. No chuds so far. I'm on the lookout. I got new sound effects for the chuds. I can't wait. I got a new one. I got a new one for the right winger. For the right winger that comes in here that I get to ban. I got a new one. I can't wait to play it. So I highlighted a couple. I actually read this article fully. I read all the articles, you know, I kind of skim through them, but sometimes I don't have time to read every little bit of it, right? But this one I did read through, and I highlighted a couple parts. So political columnist Matt Bai professed himself fed up with calls from top Democrats and thinkers, pleas to fellow liberals to pity the plight of the average supporter of Donald Trump this year. And we hear this quite a bit from characters like Mika Brzezinski, other so-called centrists on MSNBC and other so-called liberal mainstream media, right? Usually preceded by a conversation about how awesome Ronald Reagan actually was. But don't worry, we're all Democrats, we're all on the left, and we're actually progressive as well. Didn't you know that? Progressives love Ronald Reagan. Anyway, quote from this fella here, Matt Bai, quote, if we're talking about treating Trump voters with basic respect, I'm all in, wrote Bai. But empathizing with them after all we've seen, I'm afraid even for me, that moment has passed. And I agree with this statement. Empathizing? No. You know, 2016, okay, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, you know, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, I'm a fucking moron. Enough of this, okay? You know, if you're still down with Trump, you can't claim ignorance. You can't claim ignorance to what he's about and what's going on with him. Oh, it's all fake. It's all fake. I'm not going to bother to parse what is and isn't fake. I'm just going to, it's too hard. I don't have enough time. I'm too lazy. It's all fake. I'm going to keep all my old opinions. I'm going to change nothing and just the whole world, it just block out the whole world. No, I'm not going to empathize with you. I'm going to call you a jackass. Call you out for what you are. The ignorance argument tracked in 2016, Bai argued, when political newcomer Trump promised to lift up the voiceless and drain the swamp, but not so much after 4 criminal court cases were filed against him on charges of fraud, election interference, and violations of the Espionage Act. And of course, the Trump supporters would say, oh, it's all allegations. It's all allegations, all fake news. Quote, to say that Trump's voters aren't aware of these things or don't fully comprehend them or are fully in the grip of misinformation is to say that they're simply fools, Bai wrote. And, you know, yeah, we all got them. The left wing has them. The right wing has them, right? Look at Russell Brand, right? There are idiots. There are morons. Russell Brand that's giving him too much credit. He's actually very cynical. He knows exactly what he's doing. I take that back about Russell Brand, but he's still a fucking moron, but a different kind of moron. Anyway, both sides have their actual idiots. You know, that are just, I saw a political commercial and now my political beliefs are different kind of folks. Those people do exist, but it's exaggerated that they are the majority of one side or the other. A majority of Republicans are not so fucking stupid, you know, that they, like I said, they see a fucking political commercial and change their political ideology on a dime. That's not how it works. And the advanced nature of modern propaganda reflects that, right? You can't just trick people by saying other side bad. You have to incept a whole kind of reality to get people in the right framework to accept the lies that you're telling them. It's a whole complicated thing, you know. You need billions of dollars to uphold this narrative, to have all these institutions, and we saw how much money we're seeing. We're gonna get to the Russia stuff, It costs a lot of money to uphold these false realities. But if you can do it, you can convince people who are, professionals. They go to work every day, not at a gas station. They're very competent at what they do every day in their business. We're talking about professionals of many different stripes, blue collar, white collar, right? Thank you for that follow, Honeymoon. So Bai wrote, and I've met way too many rural Americans to believe that if they're ignorant, then their ignorance at this point is willful. And I've talked about this quite a bit, and I try to call people out about this. You want to be tricked, you want to be lied to. You win TV. Okay. All right. No, I recognize you. I don't think you're a troll or anything. Thank you for coming back. You win. It's good to see you. You win. Do you accept that the numbers for Hillary Clinton were way off right before the election? That there was kind of a sense of like, okay, good is going to win over evil. Like, this is so ridiculous. Donald Trump is obviously going to lose, right? Well, that existed, right? That dynamic existed, right? You win. Last little quote here. These voters don't support Trump because they labor under some illusion that he's going to rescue their communities. Not anymore, Bai wrote. They support him because he's willing to blow up the country if it means teaching insufferable intellectuals a lesson. And talk to your average Trump supporter. They would never articulate it this way. But like I said before, it's like a gut feeling. Oh, the people I don't like are suffering too. Like, my life sucks. My life isn't going to get any better. All politicians are bad. It really doesn't matter. But if I pick this side, those fucking people that I fucking hate are going to be down in the mud with me. Yeah. It's a feeling. It's not, but they can't really articulate that. Not a lot of them can, at least. Because I highly doubt they're going like, yeah, I trigger liberals. It's not quite like that, but it is kind. It's like that, but it's not explicitly like that. I mean, you really think the Facebook uncles are just like, like right before they go to bed, they got a big smile on their face and like, man, I triggered so many liberals today. I'm sure there's some of them like that, but anyway, Bai instead urged Democrats not to conflate rural voters with Trump ones. Quote, there are countless Americans like the ones Christoph describes, people whose communities have been devastated by job loss and substance abuse, who still manage to keep their faith in moral leadership and the Constitution, and who want nothing to do with Trump's brand of vengeance. Bai concluded, if anyone deserves empathy, it's them. So these are the people that Kamala Harris are going after. I don't think it's a very good political strategy. It's going off how Trump still lost pretty badly while being incumbent. You win. That is correct. Trump has had 2 consecutive losses, right? Midterm election and, of course, 2020 election. He's had some pretty big losses. That's a good point. Lindsey Graham was making that argument about Trump until he's kissed the ring, and now he loves Trump. But I do remember Lindsey Graham pointing out that this guy's a total loser. This guy, he doesn't win elections. Down ballot Republicans are, a lot of them are losing if they support Trump. Some of them are winning. A lot of them are, losing support. Anyway, it kind of depends on where you're at, right? But he's like, yeah, it's not a guarantee slam dunk to be behind Trump in a lot of Republican areas, and of course the abortion stuff. So JD Vance doesn't help. So anyway, I don't know. Maybe it'll work this time. Getting these centrists, getting these right wingers, shaming them into being Democrats. All right. No surprise here, but Elon Musk, moving on to the next story, by the way. Elon Musk deletes post promoting Tucker Carlson video following backlash. It's cute how this Newsweek headline ignores the reason why there's backlash. Hey, Newsweek, you couldn't fit in Elon Musk, promoting a Tucker Carlson video where he interviews a Holocaust denier. I mean, not even a Holocaust denier, literally flipped the entire script on Nazism and Nazi Germany and fascism, completely redefine how you understand World War II, and of course in favor of the Nazis. That's what this guy, that's who the guy that Tucker Carlson was interviewing, right? So just asking questions taken to the fucking logical conclusion. His argument, the basic gist of the guy that Tucker Carlson was interviewing, the basic gist of the interview, or the basic gist of his argument about World War II and Nazis and Jews, is that the Nazis had no choice but to do the Holocaust because they did not anticipate having so many prisoners of war, and that had the world just basically worked with Hitler, he wouldn't have been forced to do what he did. It's that I'm kind of beating it up a little bit, but here, let me just read this. History show Martyr Made, pair discussed the Holocaust. Okay. In the now deleted post, Musk wrote that the interview... Wait, I don't care what Musk wrote. No. Go to the actual meat of the article. Here we go. So this is insane. Listen to this. When discussing World War II, Cooper, this is the guy in question, said that Churchill was the chief villain of the Second World War. I'm a lefty. Winston Churchill is not a lefty. Winston Churchill was the man for the time. Winston Churchill was the right choice politically. I would have voted for Winston Churchill to fight the Nazis. And I also would have voted against Winston Churchill from being prime minister after World War II, because he wasn't a politician. He was more of a commander. So, chief villain of the Second World War. I'm just trying to say, Winston Churchill's a complicated character. You don't want to just praise Winston Churchill blindly. There's a lot of negatives there, but he was the right man for the job, unquestionably. Chief villain of the Second World War. And he was, listen to this, primarily responsible for that war becoming what it did, becoming something other than the invasion of Poland. So it was because Winston Churchill stood up to fascism, and this was the argument that was being presented to him. Remember when I think Winston Churchill said, when will people realize that you can't negotiate with a lion when your head is in its mouth? Right? Isn't that the famous quote from Churchill? But this was the argument that was being presented to him. Oh, we just got, okay, he took Poland. Okay, he took back, all the losses from World War I, and if we just appease him, he'll stop. Which is total hogwash, because we actually have proof. That Hitler, he wanted, the big goal was Russia. He wanted all of Russia. That was his big priority. And that the Russia campaign was 100% happening without it, no matter what happened. But this bastard, exactly what they're saying with Russia right now, right? You fought back against tyranny. That's why he tried the invasion, and that's why he did the Holocaust, because you had the audacity to fight back against him. You're the real monster. That's the argument. It sounds absurd. It's exactly what we're hearing about Russia and Ukraine. Oh, Zelensky's the real monster. Can you believe Zelensky's fighting back so hard? Getting so many of his soldiers killed. He should just give up and let Russia take over, and that would save lives. Cooper clarified that his belief that Churchill is the villain does not make Adolf Hitler or Joseph Stalin heroes. That is not the case. Total crypto-fascism until the very end. Until the very end. I'm not a Nazi in full fucking Nazi uniform. What? I'm not a Nazi. What? that? Hitler and Stalin just as bad, right? Yeah, right. But I mean, they wouldn't have done what they did if it wasn't for Churchill, who's just as bad, right? What? I'm not a Nazi, Zeke Heil. I'm not a Nazi. The interview has gained 23.1 million views, but only 37,000 likes and 10,000 reposts on Twitter. But this is just a sample. The whole I watched like 15 minutes of the interview. It's some of the most offensive shit I've ever heard in my life. Knowing that the sacrifices made in World War II, and I'm a big World War II. Of course, I'm a fucking political freak. I've seen more documentaries on World War II than I've seen anything in my life. Right? Watched 300 hours of History Channel. I can recommend a lot of really great World War II documentaries, right? There's a lot of really good ones. But what I'm trying to get at is that if you understand the situation, you should understand how incredibly offensive this is. It's not an exaggeration at all. This is not an exaggeration at all to say that if it wasn't for Winston Churchill, if it wasn't for the United States, if it wasn't for the French resistance, every element, the Swedes, right? The Finns, every element coming together and fighting against fascism. If it wasn't for that, we'd all be speaking German or Chinese or Japanese or Russian, right? Probably not though, because like I said, Hitler really wanted Russia, so Russia would probably be out of the question. Might be Japanese or German. It's not an exaggeration. Like, it's so ridiculous, so ridiculous. No, the fuck it isn't. World War II was an existential battle for freedom. For freedom. And, the enemies of freedom, the enemies of democracy, like this Cooper fella, like Tucker Carlson, want to completely change that into a new narrative. They are truly enemies of freedom. Tucker Carlson and the rest. Elon Musk and the rest. Do I view it on X videos, the Ukrainians? I'm not sure. The neo-Nazi with Carlson basically said that the Nazis were merciful because the otherwise prisoners would starve to death. It's just, Promethean, yeah. No, I mean, so, do I have more of it here? Yeah, so Tucker Carlson starstruck by historian who calls Churchill not Hitler, the chief villain of World War II. Yep. We got more of it. Tucker guessed the Holocaust was an unfortunate logistical problem. The Nazis ran out of space for prisoners. Nobody wanted to kill all the Jews, except maybe Churchill, that dastardly terrorist. Tucker, finally an honest historian willing to tell us the truth. It's just unbelievable. Why is Tucker Carlson still a U.S. citizen? Why is he not being investigated? You know what I mean? Like, this guy is a traitor. He's a traitor. I mean, look, it's free speech and all that. I don't know, man. This guy is such a fucking disgusting traitor. Platforming Nazis. Oh, thank God someone's talking about the real history, willing to tell the truth. Where's the fucking proof, by the way? Total asshole. It's just a reinterpretation of existing data. Like, there's nothing new. It's just like, oh, well, if you look at the video upside down, it's actually changes the content. You flip the video upside down and then run it in reverse, and it looks like a totally different video. Yeah. Finally, a historian willing to tell us the truth. Man, that is so dangerous. Because that's how you repeat the Holocaust. That's how a second Holocaust happens. Some reason that unpopular claims must be true. Otherwise, why would stating them generate so much backlash? But sometimes claims are unpopular simply because they're reprehensible and false. It isn't always more complicated than that. So the Babylon Bee is a right-wing version of The Onion. And they like to think they're funny. Sometimes, once in a while, they're funny. And they had the audacity to come out and make a statement. They basically said, like, Thanos. Tucker Carlson did an interview with Thanos about how the Avengers were actually the bad guys. So that was the headline from the Babylon Bee. And then all the Nazis, of course. Oh, you've gone woke, you've gone woke, you've gone woke. So this is Seth Dillon from the Babylon Bee trying to say, hey guys, the Nazis are bad. Let's not go down this road. Seth, these are your people, Seth. This is the road you're going down, Seth. Oh, well, I want to be a right-wing conservative, but I don't want to embrace fascism and authoritarianism. I want to be a liberty-based right-wing conservative. Doesn't fucking exist. That literally nobody represents you in the current Republican Party, Seth. No, if those are your beliefs, if you believe in free speech and liberty and democracy, nobody in the Republican Party represents your beliefs, Seth. Right? Donald Trump, if Seth were, like, say, Donald Trump gets in charge, right, and Donald Trump gets what he wants, Seth over here makes a funny, little Babylon Bee headline, oh, Donald Trump, dictator, just being sarcastic. Donald Trump waves his tiny little hand, and Babylon Bee is blown out of fucking orbit. That's how it's going to work, Seth. That's your guy. That's your party, Seth. They don't want to believe it. They don't want to believe it, right? Who do you think Seth is voting for? Right? Anyway. Just wanted, I don't have time to read it. Just want to just more evidence that these guys are going for it. They're fascist. It's not crazy. Welcome back to Big Room. It's not crazy to be calling them that. No, so the Big Room. So no, Seth was actually, like I said, so no, Seth was actually against it, but he got a bunch of backlash from Nazis. And he was like, well, come on, guys, Nazis are bad. What are we talking about? And a lot of Seth's fans and the people who like to read the Babylon Bee were like, what are you talking about, Seth? You're woke. You're selling out. But everyone knows Nazis are good, Hitler good. Come on, everyone knows that. Of course, that's Twitter people. Not every right-winger agrees with that, but who's the party they're voting for? Right? Well, I'm not a Nazi. I just support a Nazi party. But I'm not a Nazi myself. That's cute. That's cute. Ken Paxton threatens to block Democrats from registering to vote. The Texas Attorney General is now threatening to sue 2 Latino majority counties in his mad dash to block alleged voter fraud. Uh-oh, it's happening. Brown people are voting. Stop them, Ken. Get out there and stop them. You googly-eyed sons of bitch. I fucked that one up. My speech is as googly as his fucking eyeballs. Seems that Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton will do anything to prevent Texas from flipping for Kamala Harris, including preventing eligible citizens from registering to vote. Paxton threatened legal action against Bexar and Harris counties, of course, left counties, areas where the Democrats usually win, if they proceed with sending out mail-in voter registration forms. Oh, no, not mail-in voter registration forms. Welcome back, Female Eunuch. Sorry, I didn't see it before there. Yeah, exactly, Female Eunuch. You got it. That's the, and Ken knows, he can tell. He's only got one good eye left, but he can tell a bad voter from a good one, right? Until he goes colorblind, and then the whole goddamn system goes up in smoke. I'll have to take DNA tests. Are you black or not? I'm too goddamn blind to even tell. Make sure no blacks vote unless they're voting Republican. Paxton argues that it could encourage non-citizens to register to vote, which isn't a thing, by the way. There's so many steps of scrutiny. Illegal immigrants don't register to vote. They don't vote. Democrats don't make it legal for them to vote. And if they did, the system checks it. Oh, this person's not a citizen. Oh, that's not a legitimate serial number or social security serial number. Social security number. That's not legitimate. Yeah, throw that away. There's all kinds of checks and balances. The Republicans would like to pretend, oh, any schmuck can just write, I vote Kamala, a piece of paper and throw it in the ballot and it gets voted, gets counted. That's how it works. and they're stealing the votes. Now, that's not how it works at all. There's like 3 or 4 different verification checks. And if you try to commit fraud, that shit comes right back to you. You know how I know? Every single fucking election, there's always half a dozen to a dozen Republicans who attempt voter fraud because they've heard a bunch of lies about how how it's so easy for the Democrats. Well, I'm just going to do the same thing for Trump. I'm going to sign up 12 I'm going to put them all in. It's just that easy. No, it's not that easy. You go to jail. Oh, well, Ken Paxton's going to fix it. It's not broken. So what's he actually doing? He's breaking it. Of course, Bexar and Harris aren't like other counties in Texas. They're urban and populous and have a majority of, or even a plurality of Latino voters, according to The Hill. And in 2020, both counties overwhelmingly voted for Joe Biden. Gee, it's just a coincidence, though. Well, that's where all the fraud is. That's where all the rapists are. Right? That's what Trump said. Rapists and murderers. Latino, that's what that means, right? That's the Spanish for rapists and murderers, Latino? Paxton's office announced Wednesday that he'd filed a lawsuit against Bexar County Commissioner Court after it approved a proposal that funds the production and mailing of voter registration forms. Oh, and then, of course, he closes as many polling places as possible. Make it as hard as inconvenient as possible to vote. And Joe Biden, Merrick Garland, Justice Department, sleeps, lets him get away with it without even a challenge. Oh, there's nothing they can do. Okay, sure. All right. Oh, I mean, you got to tie those hands behind your back, honey. That's the only way to fight. They keep insisting. They keep insisting that they're utterly and totally powerless. And then the right wing gets in there and completely proves them wrong. Oh, there's all kinds of shit we can do. We can steamroll you left and right, go after you, and send our Justice Department, can do all kinds of things, track you down, a bunch of erroneous investigations. And I'm not saying that's what the neoliberals should do, but I'm saying there's like real criminals committing real crimes, and they're just fucking getting away with it because there's no accountability. Paxton said if he hadn't stopped mail-in ballot applications, Biden would have won Texas. I don't know how true that is, but it shows Paxton's corruption. I'll take your word that he said that, Prometheus. You're pretty well read. Guy's as slimy as it gets, an absolute fucking crook. And we can expect it to go full tilt. Everything illegal, everything legal. Every trick in the book, every bullet will be fired in November. And who's at the wheel? Merrick Garland and Joe Biden, dude. Tweedledee and Tweedledum, dude. Two sleepy little guys and comfortable in bed, snoozing away. Not a care in the world. Meanwhile, literally villains that dropped out of a fucking comic book, cackling as they destroy votes. Take that, democracy. We need a fucking Captain Planet, man. Tell you what.
Election rigging.
This guy's amazing. This is America's #1 journalist right here. This guy, some local journalist for Next News. Who's this guy? I can't remember his name. It's Ryan something, I think. I've shown him before. He's sick as fuck. He should be like, he moderated a local debate because Lauren Boebert was in his area. It was exactly how American journalists need to act, need to be. This guy is simply amazing. So I was super stoked to see this clip come up, see him come up again, because he is the template that needs to be followed for all American journalists. And this is great. This really is Schadenfreude. This is I know I'm not saying that correctly, and I'm sorry, but this is so fucking delicious. So all those right-wingers in your life that constantly talk shit, repeat lies, and often just make shit up, and they're like, you try to prove them wrong, and nope. As long as I believe the lie, as long as I believe it, it's true. As long as I believe it, it's true. You can't convince me no matter what you put in front of me. You can't convince me as long as I believe the lie, right? Intractable, unmovable, a boulder. Well, that's what's happening here, except this guy is getting thrown into court for defamation, and he needs to provide evidence to what he's saying in a court of law. So all these guys, I got the evidence and I got the proof that Hillary Clinton drinks blood, and I got all the proof for all the things that I'm saying. Everything's documented. I got proof for everything, right? These insufferable assholes who have no proof for nothing, provide you with nothing, but constantly insist that everything that they're saying is fucking legitimate. This guy is being fined $1,000 a day until he can provide the evidence to the claims that he's making, dude. It is the most amazing situation. It's the most amazing situation. He either has to admit everything was fabricated, that he's just making it up out of whole cloth, and then he's going to get his ass sued into a fucking oblivion. I think this has to do with Dominion voting machines. So he either has to admit he's totally wrong or provide evidence to the claims that he's making. He doesn't have it, so the court is fining him $1,000 a day until he can provide the evidence, or, of course, come clean. Okay, I don't really have it. Okay, I'm a total liar. I'm a loser. I don't know. I just wanted people to like me, so I repeated a bunch of lies I saw online, and it kind of got out of hand, and now I don't know what to do, and now I'm out of money, and I'm going to get sued for tens of thousands of dollars, and my life is over, and I can't get a job. That's what the fuck's going to happen. So, once again, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Watch this shit.
Election rigging conspiracy theories are about to get a lot more expensive for Joe Oltmann, the conservative activist from Douglas County who came up with the claim that Denver-based Dominion voting systems worked with Antifa to rig the 2020 election. A judge is now ordering Oltmann to pay $1,000 a day until he ponies up the proof that he has long claimed to have.
You know what's funny? I'm the king of Antifa. I totally set this fucking guy up. We totally did this. This was one of our cleanest ops ever, okay? Like, Antifa completely slam dunked this one. What's ironic, Mr. Joel here is actually totally 100% correct, and he actually did have evidence when he was making these claims. Antifa, my super soldiers, hacked into his computers, deleted all of his evidence. So this motherfucker, we got him coming and going, dude. My Antifa super soldiers are so fucking good at this. We have a clubhouse like in Ninja Turtles with like skateboard ramps and arcade machines. We're so fucking cool. We like smoke cigarettes and stuff. We're so fucking cool. This guy, we're just ruining this guy's life just purely for our own entertainment. I swear to God. This guy had full evidence. He had everything, but we took it from him. Fuck you, buddy.
Oltmann has said without proof that he listened in to an Antifa conference call where former Dominion Voting Systems executive Eric Coomer said...
No, he totally had a recording of us having a conference call talking about our partners at Dominion, of course, talking about how we're going to steal the election using this Dominion voting. He had us dead to fucking rights, okay? He had the fucking recording. He didn't make a copy, though. We fucking got it right in there, dude. He's so fucked.
That he, quote, made sure Donald Trump would not win the 2020 election. That claim was picked up by the Trump campaign and right-wing media outlets. It is now central to several defamation lawsuits against Oltmann.
I hope
brought
so, strategy. That would
Dominion
make my day.
And Coomer. Oltmann abruptly left a deposition for one of those cases earlier this year after refusing to reveal the source who led him onto this supposed call. Today, a judge on the case ordered Oltmann to pay $1,000 per day until he cooperates. The court order says that steep fee is designed to get Oltmann's full and complete attention. After Oltmann repeatedly bragged on his...
I don't have to prove that I'm right. I don't have to prove that I'm right. No, you actually have to prove that you have to prove what you're saying, and we're going to fine you $1,000 a day until you do. Oh, that's against my liberty. That's against my rights. Oh, no, what do I do? What do I do?
Podcast that he was ducking the deposition. Same podcast, of course, where Oltmann is called for the hangings.
Tell me it feels good,
of a variety of people he dislikes, from President Biden to U.S. senators to journalists.
Could you imagine if the asshole right-wingers that we see online every single fucking day had this kind of scrutiny, right? It's like, okay, prove it, motherfucker. Okay, oh, Joe Biden touches kids. Prove it. Prove it. And we're going to $1,000 a day unless you admit that you're wrong. How about you take a cease and desist seriously? Nah. Not cease and desist are they don't count for real Americans. I'm not going to show a lot of JD Vance, but we got election stuff. Just like with the Ken Paxton article there. Just want to show you this is what life is going to look like with Republicans. This is JD Vance was asked by bad actor fascist Charlie Kirk, "Hey, what's your healthcare plan? What you going to do for Americans?" And this was his response. Picture yourself as a 70-year-old Republican, you know? Picture yourself as a 70-year-old Republican hearing what his response to this is.
What can we do about lowering the cost of daycare? Hayden, obviously a working family, and it's very hard for working families to get by. How will we lower the cost of daycare?
Such an important question, Charlie. And I think one of the things that we can do is make it easier for family models to choose, or for families to choose whatever model they want, right? So one of the ways that you might be able to relieve a little bit of pressure on people who are paying so much for daycare is make it so that maybe like grandma or grandpa wants to help out a little bit more, or maybe there's an aunt or uncle that wants to help out a little bit more. If that happens, you relieve.
Wow. So you make the situation so bad, people are forced to live in the same space together, right? So that they can just fucking Soylent Green, right? We all have to cram into the same apartment together. And then this family unit can replace what the government used to provide after we cut it all, after we remove it and make your life utterly, totally miserable. Well, we're going to, if you want to survive, you're going to have to depend on grandma, grandpa, your uncle, just cram them all into some small little hovel. I'll be living in a mansion, so this isn't going to affect me, but cram everybody in, and then everyone can kind of take care of, a bunch of pores, kind of like a serfs, like living on the, living on the plains, and living on the moor, serfs on the moor, right? 12 of you crammed into some little mud hut while you're maintaining my crops in my field, right? I mean, that sounds pretty good to me. I mean, he literally is Peter Thiel, this is exactly the kind of shit Peter Thiel talks about.
Leave some of the pressure on all the resources that we're spending in daycare. Yeah. Now you talk about.
So instead of taxing the rich to pay more for, to contribute more for childcare, to give the American mother, give the American family a break on childcare, a subsidy for childcare, make their lives so unbearable that they're forced to literally cram themselves into the same hovel and eke out some kind of living.
About just daycare. Let's say you don't have somebody who can provide that extra set of hands. What we've got to do is actually empower people to get trained in the skills that they need for the
empower. So we're not going to pay for any of that, but we will empower you. Basically, we will, encourage you to do so. If you get busted committing a crime because you're so fucking poor, who knows? Who knows how this fucking goofball would do any of this?
21st century. We've got a lot of people who love kids, who would love to take care of kids, but they can't, either because they don't have access to the education that they need.
You going to pay for that?
Maybe more importantly, because the state government says you're not allowed to take care of children unless you have some ridiculous certification that
ridiculous certification, like, the double checks to make sure that you're not a pedophile and all those other kind of things. Yeah. Parents hate that shit. My nanny had to go through a bunch of red tape and certification to make sure that they're not a dangerous pedophile. So ridiculous. So ridiculous. I remember America when it was great and the red tape wasn't there, and any schmuck off the fucking street without any, background checks or other stuff could just say that they're qualified to take care of kids and have full access to children at any time. What's wrong with you, wokey liberal? I thought you liked freedom.
It has nothing to do with taking care of kids. So empower people to get the skills they need. Don't force every early child care.
And he should know, right? Because he's the expert, right? pediatrics. It's a big part of his life.
Specialist to go and get a 6-year college degree where they've got a whole lot of debt and Americans are much poorer because they're paying out the wazoo for daycare. Empower working families, empower people who want to do these.
Do you need a 6-year degree to take your? That's got to be a hyperbolic exaggeration.
Things for a living, and that's what we got to do.
6-year degree to take care of kids. That's got a 6-year degree maybe to be a doctor for children. To be a fucking doctor. 6 years to be a child care expert. Okay, JD. Right now, imagine, like I said, picture yourself from the perspective of a right-wing, auntie, uncle, right-wing, grandma, grandpa. Well, that doesn't sound fucking very good. So his solution to my sister's childcare problems is to have me move in with my sister and help take care of her kids. That's no. How about no, JD? How about no? That's an atrocious idea, even for hardcore MAGA freaks. Which makes the poll numbers all the more shocking. That they're serving up big steamy turds in bags with fucking Trump logos, and they're thanks for my bag of shit. Thank you. Oh wow, thank you, JD. I don't know what to say, man. We got the Epstein stuff, all the court stuff, the January 6th. I mean, pick your fucking poison. Abortion stuff, female, women's rights. Nothing will do it. Nothing will do it, man. They want that authoritarianism so bad. They don't care about anything else. It's just whatever. It's like the underpants gnomes, right? We're gonna get all the underpants and then something, and then we're gonna have our utopia. And it's like the only thing that matters is that we get Trump into power, and then man, things are gonna get so much better for us. There's not a lick of evidence to support that. There really isn't. I'm saying that from the bottom of my heart, man. Like, I can't be any more serious. You know what I mean? They're lying. The right-wingers are just out here lying right now. Fox News was recently community noted because it's just desperate lying. So here's an example of Senator Tom Cotton. To my knowledge, all Republicans in Congress support IVF. Here's the fact. The Senate voted in June on the Right of IVF Act, and nearly every single Republican, including Tom Cotton and J.D. Vance, voted to block it. They're liars. They're liars. It's not about, you would think, like, well, IVF, that helps women get pregnant. That helps, doesn't that help? No. It's against God's will. You were meant to be a barren hag. Devote yourself to childcare. Here's your red hood, by the way. I need to read that Handmaid's Tale book. I hear good things about it. It's all right. Let's get into it, man. Let's fucking get into it, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Oh, we knew it. We knew it. We knew it. We knew these motherfuckers were getting paid by the Kremlin. We had no proof until now. So, credit where credit is due. This is Merrick Garland. This is Merrick Garland doing this. So what is happening? A bunch of right-wing assholes have been getting paid by the fucking Kremlin to repeat a bunch of anti-Ukraine, pro-Russia nonsense. And it's like, because everyone's been asking, where did this come from? All of a sudden, these commie hater, these guys that hate communists, and that Russia's been the de facto villain in their universe for decades, and then just all of a sudden that script was flipped. And characters like Tim Pool and Tucker Carlson, but mainstream Hannity and Fox News and financial people like Larry Kudlow, just asking questions about who's going to pay for it. All of a sudden, now they're concerned about military expenditures, right? Same characters during the Bush administration. Oh, there's no amount of money we can't spend on the military to, America number one. All the money to bombs, all the money to the military. Right now, all of a sudden, we're spending so much money on the military to help Ukraine. Does anyone want to know where this money's going? Meanwhile, it's not even, it's a lot of money, but it's not, in comparison, it's not even close to a lot of money to the real fucking scope of it. Most of it's like an actual tax write-off for us. It's fucking ridiculous. I don't want to diminish the amount. We're talking about tens of billions of dollars, right? I don't want to diminish the amount, but in the grand scope of things, especially the amount of money that America spends on itself, it is a drop in the bucket. That's just how much money America deals with. Del, I agree with you. Mashed potatoes 100%. I can agree with that shit right there, boy. Anyway, I just have a bunch of different things. So that's all. It's all related to the same thing. So I just have a bunch of different tabs and things. Let's go through it. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we got them. We fucking got them. We don't even know all the names yet. We're going to get more names. So this is just so juicy. I fucking love it. Russia is backing 600 U.S.-based influencers, and the list is not released. I'm sure stand-up comics are on there. They also said gamers and minorities. If they aren't releasing a list, there's more to come from the DOJ. So this is great. Joe Rogan's probably on there because I have evidence of this. So it was a U.S.-based company that was masquerading as a Tenet Media. So it's Tenet Media. So here we have Tenet Media promoting Joe Rogan. I guess they're just big Joe Rogan fans, guys. There's no connection. You know, it's true. I mean, they could just be independently promoting anybody that they want to promote. But Joe Rogan connected, maybe not connected. We don't have any proof yet of any money being, transferred from Tenet Media over to Rogan. We just see the Tenet Media Twitter account out of its own goodwill, just, oh, shucks, helping out old Joe. Helping Joe out. I think happened to Demi is that he had a larger fame now, household name. Yeah, that's funny. And the fact that money is being spent to harm the enemy they hated before. It's a strategy. Remember, hey, these guys. We say it quite a bit. People on the left, but it really is true. These people are nihilists. They're cynical. They don't really believe in. Dave Rubin doesn't really believe in the shit that he's saying. Tucker Carlson, one of the most hardcore nihilists in living today. Tucker Carlson, they'll say anything. They don't believe in anything. It's all about the money, right? It's all about I'm a celebrity where I go. People know my name. People are gonna remember me when I die. I'm making a fortune. I just need to play the game. If I just keep playing this game, I keep getting a bigger celebrity. I keep getting more money. Here's another one from Tenet Media. They're just big fans of Joe, guys. No connection, nothing to worry about. They said gamers as well. I mean, so that Twitter guy was kind of saying, it's going to be he thinks, I'm sure, right? So this is his opinion. But wouldn't it be great? Asmongold. He's on there. Asmongold is on there. Oh, man, that would be so fucking juicy. I'd love that. But, yeah, here's another one from Tenet Media, Joe Rogan. They'll charge you $8,000 a day. Joe Rogan breaks down Brazil, charging people to access Twitter even through a VPN. Okay, Joe. All right. You get that one off Facebook? You're so clever. Just more details, like I said. I just got a bunch of clips pertaining to this. Let's get some tunage here. Boingo over here. Cutesy time is over, dude. The tough guys are here. The adults are in the room. You wokest. Cutesy time is over. Yeah, it's real cute when you take money from a foreign government to subvert the foreign policy agenda of the country you live in. It's one thing to have an opinion, right? Everyone's free speech. Everyone should be able to have an opinion. It's another thing to be paid under the table secretly by a foreign government to have certain opinions. And it just so happens that those opinions are civil war, pro-sedition, January 6th was a good thing, Donald Trump isn't a chaos agent, Donald Trump's going to save America. It's a little different when you take money secretly from a foreign government to spread that kind of those kind of lies. Dan Boingo seems to send a warning to all MAGA political commentators that they better not talk to the feds about the Russian payments made to Tenet Media. So I have another tweet here from I think it's from DC Drano. See if I can find it. Oh, this is funny. This is so funny. I can't wait to play this one. Yeah, here he is, DC Drano. It's treason. They should. Yeah, I agree. Mashed potatoes. I don't think they should be hung. You know, because that's the crime. I don't think they should be hung, but I believe in free speech. I do think that they should be at least brought to trial for treason and prove, okay, what you said was really bad, maybe not technically treason. Everything you said was covered under free speech, but I want that precedent in court. What is and isn't stochastic terrorism? What is allowed, what isn't allowed? I do think that there is a fair argument coming from the right about, well, they don't know what they can and can't say. They don't know what far is too far. Well, we gotta protect free speech. We don't want to, you know, we can't do what the neoliberals do and try to ban their way to free speech, right? Because the neoliberal Democrats and a lot of people on the left think the solution to this problem is just to ban all these people off social media. Well, how has that done us? How has that done us, you know? Has that fixed the problem so far? Kicking all these characters off social media? They just buy the fucking social media and then they're right back at it. It's not a real solution. The solution is to make speech more free, to open up avenues of speech instead of trying to create safe, corporate, friendly, you know, neoliberal friendly free speech nodes. I wonder how much they're getting paid. Tens of thousands of dollars. Tim Pool was paid over $100,000 for just a couple videos. I think a month. I think he was getting $100,000 a month. Look back Kanye West. But anyway, DC Drano and Boingo over there basically telling everybody, don't talk to the cops. It's a trap. Don't do it. Don't talk to the feds. I want to say this as clearly as possible to every influencer being contacted by the FBI as a tenant victim. This is a trap. Whoa. The FBI is going to try and get you to make statements that contradict email text communications they already possess and have reviewed. Do not talk to them without a lawyer and strongly consider not talking to them at all. Isn't that illegal? Isn't some of this illegal? Technically illegal? Are you allowed to tell people to not cooperate with the law? I guess maybe you are. Maybe you are, actually, yeah. There is no upside to working with them. If you are a victim, it will be shown by the evidence. If you give them an inch of doubt, they will take a mile of your liberty. This isn't about seeking justice for them. They hate us, and they want our voices silenced. You took money from a foreign government. You spread lies on the internet about how you're pro-civil war. Okay, it goes beyond free speech. This goes beyond the money. The money makes it real, right? Any jackass with a microphone and webcam can say whatever the hell they want, you know, and no matter how insane it is, they should be allowed to say, unless it is, you know, stochastic terrorism, you know, I'm going to go here and do this violence, et cetera, right? Shouting fire in a crowded theater, you know, the normal limitations on free speech. But anyone can say whatever the hell they want for the most part, and that's covered under free speech. It's the money. It's the money, and also they're lying about... Tim Pool is lying about being a victim. He was told, okay, you think the tenant media, you think the Russian government, wherever this money's coming from, is going to give these jokers $100K or more a month, and they're not going to set any rules. They're not going to ask for anything. They're not going to say, hey, by the way, this is the requirement for this money. Welcome back, blessed up kid. Kanye West, I mean, he almost lost his media empire. It's interesting because they're happy to take away free speech rights from black ex-cons. They're happy to do that. Take away their right to vote, take away their right to speak. They're happy to do that. But if you're a seditious traitor to the country, you can, or in Alex Jones' case, just an absolutely horrific person who abuses his position of power in media to spread lies as disgusting as, you know, Sandy Hook wasn't real, et cetera, and no punishment for you. You know, if you're a black guy, you sell some crack, all of a sudden you don't get free speech. You're a multimillionaire who's caused real damage to countless individuals with your weaponization of free speech, and oh well, we got to protect you. Lauren Chen got wrapped up on this. So happy about this one,
Ladies
man.
and gentlemen, we got him.
Yeah, she's pretty fucking dumb. I remember when she first came on the scene, I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. Oh, she's, interesting videos, right? Seemed anti-establishment. Oh, this could be this, this is interesting. And then it went right off the rails into pro-Russia stuff and anti-COVID stuff. And, just, it was pretty clear, we'll do a couple videos about legitimate issues, and, we'll have, some pretty good anti-authoritarian stances, but no, she was a total disaster. I said unsubscribe on that real quick. So she was getting paid by Russia. I don't have time to read this article, but if you want, more of the granular details about this story, it's right here. This is just a hilarious video. I kind of just threw in these random videos here because I needed to, kind of lighten the mood a little bit. This is hilarious. I thought you guys might find it funny, so hope you enjoy.
Hello, my name is Suburban Housewife. My bio is 7 random nouns, and I, for one, will be voting for Trump. Hello, my name is Proud American. My job is America, and my husband is a gun. Good afternoon. I am a stock photo of a person of color, and I, for one, do not think Trump is racist. Hello, my name is former Democrat MAGA mom. My hobbies are being real, and my interests are breathing. I, for one, will not be supporting the NBA. I've tweeted this 126 times. I am an eagle wearing a hat. Hello, I am a military veteran. I fought in the wars. Something I care about deeply is the Nielsen ratings for the RNC. Yep, that's me, a real guy. Hello, good sir. We are 1,200 people who all join Twitter at once. Our dads are cops, and we are trucks.
She's just amazing. She is just amazing. She's just amazing. Really funny stuff. Her name is Kylie Brakeman. Check her out on TikTok. Make sure you like and subscribe if you're on that service. I actually have I have an account there. The News Underground is on TikTok. I don't know if you care about that. No, it doesn't matter. On top of all the micro influencer celebrities on the right wing, there's also this guy right here, former 2016 Trump campaign advisor, charged over his work for sanctioned Russian TV. So, guy working for Trump, did some stuff for RT, money under the table, really shady shit. All goes back to Trump. All goes back to Trump. Just a coincidence. Literally all this shit is like Trump. All of it. All goes back to him. They all support Trump. They all want to vote Trump. They're promoting Trump. None of them's doing it for Biden. Big shocker. Okay, so this is another funny video, but let's do it a little bit later here. Yeah, this is too good. This is just too good. So, proud I Love Hitler fascist Nick Fuentes is very distraught over, because, I haven't talked about it yet, but Donald Trump, for some reason, I don't know, man, the madness never ends. After all this time, during an interview, he goes to the host, okay, we lost 2020 by a whisker. What? So he's taken Stop the Steal to the very end, to the absolute end of the universe, and then just arbitrarily in the middle of all of it, right? Like, everyone convinced that he's never going to drop it, right? He just drops it. And I don't think he meant it. He's still Stop the Steal, but he just kind of says that. He just kind of says, yeah, we lost by a hair. Maybe because he liked the guy he was interviewing. I don't know what it was. I don't have the clip queued up, but it's just like, I don't get it. I don't even get it anymore. Right. So a fascist Nick Fuentes, who was inspired by Trump, his entire personality, his Groyper movement is inspired by Trump. Like all of it is MAGA, like America first. All this stuff is him, right? And it's like he was totally down for Stop the Steal, and all these people are getting arrested, and he's totally distraught because he's like, man, I don't even know who you are anymore. I thought you were this guy. So I just love to see it. I just love to see it. Nothing I would love more than to get into, like, you know how like these micro celebrities will like fight each other in a boxing ring. I would really, really love to do that with Nick Fuentes. I would really love to get into a fight with him legally and all that, sign all the papers and all that. But golly gee, would I love to get into the ring with this guy. By the way, thank you, Davey, for these clips. Appreciate it. Boeing stuff, welcome back. Putin endorsed Kamala. Did you hear? Slightly suspect. I did see that headline. I don't know how real it is, but Russian propaganda benefits from confusing people. Call them out. I'd come to watch it. Yeah, I know. I'd love to get into the ring right now. Even though I'm touching 40. I got one year until I'm 40. I'm 39 now, almost in a couple weeks. But he's younger than me. Yeah, I'd love to. Right now, no training whatsoever. Let's go. All right, let's watch this. This is too good.
It's just because it's bullshit. They sold out. They sold out everything that MAGA represented at one point, and everything that it was is no longer. It's just really sad. And the 2020 comment, it's like, wow, that's how pathetic it's gotten. He's admitting, he says, oh, I lost by a whisker. So what was the point? Like, what's the point of any of it? You lost in 2020? Seriously? I mean, what are we even doing anymore? Then you're a loser. Then you're a loser. You just lost. Then you lost to Joe Biden. You deserve to be charged. If he admits that he lost, then that actually vindicates the DOJ charge against him. Because the charge is that he knew he lost, but he lied to defraud the people. That's the DOJ's charge. So why did we do Stop the Steal? Why did anyone go to January 6th? Why is anyone sitting in jail? Why did anything bad happen to anybody? Why did everyone get censored? Why is everything bad that has happened to the people that are involved? Why did that need to happen if you're just going to walk it all back and say, oh, I lost? Well, it would have been good to know that before.
Would have been good to know that before I threw my whole life in a dumpster, turned myself into a political pariah that says I love Hitler.
1,600 people got charged. It would have been good to know that before I had all my money frozen, put on a no-fly list, banned from everything, lost all banking and payment processing. Would have been good to know that before I, in 2017...
Banks won't even do business with you, dog. Whoa.
Dedicated my life to this as an 18-year-old in college. Just feels like a big ripoff. And don't get me wrong, I'm an adult. It's not whining. I'm not complaining about it. I'm saying you can't say those things for that reason. Like, don't get me.
All right. He just continues. 2 minutes of this piece of shit is more than enough for me. If you want to see the rest of the clip, it's right here. But, what am I even doing with my life, man? One of the things I'm going to enjoy the most if Kamala Harris wins is listening to these guys. Oh, they stole it. Oh, well, who am I? Because like there's going to be the hardcore few that are like, Trump needs to run again. Trump needs to run again. A grand majority of them, though, are going to accept they're never going to get Trump. It's over. It's over. And, they're so, because, like, he's a part of them, right? Joe Biden's not a part of you. You're not an idiot, right? You're on the left. You're a smart person, except for Davey, who's on the right. Smart person, but he's on the right. Whoa. Just random. Except for Davey, he's a fucking moron. Sorry, Davey. I'm just kidding. Welcome back, Never Forget. It's good to see you. Thank you for the kind words. But no, the thing I'm going to love, and we're just going to do it, just a couple weeks of it, just going through all these guys just crying away. Oh, my wife left me. I bought $6,000 in Trump merchandise. I put a Trump wrap around my car that I need to get off. I tried to get a bank loan and they rejected me because I'm a known fascist. Oh, what do? I ruined my life because of Trump. I miss you, honey. Come back to me. No. I didn't mean to file for divorce over Trump. I can't wait. Only if Kamala wins, though. Because if Trump wins, talk about it's just me. The end is nigh. I'm gonna be doing like end is nigh streams. I thought this was really cool. We need to do more of this. Listen to this. The winners of a Michigan first ever I Voted sticker design contest will be available for clerks to order and give out to voters this fall as the state's official 2024 presidential election stickers. They get a selection, and this is one of them that won. If I have any viewers in Michigan that want to get me one of these, I will give you $20. But no, this is so cool. I want this on like a t-shirt. This is super cool. If you want to know more about this, here's the link. Way too dank. This is so rad, though. I love it. I love that it won, too. So there's like multiple designs, and this is one of the ones that won. I love that. Moving on here. So just more of this stuff, right? So this is amazing. According to the DOJ indictment, one of Tenet Media's producers didn't want to post the Tucker Carlson's grocery store trip in Russia because they thought it was not subtle enough for a Russian influence operation. Quote, it just feels like overt shilling. So if you're not sure what the hell I'm talking about here, Tucker Carlson did a trip to Russia. Oh, Russia's so great.
Maybe the longest.
Oh, people don't understand Russia. It's such a great place, and all the misconceptions about Russia. So he goes to a fucking Russian grocery store, and it's one of the most depressing things you've ever seen in your life. And it's not so bad. Oh, you see, it's not so bad.
Take a look at a contemporary, modern-day 2024 Russian grocery store, 2 years into sanctions. Here we go.
Right.
All right. There we go.
Okay, so I guess the angle is, wow, look at he's not trying to say, wow, look how bountiful it is, look how plentiful it is. He's trying to say, oh, look at the victims of Russia, look at what the terrible sanctions are doing to Russia, right? So he goes around, and so the Russian-backed right-wing media organization, Tenet Media, internal communications were like, this is overt. This is overt shilling. This is like overt propaganda. Like, do we even want to do this? Do we just scrap this project because he is shilling so hard? It's obvious. It's way too obvious. But they released it anyway, and that's what people said. But it is pretty funny that they had an internal discussion about, man, he is really like shamelessly blowing Putin's dick here. It's a little too shameless. Can we dial it back a little bit? I know he's Tucker Carlson. He's a big name, but God, this is shameless. This is disgusting. Pretty funny stuff. We now know the background to the supermarket. Yeah, so now we understand why this trip happened, where this came from. He got a big, nice, fat check from Putin. Look, we have actual food. Woke Patriot posted this in the Discord. All of these right-wingers that have been paid by Russia, Timcast. So this is really just a list. Benny Johnson over here, Timcast. Elon Musk retweeting a lot of them. Interesting. Seriously. Oh. Oh no, look at that. Oh, he's shocked. Huh? Oh no, can you believe what the woke are up to now? Forcing your kids to get sex changes, Elon Musk. That's interesting. He's such a blatant bad actor. Like, one of the questions, if I had Elon Musk in front of me, would be, are there other rich people in your orbit that are like telling you to like quiet down, shut up, you're giving away the game? You know, like, are there really billionaires that are just like, yeah, keep going, Elon, man, you make us look like greedy, ignorant assholes. You know, you make us look like really cold-hearted oligarchs. Yeah, man, keep going. Yeah, this is what we need. This is the image that we want. But yeah, you're really representing us well. You know, there's got to be rich guys that are like, Elon, shut the fuck up, man. You're making us look so bad. Get off social media, dude. Go back to the shadows. That's where us oligarchs belong. Welcome back, Kissing Gonzo. Welcome back, Rebel Phoenix. I don't know. I just feel like his peers would be like, bro, you're giving away the game, dude. Shut the fuck up. Maybe that's just me, though. Right? It could be the exact opposite, where they're like, yeah, that's how you do it, Elon. Yeah. I don't know. Need a Bill Gates versus Elon Musk debate? That would actually be legitimately funny. And I think Bill Gates would mop the floor with Elon Musk. Not that I fully support Bill Gates, but when it comes to philanthropy, when it comes to actual information, knowing about his industry, like Bill Gates is a fucking legitimate engineer in his own right. Having actual technical knowledge about the products that he's selling and not just pretending, just being a bullshit artist like Elon. So anyway, here's the clip. Here's the clip that everyone's spreading around with Tim Pool. This cost Putin $100,000.
They know it. But I don't know that it matters anymore. This is psychotic. Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again, one of the greatest enemies of our nation.
So it's really bad. It's really bad when shadowy influencers are getting paid by foreign government entities, right? It's really a bad thing, huh, Tim?
Right now is Ukraine.
And he's such it's theatric. It's knowing the full context. This little move right here. He's like, oh, I gotta sell it. I really gotta sell this, right? Man, that check was fat, and I would like another one. I gotta sell it so I can get another one.
But I don't know that it matters anymore. Ugh. This is psychotic. Ukraine is the enemy of this country. Ukraine is our enemy, being funded by the Democrats. I will stress this again. One of the greatest enemies of our nation right now is Ukraine.
Check, please.
They are expanding this war. Now, don't get me wrong. I know you've got criminal elements of the U.S. government pushing them and guiding them and telling them what to do. Ukraine is now accused, a German warrant issued for blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline. Triggering.
So we don't know for certain. All we know is that the German government is sending out, we want to investigate 2 Ukrainians. We would like to bring them in for questioning, which is like leading people to suspect that, maybe Ukraine had something to do with it. That's all we have. The German government saying there's 2 Ukrainians that we would like to talk to in relation to the Nord Stream pipeline. That's all they got.
This conflict. Ukraine is the greatest threat to this nation and to the world. We should rescind all funding and financing, pull out all military support, and we should apologize to Russia.
Money, 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 money! Money! We should apologize to Russia. Oh, did I do a good job? I pounded the table and I said the whole world needs to apologize to you, Putin. Did I do a good job? Money, 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 money! Davey, you should apologize to Russia. You need to apologize, Davey. Yeah, so I didn't want to really post these, but I guess Davey wants us to see them. But now he's sarcastically pro-Ukraine. Oh, okay, I guess I'm pro-war now. Oh, you got me. Basically trying to say that I would have had these opinions regardless of the big fat paycheck, which, may or may not be true. We'll never know. It doesn't really matter. Right, so he's putting the flags in his bio. Oh, I'm pro-Ukraine now. You got me. I'm canceled. Oh, you got me. Oh, the wokeists got me. See what I mean? They hate free speech. That's all he has. That's all he's got. So here's Tim Pool from the past. Who knows? A couple months ago, a couple years ago. It's hard to tell. Literally wears the same fucking outfit every single day. We'll avoid that discussion. But here's what he has to say about, you know, people of influence receiving money from foreign governments to lie on their behalf. Here's what he thinks people like that should, you know, how they should be treated.
We are talking about crime and punishment, and Donald Trump needs to go after these people.
Yeah.
Laura was saying, take the gloves off, stop being nice to them, fuck them.
Right.
And I said they should all be arrested. There should be lists. Laura
Right.
said we should give anyone who committed treason the death penalty, and then the show gone.
Wow. Anyone who committed treason the death penalty. So is taking money from a foreign government to then spread lies about that foreign government, you know, to, you know, spread propaganda for that foreign government in your nation of birth, is that legally considered treason? I think that's fucking treason, right, guys? Death penalty. Death penalty. Bop, take care of it, guys. Round them up, list them up, take them down. I'm a badass. Civil War, question mark? This guy's posted Civil War over 10 times on his goofy social media accounts. Civil War time? Round them up, huh? Round up the traitors. Well, it's not me. I didn't know.
Because YouTube doesn't allow calls for the death penalty. That's why they deleted our episode of Alex Jones the first time it happened 3 years ago.
Okay, so I'm not going to subject the audience to any more of this, but yeah. He's a hypocrite. Wow, go figure. Wow. So, and he's saying, of course, the statement he's making here, I'm a victim. I would have said these things anyway. You know, I'm a Russian shill with or without money. I slammed the table and I said we got to apologize to Russia, and I would have said that regardless of the money. Can't prove it. Can't prove one way or the other. It doesn't really matter. Because you took the money, dude. You put the money, you took the money. That changes everything, Tim. Of course, the community notes here. It's not a leaked indictment. It's part of an official press release by the DOJ. You know, already trying to spin it, already trying to lie. My lawyer replied, in the United States, for example, treason is defined. So this is ChatGPT. First of all, it's not your lawyer. But I'll go ahead and repeat this. Treason is defined in the Constitution, Article 3, Section 3, as, quote, levying war against the United States or in adhering to the enemies, giving them aid and comfort. Accepting money from a foreign government to undermine the U.S. government could be seen as giving aid and comfort to an enemy, especially if the actions taken with that money are meant to harm the nation's interests. So, yeah, it's treason. It's treason. And look, I just want them to be dragged into court. Okay? I would be okay with them being dragged into court and the court saying it was heinous, not cool, but technically free speech, technically no laws were broken. I'd be okay with that. But the DOJ, Merrick Garland, they don't want to go down this road. They don't, throw a couple of January 6 guys under the bus, 100 of them or so, over 100. Throw them under the bus. Okay. But do we really want to go after characters like Tim Pool, right? Where's, because that's the next step here, to be tried for treason. And I don't think you should be hung, right? If you're guilty of treason on this level, useful idiots should get a useful idiot sentence. Couple years, minimum security, right? Couple years, minimum security. Not the round them up, list them up, death penalty. Like Tim Pool is saying. That's what we need. Round them up, death penalty. But no, you took money from a foreign government. This isn't new ground, by the way. There have been politicians that have been arrested for doing exactly this. So there's precedent in court. It's not totally unheard of. At least you should at least be summoned into court to defend yourself, right? And a charge against treason. No, I mean, mashed potato, you know, I don't agree that incredibly harsh sentences act as a deterrent. You know why? Because murders still happen. Crime is still rampant. No matter how bad the punishment gets, crime, you know, it continues to, it's never a deterrent. And we internationally, geopolitically, right? The International Criminal Court, you know, none of that doesn't scare anybody. Crimes continue to be committed. So I'd be okay with just a couple years. What's more important to me is that this behavior is there's a precedent in court that says this behavior is not allowed. You're not allowed to, this is not protected under free speech. This behavior is a big fat no-no. You know, because like the only thing that I would change to make this okay is him saying I'm taking money from the Russian government to say this. You know, full transparency, and then say whatever you want. My only issue is that he tried to hide this. He's trying to lie. He's trying to be coy about it. Oh, I didn't know. Ooh, I didn't know. You knew, bitch. They gave you a directive. They want you to do a pro. You know, you slammed on the table like a good little boy. They're not paying for nothing. And they're absolutely going to give you a fucking, yeah, we would like you to be kind of like this. Suggestions. They were just suggestions, artistic notes, just, you know, hey, do what you want, you know, hey, it's your show. But we would really prefer if you talked about Russia in this kind of light. Oh, that's okay. That was my opinion anyway. Okay. I just want a precedent in court. So I don't have time to go through this, but these are threads that go through every little detail. Connections to Scott Ritter. You know, connections to it's just all of them. They're all connected. It'd be great if Lex Friedman is wrapped up in this. That would be really fucking great. He's a POS masquerading as an honest journalist. Lex Friedman, total Russian fucking plant, dude. Are you kidding me with this guy? I'm an honest. I just want to have honest discussions. He's such a joke. Anyway, the rabbit hole goes deep. If you want to dig, here you go. Dude, Lex Friedman's a joke, dude. So I have two threads actually related to this. Is this the other one? This should be the other one. Yeah. So here's the two threads. If you want to dig deep in this rabbit hole, here's all the info. Benny Johnson. God, Benny Johnson is one of the worst. Talk about, another guy that I think I would like to get in the ring with. You know, Tim Pool, of course, but Tim Pool is such a coward. I don't think, Nick Fuentes, coward. Benny Johnson, I don't know. He might think that he could kick my ass. So, I mean, I'd love to get into the ring with some of these dudes. Never happen. But God, I would love it. You know, I don't want to fight Froggy Frog. I want to fight Benny Johnson. Anyway. Oh, yep. Hold on before we get there. We got school shootings to talk about. Yay, school shootings. Lex Friedman gives us some KGB vibes though, but I like his interviews. Taken in small bits and pieces, taken out of context, his interviews can sometimes be kind of like, oh wow, interesting conversation. When you watch the whole interview, it's pretty clear that he is very biased in his questions, very pro-Trump in the angles that he's coming from. But he's more slick. He's definitely more slick. He's a little bit more subtle about it. But his whole thing is that I'm just an honest journalist trying to have an honest conversation to try and suss out the truth. Is a lie. He's a liar. He's a con man. But he's a clever one and a subtle one. So wanted to show this before we get to the school shootings. I thought this would be kind of funny to show you. Please enjoy.
If Trump wins, will you accept the results?
Of course.
If Kamala wins?
So if he said, if Donald Trump wins, will you accept the results?
Will you accept the results?
No.
If Kamala wins, will you accept the results? No.
No, because it won't be possible. It'll be an absolute canard. nobody's really voting
Yeah,
for.
but you gotta, when you listen to yourself say that, that's gotta be a red flag, right?
Yeah, no, it's not. Listen to what the Democrats say.
Say it again. If Donald Trump wins this election, will you accept the results?
Yes.
If Kamala Harris wins this election, will you accept the results?
No.
I mean, you got to hear what that sounds like, right?
I don't care what it sounds like.
Yeah, they don't care what it sounds like. This is a Republican. These are the Republicans. These are the people. I don't care. I don't care if it's illogical. I'm allowed to be an idiot. I'm allowed to be uninformed. I'm allowed to have the incorrect opinion, and he's right on all that. It still doesn't make him correct factually. That doesn't really matter though in the realm of politics, right? Here's the thing though. Guys like this, before Trump came along, guys like this weren't engaged in politics. They didn't feel represented. You know, the candidates didn't reflect their extreme, you know, usually racist, xenophobic views, right? The Republican Party was still trying to distance themselves from characters like this, you know, trying to have a veneer of authenticity. Well, all that's out the window. And now, characters like this, we used to call them, you know, weirdos, cranks, you know, smile and nod and then move on with your life kind of characters. Now they are politically represented. And the political right has found it to be beneficial to cater to these people because they'll turn into loyal voters. Once Trump is gone, once that cult of personality, right? Because look at this guy's shirt, right? Trump. This guy with the upside down American flag. But this whole movement without Trump doesn't exist. Boogaloo, you're right. You know, I didn't really pick up on that Boeing stuff, but I think you're right. He's probably Boogaloo, representing Boogaloo. He's got the little thing and the Hawaiian shirt. You're probably correct. Who's crazier, him or Hunter? Oh, you're hilarious. You're so fucking funny. Hunter's dick is gonna ruin the world. You'll see. But anyway, without Trump, this whole balloon deflates. And the Republican Party, no matter how much they beg, no matter how, you know, the Viveks and no matter how shameless they try to get the person up there to replace Trump is going to be, it's just the magic's not going to be there. You know, they're not there for America. They're not there for the Republican Party. They're there for Trump. And when he's gone, when he's out of the equation and they finally accept it, you know, one of the reasons why we see the Republicans electorally, locally, you know, as I show with Ken Paxton and other examples, trying to change the electoral system is because they see this desperate. They understand that this demographically, you know, is not going to last, that the Trump phenomenon will end. And that when the Trump phenomenon ends, if they're not in a position to keep power, if democracy still exists, if democracy still works, and the voters are able to make a decision about which direction they want to go in, they're going to go away from the Republican Party, especially a Republican Party that doesn't have Trump anymore. They're not going to vote Kamala. They're just going to return to their bridges, right? Return to their little existences where they're filled with hate, and they watch the news every day and they say all my problems are because of the brown people and all my problems are because of all the lefties and all the wokesters. You know, they'll say all these horrible things, but they'll basically be disengaged from politics like it was before. Oh, it was the Mayans. Remember the Mayan calendar thing in 2012? Oh, the Mayans. That was the big thing. Right? They'll go back to that shit. Right? Their little niche, you know, obsessions. So we had a couple school shootings over the week there. Why? I don't even. I'm sarcastically hitting that. I shouldn't even do that. It's really disgusting. Not one, but actually two. You might not have heard this one. Might not have heard about this one, but yeah, we got, you know, not just the big one that was really terrible. We'll be talking about that one, but you know, I think this one happened yesterday. But yeah, different high school, different school shooting, same week. Thanks, gun anarchists. And great job, Barack Obama, with that anti-gun legislation that everyone said that you were going to do. Great job with that.
This country, and tragically, it happened here at home today. A student brought a gun to school tonight. The Joppatown High School community left reeling after the fact that one of its own was killed in school.
Wow.
Investigators say a fight took place around lunchtime inside the first-floor bathroom. WJZ still working to learn what exactly took place during that fight, but we know moments later a single gunshot was fired. Our team coverage tonight continues at 6 o'clock with WJZ investigator Mike Helm.
Yeah, WW86. I assume that's a reference to Wonder Woman. Yeah, pretty interesting stuff. The kind of, he was riding super high until that Kamala Harris switcheroo. But what's fascinating to me is that the poll numbers, 50-50 basically. Pretty depressing.
Algren and our Hartford County community reporter, Jessica Albert. But let's begin with Mike, who has the latest on this investigation and new developments at this hour. Mike, good evening.
Harry Potter breakout room. Oh, my God. Huge boob sale. Oh, my God. Yes. Wow, this town has the right priorities. Harry Potter breakout room and a huge sale on big boobs. Wow.
Good evening, Rick. Good evening, everybody. Tonight we're hearing from the principal of Joppatown High School.
School shooting.
Who rushed to that bathroom right after the shooting. She remains shaken. The victim in this case, 15-year-old Warren Curtis Grant
Never happened before.
is dead. He was rushed to shock trauma. Doctors could not save him. The superintendent
well, he should have known how he should have had a gun of his own, right?
Their condolences.
Well, he didn't have a gun?
First and foremost,
he didn't have a gun to defend himself?
Well,
good job, wokists.
Are with the family of this amazing young man, with his friends, with all of our staff members, with all of our students.
A 15-year-old student at Joppatown High School, Warren Curtis Grant, died after being shot one time in a first-floor bathroom just after 12:30 this
And he didn't even have a gun to defend himself. Jesus
afternoon.
Christ.
A 16-year-old student, the suspect, is in custody. The school
might have been defending himself, though. We don't know the full details. It's important to know the details on what happens in high school bathrooms before we, jump to any conclusions. That he could have been absolutely defending himself from a woke mob of DEI candidates that was trying to take his liberty, and he just did the right American thing, right? So once we get a picture of this kid, once we know his ethnicity, we'll be able to really make some sweeping assumptions about who he is, okay?
The school's principal immediately responded to the scene.
Joppatown is a loving,
so good thing you were there to respond.
Community
good.
Who will, without a doubt, rally among our families.
Wow. Get a hair tie. Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers.
I never thought that was going to happen.
It never, because it never happens.
I just heard evacuation. We had to leave.
Yeah.
We started running. I just got scared.
More than 100
Boeing,
officers
I agree.
responded within 15 minutes.
When you're in the
shitter,
that's your castle.
On the scene.
I have a couple of little cousins.
You got to defend your property. You got to defend your rights.
One of my little cousins was actually
don't want to get punched in the face while taking a deuce
with said victim. And right now, everybody is in an uproar. Everybody is uncomfortable. They're scared.
Yeah.
And
next week they will totally forget this even happened.
It's the school year just started. This is for our kids to come and learn and get an education, and they're getting hurt.
Thoughts and prayers.
So, all in all, I just pray for every child.
Me too.
Every parent
every
that has
one.
to feel what they're feeling going with this right now.
Yep.
It's very scary. It's very scary.
Very scary. It's scary and crazy and scary. That's it, though.
And has yet to be recovered.
That's all I got to say.
Counseling will be available for all students.
When our staff and students return to
nice bow tie.
The school, we will have a great deal of support.
That bow tie commands respect from the kids. Bow tie tells the kids, I mean business. I'm the Super Nintendo of this motherfucking school district. That's what that bow tie says. That bow tie doesn't say problem child, central casting. Not at all.
Available for them. We don't yet have a final decision on
school started
exactly
10 days ago.
We will approach things.
They had 10 whole days to distribute handguns to all the students so that they could defend themselves in a situation like this. The school clearly dropped the ball. Each one of these students should have been issued a school-issued 9mm so that they can defend themselves in situations like this. And where were the teachers? The teachers, of course, they should be giving shotguns and assault rifles to be able to handle the situation better, right? They need something more powerful than what the students have. It makes perfect sense to me. They were just absent. You didn't even have a teacher in the bathroom with a AR-15 or whatever. It's embarrassing.
Things Monday, but our community just needs to,
like this guy's bow tie.
Stay tuned. We'll announce something to them.
There was another school shooting yesterday. This is the one that happened yesterday. Their proposal will just increase the problem. Impossible.
Now, today, the sheriff expressed frustration with state law that because of the suspect's age, he cannot question him.
Oh, that's so frustrating. He's so young. He's old enough to legally purchase a weapon and legally own a weapon, but he's so young. It's illegal for a cop to interview him. That's cool. He's a murderer. So this has nothing to do with school shootings, but we're going to take just a school shooting break for 30 seconds while we watch this comedian do something funny, and then we're going to jump right back into the hellscape of American daily life, aka dead kids. Laugh time though. Smile moment.
If we raise the minimum wage, then prices will go up. Then we'll just raise the minimum wage again. It's called mutually assured destruction. What do you think? It's a one-time use like a paper plate? You know capitalism is just made up, right? So we can make up whatever we want to help fix it. You don't think people who flip burgers should make $20 an hour? I think they should make 30. They do something important. What do? Send 4 emails a day and spell check a PowerPoint? You sound like a dad who got kicked out the family group chat for sharing too many articles about how you shouldn't trust doctors. Why should your job owe you a living wage so you can keep yourself alive to do the job? If it helps, picture your workers as Tamagotchis, because you seem to be having a lot of trouble picturing them as human beings. Type where you live into the MIT living wage calculator. Most of the time, it'll just answer good luck. My book comes out September 10th. Link in my bio for pre-orders and a signed copy.
He's very funny. He deserves to be successful. So if you like his comedy, make sure you buy his book. Very funny. It's kind of just the same shtick over and over and over again, but he's totally on point, and he has a lot to talk, wage, slave related kind of, commentary. I love it. It's good stuff. Funny guy. Buy his fucking book. Buy his book. Buy his goddamn book.
Good afternoon. I'm Kate Wall.
Okay. So now the other school shooting, the bigger profile one, more kids died because we give a shit. Also, he might be a transgendered because he's got long blonde hair, except no, he's probably a right winger because the statements being misconstrued about trans people were him being against trans people. Right. Well, no, he's a lefty. He's you literally see, if you go to Jordan Peterson memes, it's a right wing hellhole on Reddit. They literally post memes that say 90% of the mass shootings happen because of trans people. There's unironically spreading full-blown lies about, there's been very few trans people, mass shooters, very few trans mass shooters. Grand majority of them are either proud, out-and-out right-wingers or, apolitical at best, but good chunk of them are right-wingers. The guy who tried to kill Trump, proud right-winger. We don't want to talk about that. Stephen Paddock is an example of like a person that, their political motivations didn't really seem, even though they were shooting up the Toby Keith country music concert, it didn't really seem to be part of that guy's motivation. I'm going to go kill a bunch of right-wingers. That really didn't seem to be part of, why he was doing it. Seemingly he was doing it just because he wanted to kill a lot of people, and that was a great spot to do it from. But grand majority of the mass shooters are right wing. It's like you could set your watch to it, right? Oh, and a Hannity book was found in the suspect's car, and the last thing that he watched was a InfoWars video, or the last thing that he watched was a Tucker Carlson video on his phone before he committed his mass shooting. How many times have we heard it? But no. He's a trans guy because he's got long blonde hair, and yeah, okay.
As we continue to learn more about what led up to the high school shooting yesterday in Winder, Georgia, where a 14-year-old is accused of entering the school and firing an assault-style rifle. Two students and two teachers were killed. At least 9 other people were injured in the shooting, but are expected to survive. Investigators.
And do we think Joe Biden is even going to make it? Is he even going to? I know Kamala Harris said something briefly, when she was doing one of her campaign stops. Is Joe Biden going to do anything? I'm not even going to bother. No one even, I don't even need to pretend that I'm going to do anything about this issue. It's kind of funny, like immigration and gun, how to deal with guns. The neoliberals have completely ceded the argument over to the right. Yep. Okay. We're not even going to try to introduce anything different to what you're talking about with immigration, and same thing with guns. Yeah, we basically agree that any kind of restrictions on anything is just a slippery slope to a full gun ban on everything. I mean, every once in a while you hear about assault weapon bans and, bans on bump stocks and extended magazines and things like that. But it's mainly a lot of, I don't want to lose my election. I don't want to give the Republicans an easy way to attack me because they're just going to say I'm going to ban all guns no matter what I say. So I'm just not going to talk about it. And then here we are. Massacre after massacre after massacre. And they, half the time they don't even bother they don't even give us the thoughts and prayers, right? Because they don't even want us to they don't want to remind us that it even happened, right? Because if they don't remind us, then we'll just forget about it. By Wednesday next week, 65 to 70% of Americans will have completely forgotten about this issue. By Wednesday of next week, 60% of America will have completely forgotten about this.
Reportedly interviewed the suspect more than a year ago while looking into online posts threatening a school shooting.
Hate me,
but
bitch,
at the
am I
time,
wrong?
they said they
Hate
didn't have
me.
enough evidence for an arrest. He's being taken to a regional youth detention facility. Let's get more now from
Have you
Mark
seen
Strassman.
Sexy Bowser?
Flowers lay outside Appalachian High School this morning in tribute to the victims of Wednesday's deadly shooting.
Never
Investigators
forget,
say a
Thank you so much.
14-year-old student opened fire around 10:20 a.m., killing
it's called Stand Your Ground. Thoughts and prayers.
4 people and injuring 9 others.
Oh, wow.
I got up, I started running. He started shooting like 10 times. He shot at least 10 times.
Wow. The sheriff described how 2 school resource officers quickly confronted the shooter armed with an AR platform-style weapon.
AR platform-style weapon. So I've heard that repeated over and over and over and over and over and again. They can't just call it an AR-15 or whatever the fuck, right? AR platform-style weapon, right? That's, we're still appeasing the gun nuts. We're still appeasing the gun freaks, right? Somehow the criticism is more legitimate when we know the model and serial number and we know all the right lingo, right? Because that's what the right wingers are waiting for. Oh, well, I would have normally just painted your argument as an anti-gun argument and just painted you as an anti-gun zealot. But you did say AR platform instead of AR-15, so I guess I'm gonna agree with your argument that these weapons need to be regulated now. It's exactly how neoliberals think, right? We're not going to solve the problem, but hey, we'll change the language around it to maybe appease some people. That's what it is. I don't know. That's not fair. That's just me reaching, but it's just like. We're so desperate to not fix this problem. We're willing to fix any other problem. It's kind of like a chore of the house. We don't want to do this chore. So we're gonna clean everything else. I'm gonna do the dishes. I'm gonna do the laundry, but I don't want to fucking, I don't want to clean the bugs out of my bed or something, whatever the fuck, a really hard one. We're avoiding this chore, so we're doing all the other chores. And it's the thing with gun rights, right? It's like, oh, well, we're never going to fix the problem. We're never going to really go after the core issue, but maybe we can, around the edges, do a couple things here and there. Oh, we'll change the language of how we describe it. That maybe will somehow make it better. Great job, Barack Obama. I mean, you really fucking nailed it, man.
Resource officers quickly confronted the shooter armed with an AR platform-style weapon inside the school. They took him into custody.
As soon as they made contact with him, he gave up immediately.
The FBI now says that local deputies questioned the suspect and his father.
Happy to mow down a bunch of, because he was a 14-year-old kid, having an emotional breakdown. Man, when I was 14, I wouldn't have shot up anybody, but, wildly emotionally unstable. and, you know, up against a real adult with a gun, immediately gives up because he's a child.
Last year, the reason at the time, online threats to carry out a school shooting by the suspect who was 13.
A bunch of warnings, bunch of calls for help that his father ignored, that the people in his fucking orbit ignored, right? I'm going to do it. I'm going to shoot him up. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. Big call for help. Okay. Yeah, there's no precedent. Yeah, this is a pre Columbine mentality, right?
13 years old at the time.
Not my boy.
But the father told deputies that his son had no access to guns in the house. The suspect denied making those threats at the time. And so there were no arrests until yesterday.
Investigators identified the 4 people killed as 14-year-old students Christian Angolo and Mason Schermerhorn, and teachers Richard Aspinwall and Christina Irami.
You could get a question wrong on the board, and she's not going to make you feel dumb. She really make you, she'll make you feel welcome.
Isaac Sanguma told CBS News he spoke to Irami, his math teacher, the morning of the shooting.
She was begging me to come to class on time today. And I didn't know that was going to be my last time seeing her and talking to her.
The shooting suspect has been charged with murder, and prosecutors say he will be tried as an adult.
Oh, well, there you go. You know, there was a bunch of school shooters lined up to have big emotional outbursts, but they heard that the last guy was tried as an adult, and boo, they backed right off that little plan. That'll do it. That's the justice system at work right there. Yep. Try a 14-year-old as an adult. That'll show them. Get her done.
Mark Strassman reporting the Barrow County Sheriff credits a fast response from faculty with preventing the shooting from becoming an even larger tragedy. He said faculty alerted law enforcement to an active situation using a button on ID cards with a new system that had been in use for only about a week.
So it would have been a lot worse had it not been for this system that was installed literally 10 days earlier, right? Oh, it can't happen here. I bet, they're all joking, literally installing like, oh, okay, this is kind of overreach. Do we really need this? Come on. Do we really need this? So, World War 86, I disagree with you, but on some level, I agree with what you're saying, which is if we're not going to... No, I see what you're saying here, because what you're saying is if we're not going to solve this issue, if we're going to Obama this issue for the rest of our fucking lives, what other choice do we have? What other choice? If they're not going to if they're not going to restrict the guns, if it's going to be gun anarchy, and it's just going to get worse and worse and worse and more, and people can get access to more and more deadly weapons, what other choice do we have but to turn our schools into prison? You'd have to go full prison complex, right? Only one entrance, one exit, right? Full bunker, lock it down, security, right? The teachers are like prison guards who like are trained to defend themselves. Right? What other choice do we have? If the Democrats refuse to actually do something about it, they continue to be, cowed by the fear-mongering of the right about how you're taking away my guns anytime you implement any restrictions. Federally, if they're going to continue to be cowards, what other choice do we have to protect our kids? And Buck Elf, right on cue, right on fucking cue, Buck Elf over here, intentionally misconstruing, and maybe you're not doing it intentionally, but intentionally misconstruing a discussion about gun restrictions as a ban on all guns. Well, if all guns are illegal, no one said all guns. No one said all guns. I haven't said all guns the entire time. I never say all guns. I fucking never say all guns. But that never fucking matters to you people, does it? We talk about bans on bump stocks. You're banning all guns. We're talking about bans on specific types of assault weapons. You're banning all guns. Yeah, I say all guns. Yeah, we know that's what you're saying. You're being dishonest. Because there's no actual leftists who, well, okay, that's not fair to say. A good chunk of leftists that want gun restrictions are not calling for a ban on all guns. There are leftists who want to ban all guns. There are people on the right who want to ban all guns. But they're not the majority of the conversation. 99.9% of the neoliberal politicians who talk about gun restrictions do not want to ban all guns. They never talk about it. It's never brought up. But every fucking time the conversation happens, you want to ban all guns. You want to ban all guns. Oh, you want to ban all guns. Doesn't matter what we say. It never matters what we say, does it? It just doesn't matter. And here you're trying to gaslight, trying to confuse us. What? Think you're clever? Get the fuck out of here, man.
Dave Cullen, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, reported what some of those conversations sound like. I'm going to read them again. At 10:23 a.m., 11th grader Henry Vanderwalt texted his mother, quote, "I think there's a school shooting." Minutes later, Becky Vanderwalt got another message. "I love you," Henry wrote. The text exchange was likely repeated hundreds of times during several chaotic hours for both students and parents. Students were led from the school outside, where parents rushed to find them.
I've never said it.
Frantic parents rushed to the school, with many forced to park and walk, as our reporting confirms. But this ritual,
gee, I wonder who they voted for, huh?
Of texting your
parents, and will continue to vote for
parents to. I mean, I don't know what else to call it. Proof of life. I'm still here. It wasn't me today. This is it's just more than a gun safety.
Mashed potato. Well, we can't have like Obama grabbing all the guns, right? Obama grabbed all the guns. He took all of our guns, right? Remember when Obama did that?
The crisis. This is more than an easy access to gun mixing with the soup of adolescent angst and mental health crisis. This is an epidemic of trauma and terror that we send our kids to school with. This is part of the
3.5 years of Joe Biden, 8 years of Barack Obama. I'm sure. I mean, we can accept Donald Trump wasn't interested in fixing this problem. And do you think MSNBC? You think Katie Tur talks about Barack Obama's epic fucking failure to do a single fucking thing about any of it? And of course, Joe Biden's silence, Joe Biden's eerie stillness.
Conversation about phones and screens and communication. And this is life in America.
Yeah, I'm so glad that.
So we have another, I don't know. I guess I'm being too mean when I say dumbass. But another person in the chat talking about, well, if we ban all guns, the criminals are just going to find alternatives and they're just going to kill people anyway. So let's just assume that this person who said that hasn't seen what happens in countries where guns are banned. And yeah, crime still exists, but it's on a much lower scale. So instead of having a homemade flamethrower, shut the fuck up, right? What are you talking about? That doesn't happen. What happens is more stabbings happen. Homemade guns, 3D printed guns have become an issue. Homemade flamethrowers never even fucking happened. Right? In Japan, you had Shinzo Abe assassinated with a homemade shotgun, right? It was covered in black electrical tape, famously. Okay? So violence still happens, okay? But the people that are calling for gun restrictions are not calling for gun restrictions, misunderstanding that, oh, this is going to fix all violence. This is going to fix all people. No one's ever going to die again. That's what we're proponents of. We're fucking morons. That's what they want to characterize us as. But no, the people who are calling for gun restrictions and regulations, understand that violence will still exist. It's the capacity to commit that violence. If this 14-year-old didn't have access to the AR platform, it's very likely that he wouldn't have been able to kill 4 fucking people. He might have gotten 1, maybe gotten 2 before his whole little emotional scheme broke down. But no, he was given a perfect tool designed to kill human beings, and he killed 4 and injured 9 in a span of a few fucking minutes. Well, what if he had a homemade flamethrower? Oh, if we ban guns, then everyone's just going to make homemade flamethrowers. It's just like Borderlands. And we're supposed to take individuals like you seriously. We're supposed to take the shit that you say seriously, huh?
glad that Frank brought up about the much wider net of people traumatized. You know, the SWAT teams, if they were involved, but all the first responders.
Listen to what this guy says.
You know, with Columbine, I remember Patrick Ireland was the boy in the window who went out, and you know,
So he's talking about the famous video of Columbine. You know, this kid, he was bloodied, shot in the head. You know, crawling out of a window, falling out of a window. So that's what he's talking about.
Caught him on the back of an armored car, and they were really distraught the next day. Everyone involved, there was a whole huge team, because they needed to know whether it was okay, and because he'd been shot in the brain through a speech center. He could still speak a little in the ambulance, but he couldn't. His name was Patrick,
what if?
And he
Cruiser
kept saying,
music. What if?
Rick. So they thought it was Rick, and so
sorry, I'm interrupting the most important part of what he's saying.
He could still speak a little in the ambulance, but he couldn't. His name was Patrick, and he kept saying Rick. So they thought it was Rick, and so he was logged in as Rick, and but the SWAT team people knew he was Patrick, and they couldn't find any Patrick, and it really, all these people are human beings.
Oh, Buck Elf wants some proof. Go ahead and give him a link so he can fucking throw that shit in the trash. Continue to ignore any kind of data you actually give him. Go ahead and waste your time and give this fucking guy data, right? So he can put that shit right in the dumpster and keep thinking and keep with the misconceptions that he's going to have, that he's going to take to the fucking grave anyway, right? Right? Yeah, I'm feeling like we got a little chud in our midst. But it's okay. Buck Elf isn't annoying me too much. Just a little bit. So the big news is, of course, pertaining to this, is that the father is being wrapped up in this. And this is actually the second time that this has happened in this state. There was a precedent set with a different school shooting. So here's the father being taken into court right here. Yeah, we're going to get to it, Kissing Gonzo.
Good morning, sir. Are you Mr. Colin Gray?
Yeah. So I agree with this as a parent of a child who is, you know, very involved in the development of their child. I can tell you, you can see this shit. The red flags are there way before any of that other stuff, right? I think what should happen is like, you can't be arrested for the actions of other people, but I do think if you're not responsible with your guns, if you're not locking them up, if you're not, you know, following all the rules and regulations, and someone in your house under your care, your son, your daughter, gets access to that weapon because you weren't locking it up correctly and, you know, doing the trigger locks and all that kind of stuff, I do think you should be held responsible. And then we also have cases of parents proof, you know, we text conversations of parents kind of goading on the person, you know, like you would think, oh, that's impossible. Parents can't be that bad. No, it has happened. Wasn't that the case with the Batman Joker shooter? His mother had basically, it was one of them. It was one of the mass shootings. It's hard to keep track. But I do think, I don't think this guy should be, you know, convicted for murder, right? Like responsible directly for the murders of his son. But I do think there needs to be culpability there, because and if you're not a parent, it's hard to really understand what we're saying. But if you're a parent, you know when your kid's fucked up. You know when your kid is a danger to other children. And no, kids shooting up schools is 100% the fault of the parents. That's a cop-out that makes a bunch of excuses for the gun anarchy. Oh, yeah, if it wasn't for the parents, it's certainly not the easy access to guns, right? It has nothing to do with the super easy access to guns and all the restrictions being lifted and everybody should have access to a gun and just buy them all you want, no mental checks, nothing. It certainly has nothing to do with the mental health crisis affecting the entire nation. the nihilism crisis, right? The lack of faith in a future, right? The economics. We haven't even talked about the economics, right? No, it's 100% the fault of the parents, right? Let's ignore literally all that other shit, right? That's a cop out right there. That's an excuse. What did the other parents have to say about what are you talking about? The parents of the victims? They said they were super stoked to have their child killed at school. That's what they said. Super good. Awesome. I sure wish my kid had a gun. That would have fixed it, right? Nothing like a good old-fashioned gun battle at the OK Corral during lunch. Freedom. Let freedom ring. 100% the fault of the parents, by the way. Not economics, not mental health, not a failing political leadership, not gun regulations. Oh, it's the bad parents. Yep, that. We don't have to fix anything. Just fix the bad parents. Pass a law. Being a bad parent's against the law. Fixed it. Problem fixed. Thank you, Ted Cruz. But I do agree that the parent should be somewhat responsible. Like I said, I think there needs to be scrutiny about that, right? Because you do have cases where the parents followed the law, kept their guns locked up. The kid, breaks in and, but a lot of the time it's totally parental malfeasance. It's totally, parents giving mentally ill people, their children, access to firearms. Oh, it's not my kid. It's not my little Billy. He's not going to do that. He's only literally threatened to do it before. But here you go, son. Here's an AR platform. Oh, have at it. Good old American boy. Just having some fun on the internet talking about killing folks. We all did it. I did it so much when I was a kid. Just running down the hallways. I'm going to kill everybody. Oh, it's a big joke. Just boys being boys. 100% the fault of the fucking parents. What a fucking joke. Active shooter in Kentucky at the moment. That's great. We'll get to, I'm sure that's part of the mass shooting tracker. We'll get to that. So here's the, just wanted, this has been pointed out, but the politicians that make this, it's a common thing to look at this idiot. This is a politician, right? All of his kids, got AR platform. AR platform. This bitch is carrying a fucking Tommy gun. He let his daughter hold a MAC-10. It's a fucking Uzi. He's holding, I believe, a bar. Is that a BAR or is that a saw? So this is right-wing America, right? They're never going to change, and it's always whether you want to take everything. You saying I can't, if we were to pass a law that says he can't have this gun, but the law doesn't say anything else about any of these other guns, he would shamelessly every single day, no matter what, in front of a camera say they want to ban all guns. No, sir, we just want to ban the gun that was used by the helicopter gunner in Apocalypse Now to kill Vietnamese people. Yeah, we don't think citizens should actually own that weapon legally. We're going to put a restriction on that. You going to take away my rights to shoot Vietnamese people out of a helicopter? How dare you? It's a free fire zone. Come on. Yeah, Pucker War. It'll really be something, right? Oh, from my cold dead hands. Yeah, sure. Hand it over. Okay. I don't have the balls to get into a gunfight with the government. Here you go. Lauren Boebert here with her sons. It's a common thing amongst the right wing. Another politician got himself a fancy little sniper, bought his wife a fucking purple AR platform. Or is that an M16? I'm so sorry. You don't even know what you're talking about. That's a common thing. Right? They're not going to fix it. They're never going to fix it. Here's a commercial from the politician who is, the local politician in the jurisdiction that the high school was in.
Hey, Mike Collins here, you pro-Trump America First trucker running for Congress.
Pro-America First, by the way, that's Nick Fuentes. That's Nick Fuentes' thing.
Here in Georgia 10. Well, I
America
understand that
first.
Joe Biden was in town yesterday to talk about our elections. It seems that he and Kamala Harris called anyone who disagreed with the federal hijacking of
Ice
this
King,
election.
that's how I stir my coffee. It was my little 9mm
Joe,
pistol
I got some
over
news
here.
for you. Let me tell you what Georgians really believe. First
What do
of
you
all,
really believe?
you can't.
We really believe in school shootings. It's really good. It's a really good thing. Anyway, you get the point. He says a bunch of bullshit, then he shoots up the fucking dumpster.
They won't do it. Mike Collins will.
Hell yeah, I'm gonna get guns to every school shooter I can find. Every school shooter has the right to have a gun. It'll never stop until we make a stand. And Barack Obama didn't have the guts to make a stand. Joe Biden doesn't have the guts to make a stand. Kamala Harris, cross your fingers. Yeah, yeehaw points, exactly. So J.D. Vance stepped in, and again, so we've heard this sentiment from Donald Trump as well, which was, even more ghoulish than what J.D. Vance said. But Donald Trump said, "We just got to get over it. We just got no choice. We just got to get over it, folks. It's just we got to get on with it. Okay, crazy people going to shoot up schools. That's how we do things." And this is, J.D. Vance furthering that argument. This is a fact of life. The motherfucker who cares so much about kids, cares so much about maternity and parents and family, and it's just, we care so much about family, so much. We care so much about kids. But dead kids are dead kids. That shit just happens, dog. There's just nothing we can do about it. We're utterly powerless.
Now look, the Kamala Harris answer to this is to take law-abiding American citizens' guns away from them.
Take them all.
That is what Kamala Harris wants to do.
That's what Obama did.
Says, look,
that's what Biden's doing right now.
I don't like to admit this. I don't like that this is a fact of life. But if you are a psycho and you want to make headlines, you realize that our schools are soft targets. And we have got to bolster security at our schools so that a person who walks through...
That's absolutely what we got to do, but I'm not going to pay for it. Pony up, rural Americans that earning $30,000 a year can, one of the few free things in your life is the free public school that your kids get, right? Pony up for that security. It's going to cost you about $10,000 a year per parent. Pony up for it. We're not going to pay for it, but that is what should happen. Yeah, we should really, worry about security around our schools, but I'm not going to fucking pay to protect your kid. Fuck your kid. I mean, I love your kid. Oh, it cares so much about family.
To the front door. We've got to...
Hey, Pill Prodder, how in the world can a mother, give the kind of love and care that really a child needs when that mother is working 40 plus hours a week, can barely get by, and Donald Trump wants to put tariffs on that mother's milk and eggs and oil and God knows what else to make her pay more out the nose? How's that supposed to help that mother give that love and care to that child desperately needs when the mother is desperately trying to survive in an exploitative economy that Donald Trump absolutely plans on making worse?
To bolster security so that if a psycho wants to walk through the front door and kill a bunch of children, they're not able to. And again, as a parent, do I want my kids' school to have additional security? No, of course I don't. I don't want my kids to go to school in a place where they feel like you've got to have additional security, but that is increasingly the reality that we live in. Now, look,
So somewhere in there, I probably interrupted him. He said his little fucking, it's just a fact of life, whatever. They're not going to fix it. They're not going to. They're currently trying to get us all prepared to just accept it as a fact of daily life. That's what they would rather do. All right, folks. This is why you came. This is why you're here for the News Underground. It's America's #1 news segment. Everyone, thank you for coming to the mass shooting update, folks. It's the mass shooting update. Come on. Here we go. Nothing's going to change. Can't do anything about it. Walk into a grocery store, get your ass blown away if you're the wrong race. Let's go. How many people died in America last week? 445 U.S. mass shootings in 2024. 6,401 mass shootings since 2013, and we've gone one whole day since the last mass shooting. Thank you so much, good guys with guns. I don't know what to do with all this peace and quiet, quite frankly. I've ran out of books. I've ran out of all the books. I'm reading them all. All right, what do we got over here in Washington, D.C.? 0 dead and 5 injured. Gunman unknown. Over there in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 0 dead and 4 injured. 3 police officers wounded. Well, we all know how they vote. Unidentified suspect also wounded and apprehended. They caught him alive after he shot cops? Must have been white. Moving over there to Winder, Georgia, I believe. 4 dead and 7 injured. Wow, that's a big one. Juvenile victims, 2 high school students, and 2 teachers killed. Yes, of course, so this is the mass shooting that we were just talking about. Let's go ahead and go over their names. Victim fatalities: Mason Schmierhorn, Christian Angelou, Richard Aspinwall, Christina Ermy. Suspect Colt Gray, 14 years old, had access to an AR platform. Did I say it right? 14 at school, in custody, was armed with an AR-15 given to him by his father. Well, he said AR-15, not AR platform, so this is obviously illegitimate. 6 other juveniles and 1 adult were wounded by gunfire, and more were injured while fleeing. And he would have been able to do the same amount of damage with a homemade flamethrower, a slingshot with bombs like some Batman villain. Come on, use your imagination, folks. If we get rid of the guns, creative geniuses like Mr. Colt Gray here are just gonna cook up some fucking bazooka gun that they're gonna shoot, right? They're gonna have a backpack filled with plasma. Whoa, watch out for the supervillains, right? We can't take away guns because that's gonna be more supervillains. Look, I get to pull stuff out of my ass all day, then I get a big fat paycheck from Putin, okay? So fuck you. So fuck you. Hey, how about that Russia? Over there in West Haven, UT, is that Utah? 4 dead and 0 injured. Domestic and juvenile victims. Is this our family annihilation event? Let's find out. Domestic and juvenile victims' mother fatally shot her 3 young children and then herself. Folks, we have our weekly family annihilation event, but this time, in a ironic twist, it's actually a woman doing the family annihilation. It's almost always a man doing it, but in this case, the mental health crisis has hit females too hard. And there she goes, killed her 3 precious, lovely young children, and then shot herself. The victim fatalities was a girl, and a boy. Gunman was Maribel Liria Iberia, 32 years old, had her whole life in front of her, had 3 beautiful children, killed them all. Over there in Bessemer, Alabama, 0 dead and 4 injured. Gunman unknown. Shooting occurred at a vigil for shooting victims from the previous week. So, I think we're going to go ahead and give our Irony is Dead award to Alabama over here for 4 injured people who were attending a vigil for another mass shooting that happened the week prior. So there you go, folks. Garbage Fuel would like to remind you that none of this is ever going to get better. This is your new normal. Walk into that grocery store, going to that church event. Hey, you're having an argument in a boys' bathroom. Having an argument in a boys' bathroom, you too could be in a stand your ground situation, so you better be strapped there, buckaroo, or else you're going to get fucking smoked. Thank you so much, Garbage Fuel, for sponsoring this this wonderful segment, the mass shooting update, folks. There you go. Mass shooting update. You're welcome. That's why you come here. That's why you're here. You're here for the real shit. Wanted to show this as the final little bit. I know normally the mass shooting update's the last part, but I did want to kind of cap off my mass shooting update with this statement here from Brian Kempt. Reporter, what could be done to make Georgia schools safer, Mr. Politician, who cares so much about kids? The governor says, this is not the day to talk about safety or policy. We need thoughts and prayers for the victims, law enforcement, and educators. I mean, is there anything more obvious that the politicians are not afraid, that they know nothing is going to change? The fact that they keep repeating this cynical, offensive statement, thoughts and prayers over, they still continue to use it. It's really the only response that they got. And I honestly couldn't, I would be offended to my core if my kid died in one of these and then one of these motherfuckers said thoughts and prayers, and they still say it, they say it in public. They're not even, there was the little time, maybe a couple years where they were like, ooh, we probably shouldn't say thoughts and prayers. Let's try to come up with something else. They couldn't really come up with something else, some kind of pithy statement. Oh, we care so much, so bad. Anyway, can we talk about something else? Yeah, thoughts and prayers. Okay. That's the best one. Shit. We're just gonna use it. We're out of ideas. We have no more excuses. Thoughts and prayers. Oh, we can't talk about it. We can't politicize this. Thoughts and prayers. And they get away with it, man. They fucking get away with it, dude. One of the most cynical responses possible to these tragedies. Oh, I care so much. I'm thinking about you. Better luck next time, Buckaroony. Right? Spitting in the face would probably be just about the same amount of insult, right? Oh, I care so much. Thoughts and prayers. Let your kid die. Oh, I'm going to do nothing. And you're going to forget about it in a couple days anyway. And I won't receive there won't be any ramifications at the ballot box. No one's going to change their vote because of my failure to protect kids. Because you don't fucking care about kids. All right, pushed it too far. Pushed it too far. Our next segment is going to be about horror. Oh, in Gaza. Sorry. Horror in Gaza. So if school shootings and, all the topics that we were discussing earlier, too heavy for you, little too much, we're going to calm it down, and we're just going to talk about dead kids over there. Okay, we don't talk about little Susie getting killed. Okay, there's a bunch of dead kids over there, so it's okay. Palate cleanser, right? Let's get this out of our system. No, okay, enough jokes. You can call them that. Yeah, the next topic that we're going to be discussing is Gaza. I don't have time to do Ukraine today, but I will be doing Ukraine tomorrow. Big Ukraine, exclusive Ukraine stream I'll be doing tomorrow for 2 to 3 hours. So look forward to that. I like your jokes. They're good. No, they're not. You're very kind, but they're not. So we're going to talk about, a lighter topic. I can't help myself. The reason why I'm joking, I mean, because I don't want to talk about this anymore. Because there is no light at the end of the tunnel. Bibi Netanyahu is winning. He's right. He's winning. He's right about how weak Joe Biden is. He's right about how weak Western democracy is. How the UK government, no matter if Rishi Sunak is in charge or fucking Keir Starmer is in charge, they all bend the knee. They all know who their daddy is. Oh, right. Oh, big news, right? UK suspends arms sales. 30 out of 350. Or was it 350 were left after the 30? Big news. Oh, the UK restricting weapon sales. Hey, Comrade Chicken, don't you come in here and pretend to give a shit about Palestinians unless you are willing to say in the chat right now that, one, the Russian invasion was not justified, and that Ukrainians have human rights. Thank you, Comrade Chicken. I haven't forgot about you. But don't you be one of those tankies, pro-Russian tankies. Oh, we care so much about Palestinians, but man, those Ukrainians are Nazis, huh? Don't you dare do that shit in my chat. But no, back to what I was saying before. Thank you very much, Comrade Chicken. You're one of the good ones. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Thank you, Comrade Chicken. But Bibi Netanyahu is winning. Joe Biden couldn't be weaker. Keir Starmer bending the knee, making facile, little fucking tokens, oh, well, we end some arms sales. I mean, not all of them, of course. I mean, the slaughter will continue. The weapons will continue. But we did a little thing. We did a little thing about it. Aren't you? Are the Muslims in my country still mad at me? How could you be mad at me? I'm going to arrest you for statements you made on Twitter. I'm going to kick down your door and arrest you for statements you made on Twitter. You're a terrorist. That's what Keir Starmer's up to right now. But Bibi Netanyahu's right. He can kick us around, right? We all kinds of red lines, Jabalia, all kinds of don't go into the West Bank, don't do that. Bibi Netanyahu, bitch, I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want, and you're gonna love it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right, Bibi. I would like to acknowledge though that I was wrong about two different things last time I talked about Gaza. The Al-Aqsa Mosque stands. I was incorrect about that. And Ben-Gvir is technically not number 2 in the Israeli government. Technically, that's a different configuration. Ben-Gvir has an incredible amount of influence, and the coalition is essential to Bibi Netanyahu keeping his majority in the Knesset. But I was incorrect in saying that Ben-Gvir was the number 2 for Israeli government. I would like to thank the asshole that I banned for other reasons for making that correction. I do appreciate that, and I do acknowledge my faults. I need to take a bathroom break. So let's get caught up on the situation with your boy, Conan O'Brien.
Right now, we snagged them for an interview. Please welcome, live via satellite, Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon and Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat. Let's get him down here.
Look, this debate set the stage for the rest of the two-state solution talks that happened during the Clinton administration. This debate was essential to geopolitics, okay? So you need to pay attention. That's why I'm showing. It's a little bit of history so we understand better this conflict, okay? Shalom to you. Hey, Lenny, thank you so much for sticking around. I do appreciate it. Folks, if you enjoy this content, you're also going to enjoy Lenny. Make sure you're clicking on Lenny's username, clicking that follow button. We need #MoreLenny. Like and subscribe to that good Lenny content. Thank you so much, Lenny, from south of Boston. Appreciate it. Now back to this very important debate.
On here.
Shalom to you. Shalom, everyone.
All right, now, welcome, gentlemen. Thank you for agreeing to be here.
To you, Conan.
I'll be right back.
Okay, good to have you here. This is historic. This is the first time you two have been together in the same room.
No, actually, this is not true. We found out recently we were at same Bryan Adams concert in Damascus in 1983.
No, it was 1982.
No, it was 83. You're a liar.
I would see him in 83.
I
would see him.
All right, settle down, you two.
Like
please, gentlemen, settle down. Settle down. Settle down.
Move over, Arafat. Conan, I must point out, according to the borders we established in 1967, I should be in control of 2/3 of this television monitor.
No, Conan, this TV is as holy to Islam as it is to Judaism.
All right. Let's try and be calm here, all right?
Conan, I assure you, if you give him more than 1/3 of the television, I cannot guarantee the security of this television set.
Oh, no. Conan, he needs 2/3 because he is built like Jabba the Hutt.
All right, guys.
All right.
Just calm down.
That was a low blow.
Calm down. It was a low blow, but calm down. Now, Chairman Arafat, how does it feel to finally be able to leave your compound?
Oh, Conan, it was humiliating. 5 weeks, no water, no electricity. Boo-hoo. No. They even knocked out my DirecTV. I don't know who the Bachelor picked. Don't tell me.
So it's all a big joke, right? The geopolitical reality is that Israel had kidnapped the leader of the Palestinian Authority, and that was the environment that the negotiations was happening under. Yeah, there's a bit of a history here. Anyway, thank you, Conan O'Brien. I just wanted to show that. I just wanted an excuse to show that. Hope you don't mind. Okay, guys, big news. Oh, big news. Someone left marijuana in the bathroom. No, big news, guys. Huge news. That's going to totally change everything and affect everything. And it's not 30 years too late. It's not decades too late. Not at all, guys. So the International Court has declared Israel an illegal state. Wow.
This is a watershed
historic
moment for
day,
Palestine.
Watershed moment.
For justice and for international law.
For justice.
Israel,
and what did he say?
Moment for Palestine.
Watershed moment for Palestine.
For
justice and international law, folks. You're decades too late on this. You're fucking decades too late on
justice
this.
And for international law. Israel's occupation has
that's a good point, Kissing Gonzo.
Been declared unlawful.
That's why I smoke it all up. Get rid of it.
Which has stipulated that it must
no one
be
else can get it.
completely and as rapidly as possible. The court also found that illegal Israeli occupation...
Wow, really? You mean the illegal occupation that's literally been happening for decades? What the fuck is so different now? What? What's different about, just the violence? It's just gotten more violent, but the rules are the same. Nothing's really changed.
The UN Charter, human rights,
all the rape, the prison rape, all that stuff was happening way before October 7th.
Unequivocally declared that all Israeli settlements in the occupied Palestinian territory are illegal and must be dismantled, and that all Israeli settlers must be evacuated.
So are they not? They're not saying. Are they going back to like the 1967 or like the 1940? Are they going to talk about the Golan Heights?
The court declared that Israeli illegal occupation.
They said all settlements. So yeah, I guess so.
But eviscerates the Palestinian people's right to self-determination in their own land, including the right to their own state. This ruling couldn't be more timely or sorely needed. The Palestinian people have endured unbearable suffering and injustice for decades.
Now, look, I'm talking a lot of shit on this. If I was working in this body, I would agree with their conclusions and everything that they're doing, and I do acknowledge that there is still, even now, some legitimacy to these bodies, but it really is hard to take it seriously when the most important countries, the most important elements of enforcement, of accountability, laugh in the face of this kind of stuff, are just wildly hypocritical, right? You got the United States State Department, right, saying, Russia bad and Russia breaking human rights, and that's really bad and it's illegitimate, and and then completely ignoring all the crimes of Israel in a wildly hypocritical heel turn. That has consequences. That hypocrisy has consequences. And here we see it here, right? Where it's like, quiet voices speaking quietly into the void about human rights violations that, like a fart in the wind, just go nowhere, mean nothing.
This ruling is a vindication of their steadfastness and perseverance.
Yeah.
This right must no longer.
But ultimately, this is the best we have. And that in and of itself kind of, gives it some legitimacy that if it wasn't for this vapid body, as Kissing Gonzo says, right? If it wasn't for these, we would literally have nothing else, besides the UN, right? Which is all different kinds of issues there. But this is the best we got. This is it.
Be denied or deferred.
This silver-haired guy's statements.
The court made clear that the Palestinian people are the only sovereign in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, and that the international community is under an obligation not just to reaffirm the Palestinian people's right to self-determination, but to see to it that this right is implemented immediately. All states and the UN are now under obligation not to recognize the legality of Israel's presence in the occupied Palestinian territory.
You get the point. Decades too late, and after Israel made it clear beyond any shadow of a doubt that their goal is to erase the Palestinian state, the international community, the international court, has finally decided to, tell the world what we've all known for decades. We've all known for decades. The Zionists are proud to tell us to their face But yeah, okay, good job, great, you did it. You know, and like I said, I'm not trying to, you know, because there is a group of people that want to just basically hand wave away all of the this entire organization and delegitimize it to its very core and make it completely illegitimate. I don't agree with any of that. But at the same time, I can't help but point out not a fucking thing is going to happen. And one of the big reasons why nothing's going to happen is because the United States protects Israel. And if you arrest Bibi Netanyahu, you now have a problem with the United States. And even now in this late time with the Israeli government committing all kinds of human rights crimes, committing all kinds of human rights crimes, the United States is still backing up Israel to the hilt, without question, without reserve, PR, news media, weapons. All we've gotten is some finger wagging and Harris not showing up to the State of the Union. That's all we got. Or not State of the Union, but Bibi Netanyahu's speech. Might as well have been the State of the Union. Wanted to point this out. It's hard to believe, but here we are. You know, it's as naked and you know, unashamed and mask off as it gets right now. And I have the evidence to back that up. Totally, completely mask off. Literally, commentators saying if there was a button I could press to commit genocide on the Palestinians, I would press it right now. You probably know what I'm referencing. Yeah, we're going to be showing it. Wanted to point this out, though, really quick. I had this lined up, this article. You know, world news, our world news. Turkey's Erdogan calls for Islamic alliance against Israel. Moderator said, oh, had to be removed. Had to go, guys. If you don't know, our world news is incredibly biased towards Israel, has been from the start and continues to be so. But things continue to slip. But there are a couple moderators on our world news that are obviously Zionists. And don't you just love this system where we don't get to question, we don't get, you know, we just get to see a username. We don't really get to see, we don't even know who actually pulled the trigger on this, right? We don't get to review the moderators. We don't get to, you know, criticize the moderators. I mean, we could talk shit about them, but that doesn't do anything. You know, there's no process to, you know, kick a moderator out if if they're obviously biased. Nope. Once you get in there, only the other moderators can kick you out, and they never do. It's like a you know, it's a club that they're in. They're pathetic. But our world news here. Oh, let's not talk about that. Oh, hide that. So don't worry, folks. I got the article right here. Pretty interesting news. I don't know if it's going to go anywhere, but it is interesting to see Erdogan kind of hedging, you know, trying to, I don't know, make something out of this. Fact of the matter is the Arab, you know, Islamic Arab nations don't actually care about Palestine. They're happy to use Palestine as a political tool. They don't actually care about the Palestinians. They're not going to send their own armies. It happened once during the Nakba. Right, because maybe there was a slight chance that it might have worked, where if we unified front push back against this, right? Israeli military nipped that in the bud, and it's not like the IDF is very much used to just shooting at civilians and killing civilians. That isn't to say that they're not also prepared to fight a legitimate war against a legitimate army. You know, I hear some leftist discourse about the IDF, like, oh yeah, the IDF would crumble if they faced a real army. I don't think so. I think they would be underprepared at first, but they would be ready. They'd be ready to fight against an Arab coalition. Bibi Netanyahu wants that fight, I believe. World War 86. I'm not going to say in detail. I don't know what you mean by in detail, but we've gone into it hundreds of times on the stream. I've watched countless documentaries. I'm definitely aware of the origin of Palestine in the 1940s. the British government coming in saying, oh, hey, we own Palestine. That's one of our colonies. Come on over, Jews. We've made a new country for you. Slapped it right in this stupid little backwards country that we just so happen to own, filled with a bunch of brown people who won't give a shit. Just go ahead and colonize it. That's what we do. But yeah, I understand that. Erdogan has to play the Islam card as a distraction. He can't seem to do anything about the 70% annual inflation rate. The Clutch Cargo pointing out that, Erdogan's not doing a good job economically for Turkey, but he's a very, very savvy politician, and there's a good reason why he's in charge. He's totally cutthroat, and he knows how to leverage his political power. So it's just interesting to see him talking about this, because that tells me that, he's aware of, that I don't know, that this might be an indication that, this is actually really happening, because it's still hard to believe that Israel is literally erasing Palestine. They're really going for it. You see what's happening in the West Bank, though, and it's kind of hard to deny. So Turkish President Tayyip Erdogan said on Saturday, Islamic countries should form an alliance against what he called, quote, the growing threat of expansionism from Israel, drawing a rebuke from the Israeli foreign minister. He made the comment after describing what Palestinian and Turkish officials said was the killing by Israeli troops of a Turkish-American woman taking part in a protest on Friday against the settlement expansion in the Israeli-occupied West Bank. American citizen, Turkish-born American citizen, Turkish-American, IDF, high-powered sniper rifle. They do it a million times. Women, children, innocents of all different kinds. A couple days ago, they shot a young Palestinian boy right in the forehead. He was just standing there. Apparently, just standing there, just took one right to the head. They know what they're doing. They love it. They actually brag about it on their social media. Like, oh yeah, I was a IDF sniper and I killed so many kids, and I loved it. I loved every minute of it. They literally say shit like that, like a fucking, like a discussion between two villains in a Punisher comic book. I sure do love committing crime. Yeah, man, nothing gets me off more than committing crime. But IDF snipers get on social media. That's basically how they talk. Man, I love killing kids. They just say they say that crazy shit. They really do. I don't have a specific tweet queued up specifically to that though, so I should watch what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying, and I have lots of evidence of other horrific things said about it, but I probably should stay away from saying things that I don't have lined up. Anyway, I'm gonna watch this. There's really not much of it right now. It was just a remark. He's getting, Israeli foreign minister, oh, it's an incitement. He's pro-Hamas, of course, all the usual shit that they usually say. But, could be something. I'll let you know. This was a really good post by Zeteo on YouTube, but it's just a couple images. Israeli forced him to become a quote-unquote human shield. So this is just referencing a larger story about the common use of human shields by the Israeli military. Here's what they do. Here's the details of what happened. Soldiers opened fire on the building using our bodies as cover. It was like a Hollywood action movie for them, but for us, it was terrifying. We saw many corpses killed and scattered in the streets. So they're going into a building, lighting it up, and they put Palestinians dressed as IDF soldiers right on the front to try to flush out the enemy. Israeli newspaper Haaretz confirmed that the Israeli army had dressed Palestinians in Israeli army uniforms, tied their hands behind their back, and sent them into a tunnel with a camera attached to their bodies. When you see depictions of America's enemies during the Vietnam era, this was something that you would often see depicted by America's enemies, something that, the West would never even consider, right? To take a POW and dress him up as your own soldier, tie his hands behind his back, put a camera around his neck, and then force him to go down a booby trap filled tunnel to set off all the mines and, set off all the tripwires. It was seen as so disgusting that, the West would never stoop to that level. It's normal operating procedure in the IDF. Everything I'm describing happened before October 7th as well. The only thing that's new is the intensity of what already existed. Here's the father of a journalist who's been killed. Let's not forget, journalists. No other conflict in the last 50 years has there been more journalists killed. Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, all the nasty ones. The amount of journalists that have been killed pale in comparison. Let's see if I have the stat right here. No, let's see. One of these has the stats that I'm talking about of journalists. See if I can find it here. It's in one of these. Yeah, those are hostages. Hold on. God damn it. One of these has to have the stats on journalism. How many deaths, journalist deaths? Little preview of the whole. I won't be able to finish this today, unfortunately. Just a cavalcade of suffering and death, that's all. Torture camps exposed. Watch, I didn't have the tweet actually queued up. It looks like I don't. Son of a bitch, I actually don't. Fuck, that sucks. Anyway, the stats are really quite crazy. There's the amount of journalists that have died in Gaza quadruple, triple, quadruple the amount that have died in conflicts for the last 20, 30, 40 years. I'm not sure if even in World War II, the amount of journalists have died. I think this even pales in comparison to World War II, but I'm not 100% certain. That's why I wanted to find the real stats. But sorry about that.
There was a young photojournalist and was covering the ISM, which is a protest movement, and he was rescuing some children, or trying to help rescue children from sniper fire from an Israeli watchtower, and he was shot by one of their soldiers. And that led to quite a long investigation to find out what was happening. And I think one of the lessons that we learned from that was that you can't place any reliance on Israeli accounts of events. And I think that's why I feel it's particularly relevant today when we're hearing the Israelis explain their actions in Gaza.
It's blatantly
the investigation we undertook showed that they routinely falsely misrepresent civilians as military targets, as bearing arms. Or
the United States did it during the Iraq and Afghanistan war and during Vietnam. The civilian, like I've talked about this before, but Barack Obama's definition of a terrorist was a 16-year-old boy that was dead. We don't have to look into his allegiances. We don't have to look to his prior actions. He was there. We killed him. He was around 16 or older. Terrorist.
As militants. And
same thing with Israel. Oh, we killed all these militants. Look at all these dead bodies.
The investigation we carried out showed that was exactly what was happening on that occasion. It's what we were led to believe by
a bunch of civvies. Oh, they're all terrorists.
In the diplomatic sector who advised us at the time. And so our worry was that this was happening again now. And the Israelis are very similar to what's happening with the claims that Hamas are using hospitals and civilian facilities and so on as bases, and that's why.
Thank you, World War 86. It was good to see you. Thank you for your comments.
They target hospitals and the infrastructure and water treatment plants and so on.
World War,
so I think that was our concern, that this was happening again, because it does seem that that's the IDF approach, to routinely misrepresent what are ordinary civilian targets as in some way tainted with a military aspect and therefore justify their attacking them.
Yeah. They kill civilians and they call them militants. That's what, you don't really need to add all the flowery language there, Mr. Highly Educated Man. Whose son died. I should probably shut the fuck up. But, it doesn't need to be that fancy. You don't have to beat around the bush. They kill civilians and then call them militants. Just like the United States. So there's actually a lot of misinformation about this poor woman. I'm really happy that this hostage, that Hamas took this hostage here. She was one of the, the girls that was the young women that was taken from the music festival. Famously, she was ripped out of the arms of her boyfriend and thrown on the back of a motorcycle. And she's like, save me, as she's getting kidnapped and driven away. And amazingly, she lived. But your imagination goes wild, and mine did. It's pretty hard for me to imagine that she wasn't sexually abused, but she's saying, why would she lie about this? Why? Good Lord, why? There's no logical reason why she would lie about this. I'm gonna take her word for it. But she says, Hamas beat me all over my body, and no one came to give me medical help. Oh, wait. So no, this is the lie. So this is the IDF here lying and saying, oh, she said this. So they're saying rescued Israeli hostage Noah Argamani, speaking about her harrowing time in captivity. So they're lying. So they're saying she made this statement, which is a lie. I'm going to say it here. Hamas beat me all over my body. No one came to give me medical help. Nobody until I was rescued. Every night I was falling asleep and thinking this may be the last night of my life. And this might be an out of context quote, but the community notes here, which is the only reason to still use Twitter. Noah Argamani clarified that her injuries were caused by a wall collapsing during an Israeli airstrike, not by mistreatment from Hamas captors. So it's a quote, it's taken out of context. Not by mistreatment from Hamas captors. She emphasized that she was not beaten or had her hair shaved while in captivity, refuting earlier media reports. Why would she lie about this? He was like, yeah, Hamas didn't try to kill me. My own government tried to kill me. The only time my life was truly in danger was when I was getting bombed by my own government. Other than that, they treated me like a normal hostage, fed me, kept me alive. And she wasn't sexually assaulted, which is shocking even to me. But once again, why the fuck would she lie about this? It's just insane. Of course she would tell us everything. She's saying, no, I was not sexually abused. But that doesn't matter. None of that matters. Hamas was beating her mercilessly. Yeah, no, that time that I was talking about getting beat, that was when a wall fell on me when you were bombing us. If you want to look up the reason why the IDF doesn't give a shit about hostages, it's something called the Hannibal Directive. And it's a directive given to the troops that says, even if there's hostages, the only important thing is that the bad guys die. So if the hostages get killed, they get killed. That's how it is. It's more important to kill these bad guys than to negotiate with them. So kill them all. So the violence is comical. The IDF violence is comical. It's literally a joke. And really, I can't think of a more quintessential video. Okay, maybe without the music. But I can't think of a more quintessential video to describe what's currently happening. So, IDF with a big fucking grin, hiding behind a corner, fully loaded, fully strapped in, finger on the trigger, gun aimed at the head of a child, a 13-year-old maybe, right? And we're supposed to believe the Palestinians are the bad guys, right? We're supposed to believe that this Palestinian child at any moment is gonna pull the string on his suicide vest and another dead Israeli. There you go. He didn't properly take cover and have his weapon trained on the head of the child. What adult male does this? Right? Doesn't this, if I found myself doing this, I would be incredibly ashamed of myself, and I'd also feel like a weakling. Here I am, big, full-grown adult, trained by the military, kitted out from head to toe in military gear, and I see an unarmed child leaning up against the fence. Oh, I'm gonna kill him. Oh my God, I'm gonna kill him. Oh my God. You look like the biggest weakling ever, right? You look like a complete coward. And that's what we have. And we're, you know, the Zionists would say, oh, yep, this is a brave IDF soldier fighting against the evil Palestinians. He's the hero. He's the liberator. He's the defender of Israel. And he's happy to put a bullet in a child's brain the moment he feels endangered by him. Oh, if this child talked too much shit, or maybe, you know, insulted his mother, insulted his family in some way, said something, he could pull that trigger and he would maybe get a slap on the wrist. Maybe. Ben-Gvir would be showing up to his trial to see, well, innocent defender of Israel. That's the current. I'm not exaggerating in even the slightest. But let's not get too much into fantasy when we have so much reality. So early on in this conflict, I was told by people in the chat that this was an anti-terrorist operation. That all you need to do is look at the success of eliminating ISIS to have all the proof you need that, you know, the IDF has all the tools in their tool belt to destroy terrorism with violence, because it was so successful in Iraq and Afghanistan, right? The United States kicked ISIS's ass. ISIS ceases to exist. Did you know that? ISIS doesn't exist anymore. Whoops. I'm being told ISIS totally fucking exists. Maybe not as powerful as it once was, but that's up for grabs, for debate. You know, you always hear that from the defenders of Israel and this anti-terror strategy, right? Oh, it was so successful against ISIS. We kicked ISIS's ass. Oh yeah. That's why they still exist as an organization, right? Okay. So anyway, what we're looking at is a heat map of the anti-terrorist operation in Gaza. Boy, we'll let you look at that. Full saturation of almost every region in Gaza. Almost every building. Almost every spot. The most populated area, of course, getting the most, right? Got to really level that, the entire Gaza City, the whole thing, the whole urban area. That's got to go. And, you know, the Israeli government you can't get them to shut up about rebuilding the Gaza Strip, right? About talking about, as soon as we get rid of Hamas, we're gonna have a technocratic government that takes charge to give the Palestinian people hope, to recreate, to rebuild the Palestinian society in the Gaza Strip, and to bring Palestinians back, right? They won't shut up about that, right? There's no discussion of rebuilding. It's only more death. So Dingo over here repeating the very tired, very cynical and genocidal, but Hamas. Dingo, let me show you a little something here. See if I can find it. I had it lined up here. Is it over here? Stick around, see if I can find it. Don't worry, that's just Ben-Gvir threatening the person filming him with a pistol. No biggie. Which one is it? Sorry, this is just a picture of the IDF torturing a innocent Palestinian man. Oh, here it is. Here's this. So here's just a stat right here. The number of hostage, Dingo, you sticking around? These are the number of hostages held by either side. So we have Hamas holding 111 hostages. Who knows how many are still alive and were killed by Israeli airstrikes. Then, of course, held by Israel, 9,400 hostages. And, of course, that number continues to grow quite a bit. This is actually from several months ago. This number has probably shot up. This number was not zero before October 7th. Israel had thousands and thousands of Palestinians held hostage. And I'm sorry, no, they're not all Hamas. They're not all the worst of the worst. We're talking about children. We're talking about innocent men. No charges thrown against. A lot of these people, when they're released, there's no charges. There's no trial. They're just let out after months and months and months of torture. All this was before October 7th. But Hamas came out of the ether, right? Hamas, they just hate Jewish people. Of course they do, but they just came out of the ether, came from nowhere, couldn't have seen them coming. Is it possible that terrorist activity is because of the incredible crimes that Israel has committed against this country? Could that be a response, the terrorism that we see? Or we're really just supposed to believe this moronic argument that everyone in Palestine, anyone who's a citizen of Palestine, they just hate Israel. And there's just nothing we can do about that. There's no negotiating. They're unique human animal hybrids. They're like the Klingons. They love war, they love killing, and their number one victim, the Jewish person. Right? That's what we're supposed to believe. It's cute. But Hamas, if you didn't want your entire country to be erased in a slow moving apartheid occupation, you wouldn't become terrorists and try to resist us. It's like the chicken and egg argument. And you do have to go back to the 40s. You do have to go back to the beginning of this to find blame, to find fault. You know, just like the separation of Korea, this was an arrogant, poorly thought out move by the dominant Western powers after World War II, to create a Jewish state haphazardly in a country that, at the time Britain thought that they could easily just push away. Oh, they're just a bunch of no one's even heard of them. Palestine, never even heard of it. No one cared. Just erase it or work with them. Just shoehorn this country in your country, and everyone's going to be cool. Welcome back, Ford the Perfect. It's really quite something. We are paying the price for the mistakes of the greatest generation. This is a direct result of the Western's arrogance, the West's arrogance from that time, from that era. Britain thinking that they could just hand this over to and create a whole new entity in someone else's country is peak arrogance, is unbelievable arrogance. But Hamas, but Bibi Netanyahu's relationship with Hamas. Oh, that's fake news. All I need to do is type in Bibi and Hamas and Haaretz. A brief history of Netanyahu's alliance with Hamas. Right. We're supposed to ignore all of this. We're supposed to ignore all of this and just go, bad guys. Right. It's all justified. The complete erasure of the Palestinian people, totally justified because Hamas. I'm so tired of it. This is just crazy. This person outside of the Israeli consulate in Munich, Germany, was seen firing an antique rifle, and this thing is legitimate. Look at the kick after he fires this bad boy. He was not prepared for this elephant gun that he's shooting off. It's like a musket or something. There he is. He's trying to load it. Watch him fire this thing. You see that? Look, you see that? Look at him jump back, dude. Surprised his shoulder's still in one piece. Jesus Christ. So I don't know any other details besides the footage here. Clearly some mentally ill person having some kind of issue. And it's, you know, even more surprising out in Germany, you know, so it's probably why he had to use an antique rifle because, you know, guns are regulated there, unlike in America where it's just a free-for-all. So I don't know much about that, but I'll follow up if I find out more. Here is the IDF torturing Palestinians. So we're, you know, of course, the shills of the shills for the IDF and the Israeli government would tell us all of these people are Hamas. They all deserve it. They all want the death of Israel, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's no evidence of that. There's probably very little evidence for any of these guys. They're just like an authoritarian fascist state does. Massive dragnet, pick up everybody that could, you know, be a terrorist, scoop them all up, you know, and make arbitrary decisions. Oh, he's definitely a terrorist. I got the, you know, I got some evidence, or this guy over there said this guy's a terrorist. Yeah. So here's how they treat. So, you know, instead of doing an interview, you know, bringing them in and doing an interview, trying to find that out, this is how they treat these. Like I said, there's no presumption of innocence. You're an adult male who's a Palestinian, therefore you're a member of Hamas and deserve this treatment. And let me tell you, a plurality of Israeli society supports this and wants to go farther. That is a fact. That is a fact. They want this and even more. They want it even more. This isn't enough for them. They killed Trailhead. They killed him? Really? Here you are. Oh, we're supposed to believe they're all terrorists. No proof of that. No evidence whatsoever. And here, look, I was saving this to the end. But it's too important and it's relevant to what we're talking about. Here is what an average conversation between members of the plurality of Israeli society that votes Bibi Netanyahu in, that, you know, that makes him a viable, strong politician, and that keeps this fire of genocide going. This is what a normal conversation looks like between two Israelis. Your average voting Israeli. This is what it sounds like, man.
What we're doing in Gaza. Because in Gaza, maybe there's mass destruction, but there's not massive death.
Or deportation.
So he's saying, you know, we're not killing, we don't have the concentration camps. We're not killing them all. We're just blowing up a lot of their buildings. And the other guy's referencing, yeah, or we could just deport them all. Couldn't we just dump them all into Egypt? Because I'm sure that'll just happen smooth as hell, right? Egypt just going to open up their borders because they're so scared of Israel. Oh, let the buses in. Come on in. Deport them, right? And of course, was it Bibi Netanyahu or was it Ben-Gvir that talked about voluntary migration?
Anyway, so, you know, when you sit on your high horse and, you know, I'm sure I don't mean to belittle our listeners. We love you guys. But if you're listening to our words and saying, how could they be advocating to, you know, do massive bombing, indiscriminate bombing, you know, how could they talk about killing children? We're not advocating to target children, but forgive us if we don't give a shit. If, everybody there dies.
Forgive us. We're not talking about targeting children because we're so moral, but forgive us forgive us for not giving a shit and for wanting every single one of these people to die.
Give a shit if, everybody there dies. It's just the way we feel. It's just the way Israelis feel.
Yeah.
And he's right. Not every single Israeli, right? There's a small peace movement. There's a small movement that wants peace with the Palestinians, that wants negotiation with the Palestinians. They have no political power, and they don't win elections.
Because, and this is what that's what the Hulon attack did. I wrote to Sharon, my wife. I was like, it'll be you or me tomorrow, or Daniela or Itai, God forbid.
Yep.
So my language is totally justified because I'm in an existential battle for my existence. If we treat the Palestinians like human beings, if we let the Palestinians have their own state, my existence is in question.
And so I would, if you gave me a button to just erase Gaza, every single living being in Gaza would no longer be living tomorrow, I would press it in a second.
If he could push a button that would kill every Palestinian, you would press it in a second. The name of this podcast is Two Nice Jewish Boys. And this is nothing new. They've been saying this stuff for years, well before October 7th. But after October 7th, all the subtlety gone, all the nuance gone, just kill, kill, kill. Two nobodies, huh? Literally the most popular podcast in Israel. You fucking propagandist. Pfft. These guys, no one listens to them. Literally the most popular podcast in Israel. You liar.
It's just, I think most Israelis
if that's agree. The choice. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, even if it's not like right now.
Yeah, no.
I would press it right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Same with
so brave.
Territories.
I would press it right now.
Mm-hmm.
No choice. No, Sharon is safe at home. God willing. I don't know. I haven't spoken to her in like an hour.
No, I'm saying.
Right. So the victimhood complex just completely off the rails, right? I could die any second, any moment. Another October 7th is going to happen. These people got to go right now.
For the chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would press it right now. Give me that button. I'd press it right now.
There you go.
And I think most Israelis would.
Yeah. Most Jewish Israelis.
They wouldn't post. They wouldn't talk about it.
Real Jews. That's why you said it that way. Right. Most real Jews would do that. Most Jewish Israelis. I mean, I guess maybe he's referencing the Arab Israelis that would probably not push that genocide button. Who knows?
Like I am.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't post. They wouldn't say I pressed it.
Yeah.
But they would.
They don't have balls of steel like you.
They would.
Wow. Disgusting.
They would press it, right? Like if they were in a closet alone, they wouldn't even hesitate.
Mm-hmm.
Someone came to them and Hadar said, "No one will know. You press this, all the Palestinians are gone." You'd be like, "Fucking hey, is there another one?"
Just kill them all. Wow. Oh man. Oh, the most moral army in the world. And would you believe that's not taken out of context? That's not even the tip of the iceberg. Dozens and dozens of clips coming out. Dozens of clips coming out. Here's what they think about children who get polio.
Doing it
to appease the...
It's because we're looking for international legitimacy.
Mm-hmm.
No one actually gives a shit. Zero people in Israel, if you go up to them and you're like, do you care if...
I'm really tired of you. I just don't like you. I've been really itching to hit this button all day. I had this ready in my soundboard all day, and I haven't had a chance to hit it because none of the chuds have stuck around. So I'm just gonna go ahead and do it to you. I don't like you, regression. I don't like you at all. Go away. There you go.
gram. I block a bitch on my backup page. Block the shit out you on the trap phone. I block you on my MacBook Pro. Bitch, I don't block like you on Cash App. Bitch, I block you.
This baby in Gaza gets polio, they'll be like, I don't fucking just.
Yeah, if Oppenheimer would care.
Yeah, okay. There'll be like 20 people who care, and they're all wearing Meretz shirts. Like, fuck them.
Right. Peaceniks who care about children who have polio.
But seriously, nobody would give a shit. They'd be like, leave me alone, man. I'm trying to like buy
Eat
shit
ice cream
for Shabbat. Like, fuck off.
Yeah, fuck off. Fucking stupid kids getting polio because of the occupation that we fund and support. Who fucking cares? There's a lot of Israelis that are running around the internet right now saying, aren't we the most moral? Look at us. We stopped bombing them long enough to give their kids polio vaccines. Aren't we amazing? That all the replies in the comments are like, gee, I wonder why they're getting polio. Gee, I wonder why that's coming back. Golly gee, what could be the reason?
I don't care about this Gazan kid with polio.
Also, as long as they're in their Nakba state in their tents, you know, and we're living still.
This is really something else.
Like, you know, if
listen
you
to
put
this.
aside the news,
sick shit. And look, I've been avoiding the Nazi comparisons for a really long time. I've been really steadfast about that this is different. This is Nazi shit. What this bald psychopath is going to say next. There's no other way to describe what he is going to say next other than Nazi shit.
Day to day is okay. Yesterday we went to a concert.
Yeah.
In Ayalkon Park. We had lots of fun. Me and my girlfriend, Shalom Chanoch. We danced, and it was amazing. And you can't help but think like it's nice to know that you're dancing in a concert while hundreds of thousands of Gazans are, you know,
homeless,
like sitting in a tent and eating.
Makes it even better.
Yeah.
Makes it even better. You're out having fun, enjoying a moment of leisure, and the little cherry on top for you is the incredible amount of suffering millions of people are experiencing at your expense. And this supposedly human being deriving pleasure, openly deriving pleasure from the suffering of millions.
Yeah.
More enjoyable concert. If only they put the
live video
footage of Gaza. Like,
yeah. I mean, if I wish when I'm at a dance club, I'm fucking moving and shaking. I wish there was a live stream of dead Gazan children being pulled out of the buildings that I am blowing up, and that's what I want. That's what I want. That would really make. I'm having fun and a great time. But you know, it would be really good if we could just have, you know, at this dance celebration, live footage of us killing Palestinians. Could you imagine how awesome that would be?
Yeah.
More enjoyable concert. If only they put the
live video
footage of Gaza. Like, but seriously, you guys, like that's what people don't understand. Look, like, I know that you guys might be appalled by this, some of the listeners, but seriously, this is how Israelis feel. And you might think that Eitan Weinstein,
he's right,
and Naor, who like refuses to kind of
because he's the Nick Fuentes over there, right? He's the Nick Fuentes, right? He's saying the quiet part out loud. He's like, why are we even bothering with this charade? Come on, we all know what we say behind closed doors when someone thinks, pretends to give a crap about human beings. We all know what the real reality is. We just want to kill them all. Come on. Why are we beating around the bush anymore? That's what he's doing.
Me up on it publicly.
I'm from the UN.
Yeah, he's the UN.
Gotta be that
but
guy.
You might think I'm extreme, but I have conversations with lots of people, coworkers, friends. People enjoy knowing that they are suffering.
No, also it's very prominent on Twitter.
Nazi shit. Nazi shit. And they're people ready to defend. The person I had to time out, right? Ready to gaslight, ready to inject doubt. Oh, I've never heard of these guys. Oh, they're a bunch of nobodies. You can't trust their opinion. They're not accurately reflecting Israeli society. Come on, I've never even heard of these guys. Literally the most popular podcast in Israel. You fucking liars. How, and they're going to take it to the very end. They're going to take it to the very fucking end, right? And when the final little touches are of the Palestinian erasure are complete, and the final settlements are moved in, and the final bits of Palestine are finally erased, and Israel makes its declaration of its official borders after conquering Palestine, finally admitting where the actual borders of the country exist, because they don't do that right now. They do not define their official borders because they're not done conquering. And when that moment happens, all of these shills that are gaslighting and injecting doubt are going to be like, just get over it. It was an eventuality. We really didn't have any control in the first place. What are you going to do about it? It's too late. It's over. It's too late. That's what they're going to tell us. When this ghoulish, horrific project is completed and Palestine is totally erased. These same people that said, "Oh, you're being hyperbolic and you're being anti-Semitic and you don't understand the situation, and Bibi Netanyahu just wants peace and it's all about Hamas and it's just Hamas. Is it Hamas in the West Bank? That doesn't matter, does it? It doesn't matter. Oh, it's some other terrorist, some other excuse. It's all justified." Those ghoulish sons of bitches will be the first to tell us, "Come on, it was inevitable. Come on, give up. Stop making a big deal about it. It's old history. Come on." That's all I got for today. Unfortunately, I do not have time. I went right up to the moment here. I right till 6:30. I'm already 3 minutes late. So I do not have time for all my usual stuff. But thank you so much for being in the chat. Thank you for being here. I will try to find time tomorrow, like I said, 2 to 3 hours to finish Gaza and then, of course, talk about Ukraine. Very important stuff. The horror continues. The news underground continues. Thank you all for being here, all my regulators. Thank you to the regulators in the chat, not mine. You guys rock. You guys roll. Have a good night. Take care of yourself. Thank you, Smash. Fuck Israel. Fuck Russia. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. See you next time.